lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing activewear. It's the best way I can represent with Uniqlo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Campus Legends. It is the playoff week, and we're looking at the quarterfinals and semifinals for today. I'm Hungry Cast. Alongside me is Lemming Messiah. How are you feeling, Lemming Messiah? You know, excited to see some matches today?
Excited to see some matches today as well. I mean, I know the day started off with a little bit of rain. Everyone feels nice to stay in.
I wanted to stay in bed, man, honestly.
I also wanted to stay in bed, but I get to get up and take my dog for a walk. So
always important. Always important to take your dog for a walk to avoid any unnecessary accidents. But that being said, we are waiting for our players to load into the lobby. This is, of course, Campus Legends. And when we say the playoffs, we're taking a look at the top 8 teams for today for the League of Legends edition. Tomorrow's going to be Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And the top 8 will eventually become the top 4 by the end of today. And we'll have our grand finalists elected by the time today is over. So it's going to be a lot of matches, a lot of exciting League of Legends action. There are some teams that are coming in as the favorites. I know we're going to be casting the NUS match for the first quarterfinals, but there are sleeper teams, not sleeper teams, but fan favorites in the form of SIM and NYP that are going to be playing concurrently as well.
Yep. And those two are also just the favorites going into the the finals and everything, right? Because they took a very dominating wins over everybody in their group, and they were also both went 6-0.
Yep. Both these teams finished first in Group A and Group B respectively, I believe.
Yep.
Went 6-0, first place, and as a result, they were seated opposite of the bracket, which means they really don't have to face off until the grand finals. That's the leverage, that's the advantage, right? Which is why we've been tracking the progress in the group so much leading up to today. But before we go into the games, I do want to shout out our sponsors and our organizers, SCOGA, as well as the Esports Academy for making this happen, our academic partners, Kaplan, Republic Poly, as well as ITE, College Central, and Murdoch University. Not to forget our liveware partner, Uniqlo. So we've been wearing the SUWs for quite a while now. Today being a cold kind of day, it's a perfect day to have some joggers on, and when we're in the studio under the lights, the very kind of breezy clothing that we have on also makes it very good. So thank you so much for, again, sponsoring Campus Legends, and not to mention our PC partner, Legion. So I do have a keyboard here, the KM300 here. So it's a keyboard and mouse kind of combination. And if you guys are interested to win this, stay tuned to the stream to find out how. We've been giving, I think, a set of these away every week so far. This is your second last week to win one, if I'm not wrong, because we still have another week of tournaments next week, which is the grand finals, but this is the second last set. So if you guys are interested to win this, stay tuned to the stream. We will give you guys sort of information and instructions on how to win this. But for now, let's take a look on your screen. It's going to be our first matchup for today. It's going to be the quarterfinals. And to remind our viewers, all quarterfinals will be played concurrently, but we're taking a look at SMU versus NUS. So You have that graphic up. There you go. We're kind of joking about this, how, the NUS team, they aligned all very nicely, but SMU, they didn't like really keluar baris properly, so one person is just a bit too tall. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I can't add on to any more to that. It's just that it's funny also, like it catches me off guard just because everyone's nice, symmetrical, right?
Yeah.
And then you go to SMU. It stands out so much.
I mean, you are a tall guy-ish, right? You're kind of tall. Yeah.
I'm average.
Okay,
average height.
So is this a tall guy problem? It's just like,
I think so.
It might be a tall guy problem. You know
Yeah.
what? It's fine. There's nothing wrong with being extremely tall. In some countries, anyone shorter than a certain height is tends to be just like, I wish I was taller, but now it's fine. It's fine. On your screen, you saw NUS versus SMU. What is your take on this? I mean, we have one of our colleagues, Raiko, who's going to be playing for NUS. He's been sort of the brains behind the team, the captain, the drafter, going up against SMU. What do you think are their chances coming in?
I think actually they have a very good chance of defeating SMU.
Okay.
The main thing which they actually have to do is not make the same mistakes they did against NYP. Which is play to Reiko. I mean, like, don't play. I think I came out wrong. And I mean to say, you have to play to Reiko. He's the best player on their team. Give him like a carry champion where he can just take control of the game.
Right.
And just let him loose.
Right. So the idea here is one of the win conditions being, get Raiko ahead, put him on a carry champion, maybe someone that can split push, control the map from that position.
Yeah.
And then you'll find a bit more success there, as opposed to putting it on something like a Orn or God forbid a Mundo,
Oh no.
Yeah, that would be
God.
a big move coming in, right? So I guess you identified one of the win conditions for NUS, whereas SMU, they've had a tough run all the way through, and when we take a look at their groups, I think between them, TP and NUS, all three of them were tied 4-2. Yes, they were tied 4-2 towards the end of the season.
I think no, SMU is from.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, excuse me. Wrong group rather. But yeah, NUS rather is third in the group. SMU is second rather in the group. Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a battle between second and third, and I think for NUS to come out and actually come out ahead and have your vote is quite an interesting thing to see, because they didn't actually place higher than SMU during the actual group stages.
Yeah, and also like SMU actually, when you watch all the matches, right? A lot of the drafts revolve around team fighting, and they actually do it really well.
Okay.
So if you're able, and for NUS, right, they all normally had Reiko on some kind of split push or some carry
like
champion, Fiora, right, and they allowed him to create pressure on the side lane and then draw them away and created less like team fight occasions.
So the idea being, Reiko, put him on split pusher, don't allow SMU to team fight. Maybe you find a bit more success there.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to see that for NUS coming in. Players should be in lobby, so we should be ready to go into picks and bans, hopefully very soon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
But before we do go in, I do want to mention that we have this, weekly thing coming up. Every Saturday, we want to give away one of these awesome keyboards and mice combos, the KM300. So I alluded to this earlier, but if you guys are interested and still want to win more, predict the winner of the next match, #Legion, and the team you think will win. If you are, listening to Lemming Messiah and you believe that NUS is going to take it, something like NUS #Legion would be a good way for you to stand a chance to win this, and our admins will be in touch if you are selected. And if you miss this game, there are 2 more best of 3s coming up for today, so there are multiple chances for you to walk away with this KM300 keyboard and mouse combination.
Yeah, I think like the main selling point also is the fact that for all gamers, somehow RGB
This is true.
Yeah, it's just everything, right? You go to cases, all the gaming cases now, all RGB. You go to keyboard and mouse, RGB. Also, I've been like looking at like monitors, right? Some of the monitors now have RGB on the side. I'm just like, oh my god, why?
RGB monitors feel like they defeat the purpose, because like they're supposed to be very utilitarian, right? Just look at it. But imagine all the lights everywhere. That is how you get astigmatism, my friend. That is how your astigmatism goes up to like 300. It is a tough challenge to be a gamer, right? Pro gamer problems.
Yes, pro gamer problems.
Right. Players should be loading in soon. If anything before that, we talked about this matchup quite a lot. We talked about how NUS wants to get Raiko ahead. How SMU wants to be drafting a team fight composition in this particular patch. And any picks you've been noticing? Anything you want to highlight before we go into game?
So if you've been watching the LCS and also the LEC, right? You see actually a lot of teams are now trying to prioritize Tom Kench in the top lane. He is just such a good tank and initiator, and like he's actually like taking over a lot of matches, right? He's no longer just the support. He is able to go into lanes, especially top lane. He can also be flexing into mid lane as well.
Okay.
And he can just stay there. Like he won't lose any matchup unless it's like some carry.
Okay.
Right. Like maybe Lucian or.
Well, to be fair, most Lucian matchups in top lane are just like, this guy has no soul. He's playing Lucian top. What's wrong with him? You know, happens to me in solo queue all the time. I see Lucian top, I'm like, here we go again. But speaking of here we go again, ladies and gentlemen, we are into draft, and it's gonna be SMU on the blue side and US on the red side. Riven is gonna be the first ban out here coming in for NUS. Meanwhile, SMU, they've decided to ban out the Camille.
Yeah, I think also just to point out very quickly, it's not very cool playing.
Yeah.
It's Kimity.
Okay, so maybe just coaching from the backlines instead.
Yeah.
Trying to give them a bit more. What would be the best way to put this? A macro information, you know, helping them observe the game and fixing any issues that they have. But this might change the game plan for NUS.
I think it will, and also it allows them, I think, just to watch how SMU plays. Maybe he'll sub himself into game 2, right? And then he can learn. He can watch the game, learn from how SMU plays, and then he can come in and take over.
This is, again, to remind our viewers, a best of 3 series. So game 1 could be a testing sort of phase for NUS. Maybe they want to find out how SMU plays, and then, like you said, sub in Raiko in game 2. They could very well do that, as the bans are still coming in. It's going to be very top lane focused here, come from the side of SMU, the Jace, the Camille, and the Fiora banned out. Meanwhile, Riven and Aurelia and Tom Kench being removed by NUS. So you called that the Tom Kench a big problem for a lot of teams, being highlighted in LEC and LCS, now being banned out by NUS. But first pick Gwen, are we really surprised?
Not really. I mean, like, she got a little bit of a nerf, but it's not really that substantial, right? She can still take over the game once she gets like 2 or 3 items, and she just becomes unstoppable.
True. And I think her dueling power is something that teams tend to, you know, underestimate in the late game. She's very good at holding her own in 1v2, 1v3 situations. Speaking of dueling power, the response pick from NUS here is Renekton Nidalee. I do like this. Renekton solo lane, we're assuming Nidalee jungle. Good mixed damage, very strong dive potential on the Gwen as well. And SMU here, they instantly pick up the Darius and the Leona. So a bit of cheesy shenanigans, you know, on this Saturday morning.
Yeah, I think like this pick probably means that Gwen is going to go in the jungle.
Okay.
I think it's giving away a little bit. Like, if they held the Darius maybe until
like 4th, 5th rotation?
4th, 5th rotation, they could have mind gamed them a bit more. But picking Darius means it's probably going to be Gwen jungle.
Well, it's also to highlight that NUS have shown their own jungler.
Yeah.
So maybe they feel like, hey, the Gwen into Nidalee matchup isn't really the worst. We could take this and then still have a decent Darius into Renekton matchup in the top lane as well.
Yeah. I mean, also, see, Nidalee is not that great into Gwen, because as soon as she just throws a W when Nidalee throws like a max range Q, right?
Right.
Just like going to immune it. It's like, I'm just going to walk through it. I know you can't hit me.
This is true. There is a lot of like counterplay, quote-unquote counterplay from the Gwen side to deal with the Nidalee, because a lot of her skills are very predictable.
Yeah.
You can time your spells around it. Even just a simple dash, right, from an E, allows her to get outside or away from the vector of the spears. The Rel is going to be the 3rd pick here for NUS while they ban out the Yon. And Kai'Sa is going to be the choice here for SMU. So maybe thinning down the mid lane and ADC pool a little from both sides here.
Yeah. I think I actually do like the SMU ban of Kai'Sa, just because she's actually really good with Rel. Just being able to, like, Rel jumps in, does her
Magnet Storm.
Magnet Storm, everyone gets CC, everyone gets a plasma stack. She can just jump in as well, join in and just start wrecking everybody.
Yep. It gives her the ability to just freely reposition the fights. Tristana also kind of does the same thing, albeit without the conditional plasma.
Yeah.
Can still jump in, so you can see that SMU's focus is on these AD carries that want to clean up the fights, want to be able to be very hyper-aggressive. And US, however, they respond with the Ezreal here. So Ezreal Rel in the bot lane, not something that I feel is particularly synergistic, although I could see some value here if Ezreal ends up, solo laning and Rel starts roaming the map a little bit more. There's some, aggressive potential there.
Yeah, and also like Ezreal is just he's a very safe pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
He can stay far away enough from any like bot lane, and he can safely CS,
True.
right? And you see they got Varus on the other end.
Got the Varus here. They have the Leona, and they're hovering the Lucian. Now, we talked about this. We joked about this. The soulless players. This time, it's going to be Lucian open pick potentially in the mid lane. And it's up to NUS to choose the matchup that they want. They get the counter pick here because we are theory crafting this, assuming that they've shown their hand very early on. The Darius, it's going to be top. It should be Gwen jungle, and therefore Lucian mid by process of elimination. So Victor is going to be the choice here for NUS in the mid lane against the Lucian. How do you feel this matchup goes?
I don't really actually like this matchup a lot for Victor, just because, see, Lucian has a lot of power, and he can just shove in Victor wave after wave after wave. Right? And you need to just be very patient because he scales up really hard in the late game. And you have to hope Lucian doesn't just run you over.
Okay, yeah, I think that's true, right? Victor with his curve wants to have a smooth early game into just a huge power spike once he gets all his evolves. The same is true, right? The Lucian wants to punish early on. One thing we should note that that is apparent right now is the fact that between Gwen and Lucian, they don't have the most crowd control, and neither does Nidalee and Victor. So this mid jungle is going to be a bit of not as explosive as I'd like to be, right? I like to see the junglers, they come in like just a wham, hit you with a skill shot, and then the kill comes through. But this time it's going to be a bit more underwhelming, maybe. Whereas in the top lane, both the Darius and the Renekton have some variation of CC, so we might see the junglers rotate to the top side a bit more as opposed to the mid side.
Yeah, I think like when you see a draft on the NUS side, right? When you see a old Renekton Nidalee combo, which you saw last year, right? Played so much into the professional scene.
Yep.
You're going to see is very top focused. And it means that, the Darius has to play safe. He needs to have the ward up, and he needs to be cognizant that he has a target on his back.
Especially because he is on blue side as well. So extending past the river is kind of tricky. It's kind of like punishing as well. Granted, it would have been a lot worse if he was on red side because then you can come through the Tribush and gank him. But still, needs to be cognizant, like you said, needs to understand where the jungler is going. One thing we also can kind of note or at least predict is the fact that because there is Ezreal Rel, we might expect to see the Rel just literally walk from bot to top, after first recall. Go and help the Renekton Nidalee lane out, maybe dive the Darius once or twice, try to get things going on the map. Ezreal, like you said, farms safely from range, has no issue laning into this Lucian Leona. It's really hard to punish the Ezreal, especially because all the crowd control from Leona is telegraphed. We just Arcane Shift out.
Yeah, if you have Arcane Shift with a cleanse, right? You're actually pretty safe. And also, the one thing I also want to point out with Darius is if he falls behind, he becomes so useless because everything around his kit needs him to get ahead.
Right.
It needs him to be
at least even, right?
Yeah, even, right? He needs to be able to deal so much damage that when he does his ultimate, right? He has to kill the person.
Yes.
And then do all his resets. But if he falls, if he gets that consistent gank from Nidalee, right? And he falls behind, he becomes useless.
And that might be a problem because this composition on a whole is sort of lacking in that kind of front lane tanky position, right? For someone to just stand up and initiate the fight. It's Leona, it's Darius, and if Darius falls behind, he doesn't really necessarily want to walk up, right? He's just going to get deleted. So then how is your Gwen, Varus, and Lucian going to be able to do any damage against this NUS lineup? That's a very valid point, I think. If I were looking at this, I would be very careful laning in the top lane as Darius and just, pray to God that I don't fall behind, maybe go even, take the small L. Don't take the big L, just take the small L, lose a couple of CS, and still hopefully scale into the mid-game when your power level is there. You're able to get, like you said, the Noxian Guillotine resets off. A lot of members on the SMU squad can get you to that point with a lot of poke, a lot of chip between the culling, the piercing arrows, and just Gwen's needleworks. You can get members to about 25% threshold very easily, and then that's when the Noxian Guillotine is like, cha-ching, get a lot of value off the ultimate.
And you just see him just jumping up and down with the giant axe, and it becomes insane. And also, the one thing I also have another worry about at SMU's comp is around neutral objectives, right? When it comes to contesting them, if they come in second, right, there is almost no way they can initiate a fight unless Leona can just jump in, EQ, and ult somebody, right? but there's also so much disengage on the side of NUS.
Okay, so walking in second to objectives is going to be a problem, but what if they were first though? Because the setup looks pretty sick.
Yeah, the setup is sick. Like they have to be first, right? They have to be first. They cannot lose any vision around any of the objectives. Otherwise, they can actually get punished pretty hard.
And thus we will be looking towards SMU to be controlling these chokes, arriving first to the objectives and hopefully setting up for picks with the Varus, with the Darius, with the Leona. Otherwise, walking in is going to be quite a tall order for them against the NUS squad, who have all the tools to really force these fights with the Rel and the Renekton.
Yeah, Rel and Renekton, and also like they have to also dodge. Like if they have no vision control, they have no idea where the Nidalee Spear is going to come in.
This is true, yeah.
Like if she also gets a little bit ahead, right, and she has Night Harvester, like she's going to chunk you out. It's going to be so messy, and like you also don't have that much like innate healing.
Or anyone to sit in the front line.
Yeah, anyone to sit in the front line.
If it was like again, God forbid, a Mundo or they sit there, they tank the spears, they're okay, but Darius doesn't want to get chunked out before the fight. Neither does Leona, because both of them are going in, right? They don't have this like indirect engage tool or any sustained inbuilt into their kit to just kind of soak it all up. So that could be troublesome going in. We have to see how SMU plays around these objectives. NUS, however, looking to be the favorite team according to my co-caster right here. On to the Rift we go. NUS on the red side, SMU on the blue side. This is game 1 of our best of 3 quarterfinals, and remember that all the quarterfinals are being played concurrently right now. By the end of this BO3, we'll find out who our semi-finalists are. If you guys are still in chat, maybe there's still time for you to vote who you think is going to win this BO3. Vote your favorite team, hashtag Legion, and stand a chance to walk away with the KM300 keyboard.
And if you just look at it right now, I know in the past, I've been saying, oh, it looks as though they're doing safe, right? They're not trying anything cheesy. And I've been wrong almost every time.
Right.
But
seems like you're right this time, I guess.
No, but if you look, is Leona might do something? I don't know. She's sitting there with the Varus. They might do something.
There's no real information of this Leona here, but they do spot the Ezreal out as No Chat is going to rotate to his blue buff. We should see Mossy and Spectre give him a slight leash to start this one out. And the same is true on the other side for SMU. Gwen is going to be beginning on her red buff, and the jungle ADC, the support ADC duo will be giving her hand as well.
Yeah, and it is, I think it's a bit expected, right? She Nidalee can clear really efficiently, but she does need a little bit of help, especially on the level 1.
Level 1, right?
Yeah.
Level 2 is achieved already here for No Chat. Immediately moves over to the Gromp. Meanwhile, Gwen is going to start on the Crux, so it seems to be a similar kind of mirrored clear on both ends from the junglers. They will be looking to full clear one half of their jungle and then maybe move to the opposite side. Top lane, no real action just yet coming in from Kimothy or Foxco. They're just looking to get their level 2s first, and it seems as though, ooh, that's a nice tag coming in from the Darius. Gets the heal off. Apply some bleed stacks, and level 2 is going to be picked up here from IC first. They are zoning the Ezreal Rel lane away. Oh, cheeky clear on the ward as well.
Yep.
And now level 2.
And like we see, our solution is getting a little bit of a ward down on the, I think, it's the Krugs? No, not Krugs.
Enemy Raptors.
Raptors. I don't know why I always forget that.
And he will see the Nidalee here, so he knows that he can play a bit more aggressive if he times it well. Right now, he did start with the longsword and refillable potion, so not the Durance and or corrupting potion that we normally see. Grass Grower, meanwhile, holding on to a couple of biscuits, or one biscuit, and a corrupting potion as well. This is a very slow early game, but SMU are actually finding these leads via the lane, as Kimothy is going to have to be careful here to apprehend in the max stacks on the bleed, the slice and dice out. Foxco could go for the flash if he wants to, forces the flash away from Kimothy, and now the junglers are going to get into a bit of a spat around the Tribush. It's a big wave. No Chat might want to be careful as he forces the flash away from Foxco. Another auto might just do it. The heal coming in is clutch though, as now they've overextended, but the red buff is going to give them the first blood, and now the Gwen is in a whole world of pain. She flashes forward, she dashes forward, she snips him down and gets the double kill, and SMU strike back on the board with 2 of their own.
Oh my god, this is the one thing you don't want to see from the side of NUS. Like, Gwen getting fed.
2-0-0.
Yes, 2-0-0. She's not going to race towards her Riftmaker. Like just her key like item just to make her just so much more tankier and so much insane healing like in any extent fight.
We'll be able to pick up the top Scuttle Crab as well, now level 4. It's Snip doing God's work here, just cleaning up the objective. But the upside here is No Chat is going to be able to pick up his Scuttle Crab on the bottom half of the map. He is down quite a bit though in terms of overall gold because of the 2 kills for Gwen. So like you said, moving towards the Riftmaker should be the natural choice. No Chat, however, picking up the early boots of Lucidity coming in. NUS, they are behind 800 gold. SMU starting out strong in this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, like we said earlier, right? Their top lane focus is going to be for both teams, and DC both them path up top. I think there's a lot of like aggression from No Chat because he saw Foxicle I think he's like quarter health, and just came in, jumped in, tried to get the kill, and Gwen had to follow, and she was also much healthier compared to Nidalee.
This is true. Managed to get a lot of the healing off, was able to really just pick up the rotation there as we see Nidalee being spotted out. No Chat was caught by the ward there, so they will be able to see where this Nidalee is, and that gives a small window for the bot lane of SMU as well as the jungle and mid lane of SMU to play extra aggressive. You can see that Canes is just literally walking past the river, pushing in Grass Grower, knowing that, hey, Nidalee's bot side, it's completely fine for me to just push in. I have the backup to Gwen as well, and now they're going to spot out Nidalee once again, I believe. Nope, just barely tagging her, but we'll spot that ward there in the bush.
Yeah, and like this is, you were saying earlier that the Lucian started with the longsword and the refillable potion, right? This is actually just so that he can more quickly get his mythic item, take over the lane much quicker, right? If you don't have the corrupting potion, it's a lot. I mean, it still delays your build, but it allows you to sustain in lane more.
Yep.
This is much more. I want to win lane. I want to just punish you as much as possible.
I think he wants to hit his first item spike as quickly as possible, like you said. Should be the Gale Force here coming in as we see Mossy in a bit of trouble. We'll be able to walk away from this trade.
I mean, it is also. I think everyone's just gone back to farming now. They are signed in. Oh, was this something? Oh
No Chat. He makes a visit to the top lane. This is a big wave pushing in. Meanwhile, skirmish on the bottom side. You can see that Arcane Shift has been forced out from Spectre already. This is going to give the lane priority to SMU, and they're just going to shove in and back off. Look for their first buy coming in as well. It's 61 CS to the name of the Varus, and he hasn't picked up a single item, so that's a lot of money in the bank.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. It's like, look, he's almost... oh, he's gone back. He's gone now. The first key components he needs like to start taking over the lane now, I think.
Serrated Dirk and a Tear picked up.
Yep.
Those are going to be core in shifting towards, I believe, the Manamune and potentially the Dustblade here as we see the junglers once again face off inside the river. No Chat has already used that pounce across the wall. He's going to use it again to get out and pop the Squire's Bloom to spot out the Gwen. But there's nothing that NUS can really do about this objective control. They're just going to have to give this one up.
Yeah. The one thing that's very curious for me is the jungler on the side of SMU went for a recurve bowl.
Oh, hold on. Ghost being popped. You already see the Dominus out as well. The Noxian Guillotine immediately executes him before the spear can come in. And No Chat can do nothing but watch his top laner die. And that's super unfortunate. I mean, you have to think that SMU was just right on the money there, and US might have timed the play wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to be... See, Darius reached level 6. He has that insane ult that if you get him low enough, you're just going to start winning the lane.
Yeah.
And
Culling comes out in the mid lane, actually chipping Grassgrower down very low, but he's able to sidestep away. Still has a flash on this Victor, and well, flash is available for Canes as well, so neither of them are really going to go for that all-in. But during that skirmish, this gives No Chat the window to start up the Rift Herald. He's in a lot of trouble though because level 6 is already achieved by that Gwen, so this immediately forces him away. There you can see the interaction like you talked about. W into the spear, but reinforcements are here for NUS. The boys in red are just running in now, looking to stop this Herald being taken away by SMU. Likewise.
But this is definitely like SMU has the edge, right?
All
like
4 members here. They're
also
gonna
much
be able
healthier.
Finish this off, a flash apprehended to 2 members and a stun coming in as well. And US now, they have to scatter like the wind. Grassgrower very low, picked up by the Lucian, and the next to fall is going to be the Rel. 4 members of SMU punish the rotation from NUS. And no chat, I think he was a bit too over-aggressive there, trying to sneak the Rift Herald away, but SMU recognized that and made the rotation to just come in and pick up the bonus kills on top of the objective.
Yeah, and like, see, if he was doing that without any priority from both of his solo lanes, he's playing at risk, right? But he should have they should have just left it, right? They couldn't get in and like take the objective. There was no way for him to do it, and he easily gave away 2 kills.
Giving those 2 kills away to, I believe, 1 onto the Lucian and 1 onto the Gwen. That is not what they're looking for. And now with Gwen towards the top half of the map, Timothy might be in some trouble. Forced to use the slice out, so they know that spell's down. The mobility is not there as the wave is shoving in, and now they can look for this dive. They have the ultimate on the Darius. They have the snip as well, and now they're going in for this play. The stun in onto the Gwen might just be enough for him to turn it around a big call the Meek for the heal and the chunk onto the Darius, and SMU misplayed the diving. This gives the window to NUS to take the Ocean Dragon away.
I don't think they timed the summoners correctly, because Kimity still had his flash up. He could just flash away from any of their apprehend or anything from SMU, and they got punished.
Speaking of punish, Arcane Shift used a very early Chains of Corruption and the Solar Flare being popped. But the cleanse out with the flash is so clean from Spectre. He survives past the piercing arrow. No issues at all. Made that one look easy. I would have panicked. I would have blown everything there. But speaking of blowing everything, Kane's now in a lot of trouble. Going to get taken down by the Nilly. 1 through 3, easy as you go. Stuck in the gravity well. Another kill for NUS.
That was actually really good for the side of NUS. Getting the kill onto their mid laner, just accelerating him towards his, like upgrading his basic spells, and making his reach that late game state much faster.
You want the Death Laser upgrade first, and then maybe the Siphon Power.
Yeah.
Move in towards those power spikes and hopefully feel good about fighting. The tricky part about Victor in the past was that you kind of have to pay money to get those upgrades, but now, you know, it comes with just being able to CS and be able to pick up kills. So
yeah,
he's moving towards his Luden's Echo right now. His tier stacking up pretty well too, so he's in a decent spot, but his counterpart, the Lucian, like you talked about, rushing the Gale Force. Starting out with the longsword, immediately moves towards the Gale Force. Doesn't even need any, you know, kind of utility items beyond that, just a pair of like free boots, and the Gale Force is in a strong power point, and now No Chat is in a bit of trouble. He's gonna find Foxgo here, but won't be able to pounce away.
Yeah, that's a little cheeky invade from him. Just trying to catch No Chat out by surprise if he came for his Raptors.
Yeah, I think that's best case scenario, you get a free Ninly. Worst case scenario, you know, you lose a couple of minutes the top side when you rotate. He's still going to be able to pick up... Oof, missing the cannon. A bit unfortunate. But I was about to say, he's still going to pick up...
Playing in the background.
World Tiniest Violin is playing for it. Misses the cannon, but picks up the majority of the wave. So, not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, I think I was saying a little bit early. Oh,
Calling coming out again. Grassgrower is going to be safe from harm because that was a kind of awkward angle on that culling. Has to be careful though as No Chat walks in. Hex Flash being channeled right now. They overextended past the river. This could be very dangerous for NUS. It's the Solar Flare. Nails him square on the head, but they switch the focus over onto Grassgrower. They won the victor so bad as now they turn back around with the teleport coming in from Kimothy. He's going to be in the center of this fight as the reinforcements come in for SMU in the backlines. Foxgo falling very low. They turn in onto him with the Noxian Guillotine to kill him off. And now a snip to follow as well. The True Shot Barrage doing barely enough damage to kill off the support. But it's 2 kills for SMU as they bring in the scissors and the axe and get everything they need.
Oh, all the stationary is being used, man. This is, again, like, there was like a really puzzling like jumping in from No Chat. Like, he came in, tried to maybe scare Lucian away? I can't really like rationalize that decision.
He definitely got a Dark Harvest and Hextech Alternator proc off that, but I think maybe just a bit too greedy as we see another piercing arrow. Those are starting to hurt. With the Dust Blade completed, those are starting to hurt. And US now playing on this massive back foot, almost 5k gold behind as SMU take control of this game. No Chat again very greedy in the enemy jungle. Might just get spotted out here. He will in fact be taking this blue buff away with the smite, but will he live to escape is the question. Seems like the answer might be a resounding no here. as he takes down, and that is going to be a 5-0 and 2 Gwen.
Oh man, and he also used his flash. That's tragic.
Yep. Now, and the laser might do enough work though, as the Solar Flare comes in. Grassgrower barely sidesteps away, but the Gale Force and the press the attack from the Lucian. One more auto should be able to finish him off, but he wants to do it in style, so he uses the culling to get the reach, and that is going to be 2 dead on NUS, and the mid-tier run going down for SMU as well.
Yeah, and first tower, and there's so much gold now in the on the Lucian, and it is going to be so much tougher for them now. Just losing that vision in the middle and losing control of now the jungle.
You talked about this in the draft, right? The idea that Victor wants to weather this early game storm and hopefully, you know, scale up to the monster that he will be in the late game. It's not really looking like that's the game plan right now. If it was, it's gone completely out the window.
Yeah.
As we see a true shot barrage being shot out. 96 CS to the 120 of the Lucian, 119, right? With no items really to speak of. He is building into the Ludens, has the tier, but still missing that first mythic, right? All members of NUS are still kind of falling short of their power points. They can't really fight, and they're getting punished for it.
Yeah, this is the double ADCs on the side of SMU, with both of them with their mythics up, right? This gives them so much power, so much control, and so much threat. Like, you just saw, like, he just did his E, did the Gale Force proc, did the culling, and it was just so much damage, and he flashed away, and he still couldn't do anything.
That Lucian is starting to become a bit of a problem, as we see finally Divine Sunder picked up for Spectre as the Solar Flare in, the flash to follow as well, and this is again a dead Victor. They understand the game plan. SMU here, just give the Victor as hard as we can in the early game. Don't let him play League of Legends, and he's not getting a chance today.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's 1-4 now. He's gonna fall so far behind. This is sad. Like, this is not turning out how NUS planned it.
And I've seen this before, right? No Chat trying to sneak away the Herald, gets forced out. Top side again, Kimothy getting focused down on by Fox. Go full bleed stacks now onto the Renekton, and here comes the follow up from the Leona, but no Solar Flare because you used in mid earlier. The Zenith Blade being thrown in the opposite direction just for a little bit of taunt, maybe.
I think also, like, he knew if he actually connect with that, he's probably gonna die.
Yeah. Maybe not go in under the tier 1.
Yeah.
Maybe not the tier 1. But you know what? They will be able to pick up the Herald here. The teleport in is kind of interesting though, because Grassgrower, he doesn't have his items just yet. They can force this with the Magnus Storm. They get the stun onto the Leona. Not really the ideal target. Exhaust onto the Darius as the true shot barrage goes wide between the posts. And now the turn comes in from the members of SMU. Lucian is here. Gwen is here. They're ready to play. They've got the guns. They've got the scissors. They've got the axe and the sword. All weapons accounted for as they get the kill onto Grassgrower. 1-5 on this Lucian. Not having a game at all, Johan. This is turning out to be quite disastrous for NUS.
Oh, SMU is really turning into like the real like landscape.
Landscaping company.
Landscaping company, yes, thank you. I'm so sorry. I butchered that so hard. Trying to make a joke.
I don't know what landscaping company you use. I've never seen someone cut my hedges with 2 guns before, so I'm just going to put that out there.
I mean, look, they have giant shears.
Yeah,
right?
giant shears I get. Maybe a big sword, I get an axe too for felling trees. The guns, not so much, right?
I mean, maybe like a nail gun.
Nail gun, okay.
I don't know where you use a nail gun.
Riot, please, nail gun Lucians, some subsequent ideas there. Okay, all seriousness, all jokes aside, rather, on a serious note, what can NUS do here to come back? Because it feels like this 8k gold deficit might be a bit too much for them. This Victor trying to scale up, not even there, and Kimothy consistently taking these fights against Foxco, just getting smashed with the Nox and Guillotine, but he might have overreached here as the spear connects wide. The heal coming in again from the Darius spin. And now it's going to be Gwen coming in to pick up this tier 1 and potentially taking the fight, dropping the W, so she's so immune right now. Can still move over and use the needlework to probably pick up Kimothy and maybe No Chat as well. Flashes in with the one more needlework and one more snip, gets the double, and there's no way she gets this triple, right? There is no way to give it over, and she picks it up. 3 kills in the span of 5 seconds. SMU just clean up that fight.
Oh my god. Oh, that was disgusting.
Make it stop, Johan. Make it stop. They're diving him under the tier 2. He's forced to cleanse a flash away. And now possibly the Quadra as well. Okay, we'll call it the unofficial Quadra. NUS getting the hit smashed in and snipped off by the giant shears of Gwen. This game 1 starting to look a bit like a whitewash coming in.
Oh my, this was... this turn from bad to just so much worse. Because... Gwen is disgusting now because she's now 11-0-2. She has like 11 out of the 16 kills. She basically has.
Look at the gold.
I know.
10K.
Yeah.
She has
double of everybody.
Yeah, she has double of everybody, right? With some change to spare, but like she is basically worth 2 champions at this point. On the upside though, if you kill her, the shutdown bounty is pretty nice. It's a
If
flat
you can kill her.
700 bounty plus 300 gold. So it's like 1k, right? Again, you're right, if you kill her.
Yeah, if you kill her. But like, oh.
Piercing arrow in. It's gonna tag up Mossy, but No Chat is looking for a play again on the top side. Maybe he can find
Trying
the
his
Lucian
luck.
here. Throws the spear, goes completely white, procs the Night Harvester, and that's gonna signal to Lucian to just get away from this lane. He does not want to stick around. You need to play around the Gwen instead. He doesn't want to overreach.
Yeah, I think the one downfall of this team comp, right, is the top side is very early game oriented. Like they have to take the lead. If
Like between
they-
Renekton and
yeah,
Darius.
between Renekton and Italy. If they fall behind, they become like, I won't say useless, but next to useless.
Yeah.
Like, and they're all just sent around dealing damage, and if they can't deal damage, they're just gonna sit there and like look at you and be like, nothing.
Now the tough part here is that SMU's siege is kind of lackluster. They do have a Varus with a bit more range, but the Lucian isn't going to do that good of a job just walking up and hitting structures. So they go for this play here, which is the Baron buff. They want to take this down very quickly, and it will fall very soon. It's down to 8k. It's been spotted out by NUS, who have put that control ward in. No Chat is around the corner. He's getting chunked out to about 3/4 of health, but he could come in for the steal if he manages to hit the spear. Now it's down, and here comes the teleport. They're jumping in with the Magnet Storm. A big engage coming in from NUS, but immediately deleted. It's going to be Mossy. Now they have to back off. They're looking for the re-engage here on the NUS side. Baron is going to heal up to full. They've denied that Baron take from SMU, but is that enough to keep them in this game? Because the Rift Herald mid was able to take down the mid tier 2. SMU, they'll just back off, they'll just reset, and Mossy still another 9 seconds, 8 seconds before he spawns back up. Might mean that NUS loses this Inferno Dragon as well.
I mean, it's starting it up now, but I don't know if they should do that.
Sitting in the center of the pit is going to be the Gwen. She's looking to just take this one away under the nose of NUS, and they're going to let her do it for free. Where is the punish coming in? She's going to smite it away, and now they're turning on to No Chat. He's falling very low. The first needle will out, and he's running the wrong direction, buddy. What are you doing? He's sacrificing himself for his team. As No Chat dies and Mossy spawns, NUS will lose their Inferno and possibly lose the Baron too because their jungler is dead.
I think this is now, like, yep, if Baron is going to decide SMU, and this is just going to make the siege so much better than it was before. And I just feel bad now for NUS. I think they're all they're going to do is think about the game 2.
You might have to focus on game 2 instead, because once they pick up this Baron buff, it feels like the final nail in the coffin for NUS unless a Miracle Steel comes out. You can see that the Solar Flare is used onto Mossy as Baron is claimed by SMU.
God.
They're chasing him for kills. And Mossy is going to eventually tick down to the Ignite. That's a Baron buff. That's a kill onto the support. And SMU, all they have to do is just reset here. Possibly not get caught by the spear. Okay. No Chat's poke is still pretty relevant.
It is pretty relevant, but like they were playing fast and loose with their lives there. Like he was like testing his luck, and he just lost that flip.
Oh, and kill onto the Lucian. That's important. The gold going over onto Kimothy. 2-4-0 now. Meanwhile, you can see that
the ghost was used by Darius for.
I think he was like, maybe I can find an engage here. Maybe I can chase in onto Kimothy, but doesn't seem to be the play as Needlework has been used. The instant flash in. How confident is this guy? He's taking the fight towards No Chat. It seems very confident indeed. As you see, the 1v1 forcing the flash out from Grass Grower 2. This is pretty much what happens when you let the Gwen get fed.
Yeah, and also, like as soon as she turns on the W, like Victor can't do any damage to him, to the Gwen at all, because like he has to stay so far away, so otherwise he's gonna die.
Yeah,
right. And
do they even have anything to deal with this Gwen? It feels like beyond an exhaust. So hold on. Timothy now getting caught by Foxico. There are the rest of NUS arriving, but the Noxian Guillotine has already done its job, has claimed the kill onto Renekton. If they can get the kill back onto Foxico, it would be nice. Putting the money onto Spectre. It's a 1-for-1, but they committed a lot for that play. The Magna Storm and the death of the Renekton, and now they have to defend against the Baron up wave in mid and bot.
Yeah, this is just really tough now because they're trying something against the Gwen. I'm not sure, and she can die.
They don't have Magna Storm. They don't have True Shot Barrage just yet. They will be able to chunk her out with the laser, but they'll still lose the inhibitor turret in the bottom side. Gwen still posing a threat, backed up by the Leona.
Yeah, but that's also that's a 3-item Gwen.
It is a 3-item Gwen. She is just walking in, right? Yes. Cosmic Drive completed very early on, and now she's taking a fight towards Grasshopper. Look at the damage! What was that? Just blew up the Victor, and now she's moving towards the inhibitor. Is there anyone on NUS that can hold their own against her? A spear connects. It's going to force her away as the jump in from Mossy. We'll try to stay in the front of this fight. Now, No Chat looks to be the next to fall. No mana on the Gwen. This could be a window for NUS to turn the tides as the Nilly does go down. Eventually chased in, though, is the Chains of Corruption coming in from the Varus. Piercing arrow to follow. Kimothy is probably going to go down here as members of NUS fall like flies. Spectre's the next one to go down. A flash in. A piercing arrow is not dodged away from. And the hail of arrows should barely allow him to live.
But I think this is just the end, right? They lose Baron, but I don't...
Gwen's still pushing.
Gwen is still pushing.
She has no mana for now. This could be a way for NUS to hold on at least.
I think, yeah, it is. They can hold on. They will probably lose their top lane inhib turret.
Look at the dash coming in. The Gale Force as well. Dodges away from the Gravity Well. Manages to toss out the culling to make sure that NUS are not able to jump onto the Gwen. But like you said, it's not the game. They managed to hold on, but their base is completely ravaged. There's nothing left inside apart from the Nexus, and it's starting to feel like NUS are... I say starting to feel. It's felt this way for the past, 5 minutes. NUS are on their last legs.
And there's also not that much they can do. They just have to sit there, wait, catch the waves, hopefully get as much goal as possible onto their 2 carries, and maybe win a team fight. It's also a big maybe, just because
it is very conditional.
It's super conditional. I mean, on the other side, you're like, oh, it's not too bad. They have only 2 of them have bounties, right? But on the other side is a 16-0-4 Gwen.
Yep, 16-0-4, 4 core items completed. Riftmaker, Nashor's Cosmic Drive, as well as that Sonya's Hourglass. She is snipping them up quicker than Uniqlo's in-house alteration service.
Yeah.
Just gonna put that out there. As now they're gonna jump onto the Nilly, who's gonna blast cone away. The culling coming in finishes it off, and now it's a 4-5 inside the base. Can they hold this? NUS, the TPs are funneling in from SMU. It looks like the final push to come in. Kansas gonna dash away from that Gravity Well, and now they're looking to pad their KDAs with the Solar Flare. Big apprehend into 2. They're looking for the kills before the Nexus goes down. Another one falls in the form of Kimothy, and ladies and gentlemen, game 1 goes the way of SMU.
That was a disgusting game from the side of SMU.
And we can see why they first picked the Gwen in the draft. You know, they had a composition kind of built around making sure Gwen could, pop off. And they played towards her in the early game when she was able to pick up those double kills. It seemed to be a starting of the end when we saw the double kills come in, because we were both looking at each other like, oh no, we've seen this one before. And US, they have to dig deep, because in game 2, maybe they bring back, Reiko. Maybe they find some way to deal with the Gwen. But it seems like that game 1, whatever they had in mind, completely fell apart.
Yeah, and I think if we just look at how the game started to go downhill, right? Because from the top lane, if Nidalee and Renekton cannot get that, get their lead, right? Get ahead of their counterparts, they fall behind and they become so weak compared to Gwen.
This is true, yeah. A lot of times we just saw them nearly kind of relegated to sneaking objectives away, getting caught, and then they just lose the objective anyway.
Yeah.
So early to mid game did not go well for them. We'll see if that goes any better in game 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going for a short break. When we come back, we'll find out whether NUS can tie the score up 1-1 and force SMU to a tiebreaker game 3, or whether SMU is just going to clean sweep their opponents out this tournament. We'll find out in a little bit. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in the midst of SMU versus NUS in a best of 3. It's one of our quarterfinals coming on to Campus Legends, League of Legends edition. I am Hungry Cast. Alongside me is Lemming Messiah. Just to remind our viewers, there are 4 quarterfinals that are going on concurrently now, by the end of which we'll find out, our top 4 teams and who will be in the semifinals. And then we'll be casting semifinals 1 and 2 later in the day to find out or at least determine our grand finalists.
Yeah. And I think that last game was... I think we thought it was going to be much closer than it actually turned out to be. Like, once Gwen won that 2v2 in up and top lane, it was just... Like, it was all downhill from there.
Yeah, I think the early lead for the Gwen allowed us to just control majority of the jungle. And we talked about the interaction between, Nidalee and Gwen, right? The fact that Nidalee relies on hitting her spears, chunking people out, and then going in to take the duel is something that Gwen has a response to. She immediately just drops her W in response and is able to absorb not only the spear, but turn around and fight you inside the AoE. So that was a tough one. That was definitely a tough one coming in for NUS. We'll see if they have rallied in that short break. But for now, guys, we're going to bring up this QR code at the bottom of your screen. It is the QR code to directly download the Uniqlo app, so you can see right there. Scan that with your phone or any QR code reading device and download the Uniqlo app today and stand a chance to win an Aaron Blizzard mask as well as get $5 off your first purchase. We've been talking about this the whole season. We appreciate it if you guys download this because Uniqlo, of course, one of our proud sponsors here at Campus Legends, allowing us to kind of come in dressed casually. Normally we have to wear like blazer and everything, but they're like, wear the SUW, and the SUW fits great.
Yeah, and I feel like so narcissistic saying this out loud, but like when I was putting it on, I was like, oh, I feel fly, and then like immediately, like how sometimes you hear lyrics from like a song from a whole while back, right? And just finishing that sentence like fly like a G6, like that old song. I was like, how old is that song? Then
you're dating yourself a little bit, right?
I am dating myself. It is 11 years back.
It is an old song, but for the most part, we do look good. Like honestly, I do not look this good in real life. It's just Uniqlo making me look good on screen. So thank you again so much, and you guys should download that. And also, if you guys want to win a $100 gift card from Uniqlo, all you have to do is sign up for a membership, screenshot your membership number, and send it to the SCOGA Facebook page or Instagram page to stand a chance to win a $100 gift card. Gift voucher from Uniqlo, right? I say gift voucher, it's basically just a card with $100 value in it. It could be in a giant check for all I care. It still has a $100 value, and if you guys want to win that, by all means, screenshot your membership after signing up and send it to the SCOGA Facebook or Instagram page.
Yeah, but can you imagine like being that person who has a giant check,
like $100 giant check, walk into Uniqlo with a $100 giant check, like yes, I'm here to buy 600 pairs of socks or something. I don't know. It's still $100 gets you a lot of like daily wear. I get a lot of my like plain clothes from Uniqlo, so $100 goes a long way. And thank you again so much Uniqlo for sponsoring Campus Legends and making all of this happen in this time of COVID. It's been tricky to say the least, and of course here at the studio we are practicing all the social distancing measures that we can, and trying our best to put on the best show even in this time of COVID. Players are in lobby right now, ladies and gentlemen. We should be going into Game 2 soon. Hopefully we will be able to jump into draft. Any predictions about Game 2? We'll expect to see something different?
I think if NUS is going to be very active, they're probably going to ban out the Gwen, or if they are going... I'm not sure about side selection right now, whether they are blue or red side, but if they're on red, they're probably going to ban Gwen away.
Okay.
Or if they're on blue, they're gonna pick it. They're gonna just first pick it.
Yeah, I think the Gwen is definitely a power pick here, but that also leaves up the Tahm Kench, I want to say. So there are some choices they will have to make, and thankfully both teams have had Game 1 to figure each other out. So the power picks, like you said, Gwen is definitely going to be in favor, and we might want to see whether the Tahm Kench makes an appearance too. Let's jump into draft, ladies and gentlemen. This time it is going to be NUS on the blue side, SMU on the red side. So they could first pick the Gwen and leave it completely open if they want to, but not taking any chances with the Riven pick, banning it out first in all games.
Yeah, I think it's because like last week SMU played. Was it SMU that played the Riven? And
I believe so.
Completely like ran over the game.
And the response here is the Irelia. As we see, Raiko is going to be subbed in for Timothy this time. So the big brain coach, caster, captain himself is going to be playing this game. Irelia will be banned out. Third ban, if is any indication from... fourth ban, rather, if is any indication from SMU, could be the Fiora here against Raiko.
Yeah, I think it's because it might just stay the same, right? Because last time they also banned the Camille and the Fiora to see whether they're going to keep the Tahm Kench bench or they might ban the Gwen.
They actually decide to ban out the Lucian. So this forces SMU into a weird spot. Do we ban out Tahm Kench or do we ban out Gwen, right? And I think through the draft, NUS have actually isolated champions that they feel have, threatened them a bit too much, which is the Lucian here and the Riven. So they will first pick the Tahm Kench and leave the Gwen open, which might allow SMU to first pick it themselves. However, remember this. Game 1, they picked the Gwen jungle into Nidalee jungle. This time, if you open pick Gwen, there are a lot more possibilities. NUS can still kind of hide their cards a bit more and get the best matchup against the Gwen possible.
Yeah, and also like Gwen is still very much of a flex pick. So, I mean, they picked Diana, so it's highly likely that Gwen is going to go in the jungle, but she can still go top lane, and she's still pretty good there.
Well, I think, there is a lot of flex potential for the Gwen, like you said. But that might lend their composition to just being very AP focused, and they might be worried about just diving into too much magic damages. We see them hovering a full suite of supports. First it was the Leona, then the Thresh, and now they're settling on the Nautilus. So that's going to be Diana Nautilus locked in for SMU. NUS here, again, the Gwen left open. Could be picked up, could go into jungle, could potentially go into top 2 if they want to flex this Tahm Kench into support. I know a lot of people are like, well, Tahm Kench is best in solo lanes now, but I've seen some support Tahm Kench too. It does work out pretty well. Instead, they're hovering the Lilia, and they will instantly lock it in to give away at least what seems to be the jungle pick here for NUS.
Okay, I mean, they also have the Leona is now a good engage option. I mean, I think she's still pretty good into the Nautilus just because she can stay in longer. She has an innate resistance with her Eclipse, whereas Nautilus only has his Aftershock and then that shield which he gets. So
it's a matchup that you think probably would be favored towards the Leona a bit more just from the resistances.
Yeah, and also like there's nothing that Nautilus can really do to interrupt her Zenith Blade.
That is true. That is true. Nothing you can really do to interrupt the full combo. Once she's on you, she's on you, and you kind of just sit there or either dredge line away from the fight.
Yeah.
As we see the Kiana locked in here. So first game it was Lucian. This time it's Kiana for Canes, and a lot of AD focus and a lot of wombo combo coming in from SMU. AD focus in the sense of like the mid laner playing a lot of AD champs, and wombo combo in the sense of the Diana, Nautilus, and Kiana as they ban out the MF.
I do not tolerate cowardice.
That is a curious ban. Like, I know MF is considered one of the like S tier picks for this patch just because like she's been left untouched and she was always pretty top tier, right? She was never great, but she was always good.
Like a stable lane.
Yeah, stable laner. And we also see like they banned away the Darius. Like they just don't want to deal with that in top lane.
It seems that because, or rather, my guess is that NUS on the blue side can afford to target ban because they are going to be the ones picking first. So by target banning, they pretty much just open pick whatever they feel is ideal. This case, they ban out the Darius, like you said, and the Aatrox. So looking for a good top lane matchup here for Reiko is probably the order of the day, as the Malphite might just come in here as the top lane pick. The final ban from SMU was the Nocturne, so they were concerned about the solo lane Nocturne as well because Lilia was already chosen. So this time it's Set that is going to be selected. Gwen is open. Tahm Kench was picked up. So what do you fancy here if you're NUS? What is the 4th and 5th pick here?
I mean, Gwen is still a very good pick. Tahm can be flexed in also into the mid lane. And he can still play really well into the Kiana because Kiana, as an assassin, you have to get ahead of your lane opponent, right? And Tahm Kench is very hard to kill. Like, he has great health, he has his healing, it's just so much harder to kill.
Viego here, locked in. So again, we're still kind of looking at this flex potential between the Viego and the Tahm Kench, but my gut tells me this could be a mid lane Viego into the Kiana. Between the mist as well as like the grass element from Kiana, there's going to be a lot of evasion, so the junglers might be pressed to actually get anything done in this lane, as Sivir will be the final pick for NUS. So they decide that engage potential from On the Hunt and the spell shield in lane is going to be very valuable.
Yeah, I mean, like if you don't have your Leona there to protect you, right? You can just spell like use the spell shield against either the Q from Nautilus or the I think even the E or even the alt.
Yep. Alt probably being the most predictable one, I think. Like, you could time that perfectly once the depth charge comes out. And Ziggs, the final pick here, so we might just see a bot lane Ziggs, a mage coming in the SMU lineup here. Overall, this is an interesting draft from SMU, a bit unorthodox. So I kind of want you to break this down for me. Yeah,
it's quite unorthodox, right? But they're actually switching away from their team fight orientation. Is now a lot more pick oriented, just because of how Diana and Kiana is. Like they are not that great, or at least Kiana is not that great in team fights. She needs to find a pick. He can just like go and storm off ahead. And Seth is always just he's a good laner.
Yep.
Right? He's really good into most like tank matchups. Just because of his Q and his ability to deal % health damage.
Well, this time, if my eyes are, or rather if my understanding of the roles and players is right, Reiko is actually on the top lane Viego.
Yeah.
And like you called out, it's going to be mid lane Tahm Kench against this Kiana. So you mentioned how this matchup is actually kind of, bad for the Kiana because she can't necessarily solo kill Tahm Kench. That being said, can she outroam him is the question. I think because of the changes to his kit, he doesn't have that quasi-global presence anymore. He's a very strong lane bully.
Yeah.
Can he really get anything done? Can he really set things up for his team is the question I have.
I am not entirely sure how he can still like set things up, right? He can be the first one in. He can use his W to just knock up anyone who happens to be close together during any checkpoints. And this actually would be very detrimental to Ziggs especially, right? Because he has no innate escapes.
Oh, well, apart from Satchel Charge.
Satchel, right? But Satchel is you have to be in position and you have to have that like ready, and you cannot mess it up. Because if you mess it up, you could just launch yourself forward into the enemy team by mistake.
And even mid-air during the Satchel Charge, I think you could still disrupt the movement with a knock-up, right? So Abyssal Dive from Tahm Kench could be an answer there in that sense.
Yeah, and also just Lilia being able to just throw out her scroll seed, randomly hitting somebody, and then getting that sleep for ult is still really good.
My eyes are on Viego this game. I think Raiko is going to have to shoulder a lot of the burden, so to speak, for his team, in the sense that once he's able to get one pick off in a team fight, the possessions will just keep going and going because looking at all these kits, right, between the Nautilus, Kiana, and Diana, they all feel really good if you can just get a full reset off, right?
Oh, that is so true. And also, actually, I liked the Viego into the set matchup, right? Because everything about Viego's kit is % health damage.
True.
Right? And Set doesn't really build a lot of resistance. He builds a lot of health.
The mathematically correct set
the mathematically
build,
set. Yeah,
it's just like what, full AD and then full health, right?
Yeah. So it just plays right into Viego, and he can just kill you so fast because of that.
Yeah, that actually is a very good point. And the fact that you have that certain level of evasion against the set makes it so difficult for him to really lock you down. Even when the jungler comes up, even when Diana comes up, apart from using her ultimate, they don't really have the hard lockdown in this 2v2, whereas I think Lilia kind of functions in the same without the ultimates between her and Diana. They don't have that lockdown pre-6, so this Viego should have a pretty decent lane. We'll see how this one plays out. Of course, if the set is able to just hit those square on face breakers, then this lane becomes completely different.
Yeah, and also if he's able to get a full haymaker out into the middle of everybody, other than Tahm Kench, they can just demolish everybody.
Their health bars are not as durable and resilient as the Tahm Kench is, because afterwards he still has great health, but true damage to Sivir, true damage apart from spell shield, true damage to Viego, true damage to Lilia, they're all very squishy in a certain way.
Yeah, and also as the Sivir, right? Do you really want to be spell shielding the set haymaker when leaving yourself exposed to all the other forms of engage from the team?
The upside is I could see a world where if Sivir is able to pick up a couple items and she just wins fights purely off ricochet because she doesn't have to be that close to the fight. A lot of the SMU side is melee-ish range. You have your Nautilus, barring the Ziggs, you have Nautilus, Set, as well as Diana. and Kiana.
Yeah.
These four are they're required to kind of go into melee range, and your Ricochet is going to be able to kind of slash their health bars if you are in the right position.
Yeah, it's completely insane, and also just being able, and also her ult, right, on the hunt, just giving that movement speed, right, is just.
This is true. Yeah.
It is actually like a great like form of engage, right? It just letting you catch up and giving you that extra like safety also if you happen to run away.
It's a good engage and disengage tool for NUS, and this one is going to be a bit of a 50-50 if you ask me. I tend to say that with a pinch of salt because deep down in my heart of hearts, I'm hoping that Reiko, our colleague, our friend, is able to pull this one out. But SMU have shown in Game 1 they are no slouches.
They're trying something new?
For the first time in a long time, aggressive moves coming in from NUS, and it looks like no defensive starts here. Foxco, he's going to spot them one out, immediately backing off. But where is the control? They don't have it. They will see the set retreating to his red buff. He's going to sit there for a while more. If they want to flash engage onto him, they can, but NUS just happy with the information, happy with getting that one ward onto the red buff and then backing out. Likewise, SMU, they are walking into the opponent red buff, trying to get some wards down. Icy and his compatriot, his support, is going to get two very deep wards down, so they will see if NUS do rid to Crux. Instead, for no chat here, he's still walking back over to the top side.
Yeah, it looks as though he's going to go from top to bot, and it'll be the opposite direction for the side of SMU.
So the tricky part here is that we'll see no chat arriving once his clear finishes towards the bottom half, whereas the Diana is going to be ending up on the top side. Very different from what we expected. I thought we were going to see a lot of top lane focus, but this time it's just going to be a trade of power on the map. They will split sides. Grassgrower against Canes here. Moving over to pick up the elements, and every time he refreshes that, he gets a bonus on hits, so he's able to just shove the wave out and chunk Grassgrower out a little. Misses that one CS. Always a bit unfortunate, but here we go, level 1. Conqueror already proc for Foxco, but losing a lot of health against Raiko, who has the innate sustain from his passive, is just going to be able to get his Conqueror off too. He's going to pick up level 2 here off this wave, which is why he's shoving Foxco away.
I mean, like, Foxco started with the Facebreaker, right? So he doesn't have the Haymaker shield to help him. He doesn't have his
Q either.
Q either, like, to deal more damage, right? So he needs to play like, safe.
Getting zoned out of this wave, very tough circumstance for Foxco. We'll be able to pick up level 2 off these two minions, but again, still getting zoned out. There you go, finally getting level 2 as Reiko's going to drop the miss. Dodging away from another Facebreaker, level 3 now picked up. So we looked a lot at that top wave. Reiko has full control. We know he's going to be shoving that wave out, but he has to be careful because Diana started blue, path towards top side. There could be an opportunity for a gank here if he's not careful. Needs to drop a ward right now, but it's still on cooldown, so he has a couple of seconds. Instead, is going to go for a cheater recall. Back out and then come back into wave. Maybe no. Just puts the ward down and now goes for the cheater recall.
I think like yeah, I mean, this is actually like just the best play for him to do right now. There's no point for him to stay there, leave him open to that gank, and to fall behind, right? Because this is actually like, because it's a best of 3.
Yep.
They need this win because if they lose, they're out.
It is do or die for them here.
Like SMU can take a bit more, like they have a bit more freedom in that sense, right? And like, also like look at this, like Grassgrower is just not worried at all. Like
he's just sitting in a wave. Like,
yeah.
If you want to fight me, I'll fight you. No problem at all. Mossy now is going to be walking into lane, gets caught by the minefield as they see, I believe, the Lilia on the bottom half of the river, so they will not be looking to handshake that fight just yet. Meanwhile, the Diana takes her top Scuttle Crab away. In terms of farm and clear speed, it seems as though the Lilia is just a step ahead right now. And the bot lane of NUS is also a step ahead, with the traditional AD carry Sivir picking up a couple more CS than her counterpart. Jump in from Canes, tries to get the electrocute proc onto the Tahm Kench, but that Grey Health is going to keep him healed up.
The Grey Health, and also his Q also gives him, I think I'm not sure the percentage, but some percentage of missing health back.
That's actually insane. Like, these trades are not working out at all for the Kiana, even though she's chipping away, even though she's autoing down on top of him. Within, between the Doran shield, the biscuits, and just the Grey health, he is fine just sitting in this wave here, soaking up the damage and farming up. Meanwhile, first blood coming in. It's going to be Foxco that picks it up, but it may be a counter kill from No Chat to make his revenge felt on NUS. A 1-for-1 trade there, but should not have been the case for Reiko. He flashed out a little too late, and then he got caught by the damage coming in.
Yeah, I think like everyone always, as a person who plays a lot of set, everyone somehow misjudges your damage. Because like your Q does so much percent health, you can catch up to them. Your face breaker also does a decent amount of damage. And then the haymaker is just sick.
TP being used right now from both top laners, and it's Reiko actually that's behind in terms of CS. He's going to go in for another trade, level 5 to level 5. He's not coming out ahead of this. Another big face breaker into haymaker. And Reiko now, he might just have to back off. You can see that the Conqueror is fully procced for both him as well as Foxco. Meanwhile, mid lane, Grass Grower getting chunked out, but Grey health again with the total biscuits of regeneration. It's going to keep him topped up.
Oh, this is bad for Reiko now because he's...
This lane is frozen, I believe.
Yeah, lane is frozen, and also Foxicle has his ult. Like, if he wanted to commit for the kill, he probably could have gotten it.
Things going from bad to worse for the top side of NUS. At least there is some respite here in the mid lane, knowing that he hasn't really died yet, but he's falling behind in CS. And actually, SMU across the board are taking CS advantages, right?
Yeah.
NUS here is trying to start up the dragon, hoping to take away that objective, but they have no mid prio, and bot lane, the TP is coming in from Icy, so if they can pick up this dragon, it'll be a very adventurous, a very bold take, but an advantage for NUS nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, Reiko.
Here comes the RKO into the Crescent Sweep, and well, he's going back into the mist. Maybe he'll be able to survive past this, hoping to get level 6, unable to really find it, and that's going to be the kill for the Diana on the board right now. Meanwhile, the counterplay comes in, going asleep, Drowsy right now. The tongue lash into the hit coming in, and the flash out from Kane's. The Abyssal Dive isn't in range. He survives past the ultimate from No Chat. Kane's outplaying his opponents, able to survive by staying inside the grass.
Staying inside the grass, and also using an ult to stun both of them, like just giving him to also flash away.
That was a two-man ultimate, if I'm not wrong,
Yeah.
just to open up the space. And SMU, they found all the windows of opportunity that they needed right now. No mana though, No Chat. He's going to get found out here. He's going to get caught in the blue buff. He's already tagged up, and now the dive in from the Diana. Reinforcements from Reiko arriving. It keeps No Chat safe, but it does not allow him to take the blue buff away. And even forces the rotation out from Grass Grower too.
Yeah. I mean, he had the shove, but this is getting really bad for Reiko. He's still not... he just pinged level 6.
It's a full level gap between him and Foxco. And we kind of talked about this, how Viego in this matchup generally has a pretty good time, able to do percentage health damage, able to just kind of trade well, and potentially, take over fights with the possessions, but he's getting bullied out.
Yeah, he's getting bullied out. I think once he got chunked out, once he got that lost at first death, right? He just fell too far behind. Because even then, like, if I remember correctly, there's a giant wave there as well.
Yes, he was down like 20 CS, now he's down about 30 as Foxco is taking this massive CS lead. As also, at the same time, Herald has been started by NUS. They instead turn towards what could be a kill here on a Foxco. They land a lot of the damage, but Haymaker is not out just yet. Reiko very low, has to be careful about the Haymaker coming in. It goes the wrong direction, and this is a window that maybe NUS can take to punish. They clean up the fight with No Chat, and now the possession comes in. A bit of a misplay. I say a huge misplay.
Yeah.
Coming in from Foxico with that off-direction Haymaker.
That if he just put that in the right direction, that was actually a kill. He could have gotten a trade kill and possibly even the kill on Reiko as well.
He had the ultimate, he had the Haymaker. Maybe just a little too pressured out. Too many things at his disposal, was unsure how to play that fight out, and as a result, he goes down. Support's just trading here, but nothing really too much to be seen, as Reiko is going to be found by the Diana here. Pops the Black Mist, tries to get away, but he's getting swept out. Eventually, this is going to end as he's going to use the dash to open up some distance. The ultimate barely whiffs, just a millimeter away on screen. Would have guaranteed a kill there, I think, if they followed through. But thankfully, Reiko was able to get out of that play alive. And now, No Chat rotating down to the bottom half of the map. does have the ultimate, does have the setup with the Leona. They're gonna pop the On the Hunt. They see them inside the bush. The Hex Flash is being channeled right now. They need to pick their targets very carefully. They're still hiding and lying in wait. As here comes the Death Charge. They blow up No Chat, and he doesn't get the ultimate off. And the Exhaust too to follow on to the Ziggs. Hopefully they pick this one up. It's a 1-for-1, and now Spectre has to run the last auto, or the Dredge Line will finish him off, but he's able to kite this one out. Sidesteps the Dredge Line just for added measure.
The Kiana.
The Kiana in the Ignite follow through as well, and the supreme display of talent knocks Mossy into the wall, but the Ignite was enough to get the kill onto the AD carry. Here comes Grassgrower, hopefully looking to kill off his mid lane counterpart. A bit of a taunt, a bit of a dance. Canes should be able to shove this wave with the grass element and just back off.
That was really supreme display of talent from the Kiana. Just ran in there, did the Ignite, and walked off.
Knew the range, right? And because Ignite is true damage,
yeah,
below a certain threshold, it's like, yep, this is a guaranteed kill. Don't waste any more time. Hopefully try to convert onto the Leona, but had no real support because it is still a very tanky Leona.
Yeah.
She does have a lot of innate resistances with the Eclipse, so it's a tough one.
I mean, and also you had the Tom Kench there. Like, I don't think Kiana can outplay them so hard to get the kill.
Bit of a lane swap coming in. Kiana was bot side, and this allows for the Ziggs Nautilus to rotate mid, clear the wave out, get some, hopefully some turret plates. They just want to throw the bombs down and rotate back, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, the wave clear from Severe just makes it so much harder. Like, both of them actually clear the waves really well, but Severe just does it from such a safe range as well.
Especially with the Noon Quiver too.
Yeah.
It is a tall order to match that wave clear in the early game. That's always been what Sivir excels at, right? There was a patch where like you play late game compositions because Sivir could stall the game out for you. Of course, they've nerfed that a couple of times in the past, but like she is still very much a good wave clear ADC.
Yeah, and also like I'm not sure we actually called it, but top lane for the tower's down. Like first break went to the side of SMU,
right?
And they're now like almost 3K ahead.
Almost 3,000 ahead. A lot of that localized goal going towards Foxgo, who has completed his mythic item, and now Ocean Dragon is being started up by SMU. No contest here from the side of NUS, and it's going to be one dragon apiece. Ocean going to SMU, Mountain going to NUS.
Yeah, actually that's a good decision from them, right? Because you saw them in the last game. They unnecessarily contested a lot of objectives which they know they're going to lose. But this is good.
Now they're contesting mid tier 1 as the RKO comes in. He's actually immediately killed off before the Haymaker comes out, and now the Abyssal Dive plus the teleport from Reiko. The charge from the Herald is going to do some work as the Solar Flare follows through. They need to get this lockdown, and they will with the Zenith Blade onto the Ziggs, and he instantly pops, and now Reiko can come online with his ultimate, with the resets, able to chase in for the fight. They get the Devour onto the second last member, and now with the Boomerang Blade, it could kill off the Nautilus. A double kill being picked up by SMU on the way out, but they lose a lot. NUS, there was a good defense coming in. Is that really the TP you want to play? I'm not sure if that is the choice coming in. Foxico just TPs in the middle of the wave to try and keep the tier 1 alive.
A bit too hypey there from him. Like it's
like, yes, I want to go back into the fight.
Let's go.
I've seen those situations before.
Yeah, but like I think it was like what you said. He's trying to just deny them from taking the tower plates, trying to like get back some of their gold. And Rasgor is coming
in, looking for the acquired taste. Actually using the dash already. Keynes is in a lot of trouble now. Is forced to use the supreme display of talent, and the Abyssal Dive is going to knock him up. Doesn't really get the dash out in time. Will be able to stay inside the grass element, invisibility, and camouflage for a while. And the flash forward, the stun is there, the damage follows through, and I believe NUS should be able to pick this one up. The ring around the rosy. Alcove Gaming. Keynes is still hiding. He can't be found. He's juking away. He's able to get out. What is going on? This guy at his fancy feet gets out alive.
Oh, Blue Suede Shoes on Kane's is too strong, man. And I feel so bad. They had the kill. They had it in their sights, but just too strong. Oh no.
RKO in. Does have the Haymaker. Times it perfectly when No Chat comes out of that stopwatch and is able to get the kill. Wasn't a big one, but it was a very proficient timing on that. And now Grassgrower, 1v3. You might be Tom Kench, but I don't think you survive past this. Uses the Abyssal Dive. Is actually delayed out So he's not able to get the full channel off, and now he just has to stand and deliver the damage, but it's not there. Meanwhile, in the top side, Reiko finds a revenge kill onto Foxco. Did kill No Chat earlier. Picks this one up.
There's a lot of just randomly getting caught out there. Like, this is...
Turning into a bit of a slugfest.
Yeah, it's a bit of a slugfest. But actually, that was a big mistake, actually, from Grasscore. He should not have been out there. As he knew, like...
On the hunt
Spark
coming in.
there.
Instant solo bolo from Kins with the Ignite. Not really respecting the damage potential of the Prowler's Kiana. I think that's something that you really do have to note, that the amplified damage coming in, 15% I believe, is more than enough to one-shot you. And if you spell shield that, you don't have anything else to kind of keep yourself away from her main kit. So that is a big problem.
Yeah. I mean, there's actually nothing really much you could do. Like, you get jumped on by the Kiana, just probably dead if you're severe.
I've seen this one before. Reiko getting chased through the black mist by the Diana. The last time, Moonfall missed by a square inch. This time, it's not even in range to look like it's gonna hit. Reiko gets out with the ultimate. Meanwhile, SMU are grouping up in mid with 2, just shoving the wave down. They already picked up the mid tier 1, so
Yeah.
that was, felt quite earlier.
Yeah, I mean, Ziggs makes like taking towers is so easy. Right? Once they get below, I think like 15 to 20% health, you can just W satchel charge and you take it.
Foxicle counter jungling, just making his presence felt in the top half of the jungle, also creating space for his jungler to pick up the second Rift Herald here by pushing up super far, and by virtue of him being set, he takes quite a while to die. So him being this far up is okay, I guess.
It's okay as well, and see, Reiko still hasn't really reached that break point as the Viego that he can start just taking over the matchup. At least he still needs, I think, the one more item before he can start just becoming so much more powerful.
I mean, he's still trying to go head-to-head against Foxco. He's doing some decent damage as the Conqueror is up. Needs to dodge away from the Haymaker, manages to get out of the true damage zone, and he's taking this against Foxco. The RKO out, but I don't think that the set survives here. And Reiko, feeling a lot more confident with the Divine Sunderer picked up, is able to get the solo bolo.
Yeah, he's now 3-3-3. It's a really cursed number, but let's move on.
Against Keynes, though, I don't know how he fancies his chances. He sees the Kiana coming in. She is going to miss the root. That's a big problem. And now Reiko could potentially turn it across onto the Kiana. Supreme Display of Talent is going to keep him stunned up, but he needs to get in range for the Blast Cone. And the Kiana Keynes, he pops it to get out. From coast to coast, top side to bot side, Abyssal Dive coming in to knock up the Diana. She does have the Moonfall, but will not be able to use it as the acquired taste stacks are there. She dives back in once again, looking for an exit kill on the way out, but no, the Lilia picks up the shutdown. No Chat finally gets his revenge on the enemy jungler.
That was a lot closer than it should have been. I think NUS they're trying to give the kill over to the Lilia.
Yep.
I think at that point, just try and take the kill is more important. You don't want to just take that chance. She gets a return kill.
She's kind of back in the game right now. Earlier had a bit of a tough start. 4-3-2, already finishing the Liandry's Anguish and moving to the stopwatch.
Yeah.
I could see a very strong kind of engaging style of Lilia once that's done. Get a good 5-man tag and then put them all to bed.
Yeah. I think the main problem now is, at least on the SMU side, is Ziggs is still he's only 1-3-3. He's a bit behind. He needs a bit more time to get that Seraph's Embrace and Archangel Staff. So still need to wait, be patient about it.
I mean, he's moving towards the Ceres right now. If the components are anything, any kind of clear revelation, as we can see 3 members of NUS are in this top jungle. I'm not sure why SMU is walking in. They don't really have any vision. They're just hoping a 50-50 this maybe. The Facebreaker from Foxco keeps Raimi in place. Do they really want to fight this? The RKO into 3 members though, as Raimi is forced out and flash out. Reiko doesn't want to be here. He's going to have to back off, and he will die for his effort. So maybe a bit of an ego challenge coming from Reiko. Not really the best play to make, as SMU now with the Herald will be able to knock down this top tier 2 unless the TP comes in to sleep onto 4 members. Oh my god, what a turnaround from NUS, and this is the fight that they were looking for. They're splitting up their targets. Foxgo manages to get out, and now onto the Diana they go. They managed to kill her off, and now turning onto Canes. It's already 2 members dead for SMU, making this the 3rd. If Canes goes down, the supreme display of talent gets the Silver on the way out. The center play tags her down, but it doesn't matter. They're able to kill off the priority targets. SMU, they lose 3 members, but they pick up the AD carry and the top laner.
That was like such a messy and insane team fight, and I think they're just gonna get the mid lane tier 2.
They got mid tier 2, they got top tier 2, and now they're chasing onto Foxgo, who again was able to escape that fight, right? It's such a chaotic turn of events because these fights are so skirmishy. SMU doesn't necessarily want to like clump up for the ricochet, but NUS wants to, keep them all packed together. The start of that fight from No Chat with the Lilia's Lilting Lullaby was perfect, but I think after that it got a bit messy for NUS.
Yeah, I think like they saw the play in their head, right? I mean, it was a 4v5. The fact that they were able to play that so well and win that fight, this shows how good they are as a team. Like that, they could win that. And like,
Sarah's actually completed for Icy, so this is something you talked about earlier. Like the Ziggs doesn't have damage, you gotta wait for the items to come in. That's done now. Potentially moving into Death Cap next, I think, is the play.
Either Death Cap or the Horizon Focus. Those are like, generally like the items you can get. They might be doing something. Something tricky.
No Chat. He's gonna get spotted here. Walks away from the ambush.
Oh, he took the smart route. He took the safe route.
No greed coming out from the Lilia. Bambi will live to see another day.
No, but what about Grassgore?
Grassgore might not be so lucky. The Abysso dive is going to get him into the hands of SMU. The Grey Elf is there. The Moonfall follows up. He's going to be able to walk away from this one, I believe. Especially Raiko coming in, dropping the ultimate, and now they're turning on with the supreme display of talent.
He missed it.
Completely whiffing onto the prime targets, and Raiko is now the one who's able to turn around onto this Diana. Here comes the 6 ultimate for a cheeky steal on the rip-up.
That was a nice try. He's really trying to channel the Han Sama there.
Spectre gets it in the end.
Yeah.
And these fights are very 50-50 because it seems like every time they try to kill the Tahm Kench, this is something you identify, right? He's so tanky. He has so much pseudo health from the Grey Health shield that even dropping both ultimates and their full kits, they are still lacking damage.
Yeah. The Kiana has to go against the Veigar now. I think as soon as she goes up against the Tahm Kench, right, she just can't kill him fast enough.
Foxgo is actually the one going up against Reiko right now, and Reiko is coming out slightly ahead. Of course, we didn't really see the full extent of Foxgo popping his RKO either. Now turning their sights towards the Baron. It feels like NUS are fully aware of this Baron being taken down. It's a 7k health. They might have to turn and fight this.
Oh no, but Lilia is so low.
Oh, the hook in actually forces the fight for SMU. They want to take this. The Devourer keeping the Leona alive, but the Death Charge is going to fall into Grassgore. This is a very tempting Tahm Kench though. Will still be able to take down the Catfish. Reiko now looking for the disengage for his team. Foxgo leading the charge, backing off. Both teams moving, or rather SMU moving back towards the Baron. Both teams want to contest this. You can see that NUS is still trying to get mid-prio, trying to push up and potentially move over to the Baron pit as Canes is going to start with the supreme display of talent and instantly tries to pop the Lilia who goes into the stasis, and now she has to be careful. She's dead. There is no contest. The Baron is taken by SMU, and now they can take this fight as they turn around onto the remaining members of NUS. It's a slaughter. SMU chase in with the depth charge. The hitbox is there. Reiko, you're not making this one out alive, and now Spectre and Mossy are sure to fall soon after the RKO for some spectacular effect, and SMU with the Baron buff will be able to push down mid.
I mean, that was an insane team fight from the side of SMU, but NUS should have just backed off straight away.
I think the contest was a bit greedy there.
Yeah.
Still shooting the bomb.
Yes.
Grassgrower still has that great health. It's shields versus shields. SMU still with the siege.
Yeah, but like they don't have any mana though. They have to go back.
Icy has TP. He can instantly just, and Baron Power Recall and TP back if he wants to. Right now, it seems that the call will be to move over towards this bottom half of the map and split it up. Maybe get the lane assignments down. Good smite coming in from No Chat allows him to pick up the blue buff. SMU with this 5k gold lead and Baron buff their items are starting to come online. You can see the Zhonyas or the makings of a Zhonyas for IC, and everyone else that is meant to do damage for SMU has already hit their item spike. Seroda's Grudge is the next pickup for Canes. Nasher's Tooth already done for the Diana, and Hysteric's Gauge plus Black Cleaver for Foxco.
I mean, he's pushing quite far ahead. I mean, it is just so good for him. Like he has 3 items. He's quite a bit ahead of Reiko. Like, he is just going to be a menace.
And the problem in these fights is he's able to just RKO the Tom Kench back into the team, and I think it's something we haven't really seen all too much, but in the final fight was a big factor.
Yeah.
You know, Tom Kench being picked off early, and then allowing backline access with this set and his ultimate. It's a big issue. Grassgrower is gonna clean up this bottom wave with the Frostfire Gauntlet. Has the Anathema's chains as well. Maybe that might be able to do something for him.
I think he probably used it on the Kiana just so that he can just focus on
Keeping her stun locked, I guess.
keep her stun locked, and also just be able to go 1v1 against her. And also, I do like the
Setting up for this play, actually looking to one-shot the squishy member first. Going to sleep is going to be the Diana, and sleeping permanently now as the RKO gets him out of the fight. Foxicle actually able to get a huge shoot off with the true damage, but Raiko picks up the exit frag. And now SMU, they're down to 3 members. Maybe Canes can be able to pick up this bot tier 2, but that setup coming in from NUS. Mossy and No Chat had that perfectly timed.
That was an insane engage from the side of NUS. It was that was a Hex Flash. That I don't know, that threw me off.
Yep.
But I think what I was trying to say earlier is actually I like the Black Cleaver on set just because he can just get all 5 stacks so quickly. And I think it's also I remember seeing it on Reiko, but I think my eyes were just playing tricks on me.
He's moving towards a bit more magic resistance, which makes sense because he's dealing with the Ziggs and Diana, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of the physical damage that he's going to be like kind of dueling against is what he's itemized for with the Tab Eyes, or new version of the Ninja Tab Eyes. So
The players steal tabs, right?
tabs, yeah.
Yeah.
So for the most part, he's going to be okay fighting into them. All he needs to do really is just survive through the burst from the Diana and Ziggs, and I think he's doing a stellar job at keeping alive 5, 5, and 6. His team has been playing around him very well, and well, I think SMU are struggling to kind of close this game out, even though they had the Baron buff, even though they have the 5k goal lead. They've been getting caught out the past couple of times. They had some really good team fights, but to keep our eyes peeled on how they want to engage this, as right now it looks like the Nautilus is going to get caught out and bursted down, and this is going to be a 4v5. Raiko already possessing the Nautilus body has this secondary engage with the Dredge line if they want to go back in. It forced the TP out of Foxco too, so it's a TP advantage for the top lane of NUS. Raiko still looking for a bit more in the mid lane.
Yeah, but I think like they just have the control now over Dragon Pit, and they're just they're gonna take it. But I think SMU is trying to contest.
This is Soul Point, so both teams would want this. You know, it's going to be very important for both teams to collect Soul Point here and possibly threaten the Soul as the Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. 2k down is the Dragon, and it's going to be taken away by NUS, and now the fight breaking out. Reiko already getting the reset onto one member of SMU. The fight is split, and now they're moving over onto Foxico. Mossy very low, could find the re-engage here as Reiko has already possessed the Diana. A big haymaker might just turn this one around. Foxico, he's still going on. He's got 2 on the way out, and this could allow for his team to come back in, but no, NUS shut him down. That was a best case scenario coming in for SMU. Foxico with the last stand, making it a 2-for-2. And now Reiko getting slammed into the wall by the supreme display of talent. Pops the ultimate, tries to get out, but gets deleted. And now Canes is on the hunt with the damage. Grassgrower still has the gray shield, gray health. Abyssal Dive is disrupted and now goes down. It's Fright Catfish for lunch and dinner. SMU clean up 4 members in that fight. And now they can push down the mid lane.
Oh my god, that was an insane fight. NUS won initially, they got the easy 2 kills, but then as soon as they went to try and push mid lane down, Foxicle just clean them up.
I think there was like a 2-3k true damage haymaker.
Yeah,
they were all stacked up for it too, and you know, he didn't one-shot anyone, but he got them low enough that the Kiana was able to kind of just play around the edge of the fight, come back in with the supreme display of talent, and just clean up the fight. And now this second Baron of the game should go the way of SMU. No Chat is up. but he's not in a position to contest. He's walking down mid to get some prio. 4K down to 2K. SMU they just burned through this Baron and picked it up.
It was just, I don't think NUS should have gone and contested that. It was a good idea, just maybe get some mid lane control just to push it down, but they can't contest. They just don't have the items to do it.
Goal lead extended to slightly more than around 8,000 right now for SMU. And one thing we've seen from NUS so far is that they've been able to make these sneaky ambush picks, but when it comes to the full-on 5v5 clashes, they've just been getting their hits smacked against the wall by the Kiana ultimate, by the Diana ultimate, and between the Moonfall and Supreme Display of Talent, NUS doesn't really have a response here.
Yeah, and
here comes the Moonfall again, forcing the flash out of no chat. He sends him to sleep, is able to walk away, has to pop the Zanyas because of the smite damage coming in, and maybe if they turn onto the Diana, they might have enough damage. Reiko now popping the ultimate, but perfect Zanyas coming in. Buy some time, Mega Inferno Bomb is going to only catch Grass Grower as Reiko uses the invulnerability from the possession to heal up. They find a pick on the Diana, and that's what NUS has been doing so well this game, finding picks.
I mean, yeah, they are finding those picks, but how they need to find ways to just go beyond those picks, go and take towers, take objectives, and it's going to be tough for them.
It is an uphill climb right now. Kane's pushing down the top lane with this Baron buff. It is very mobile. Is able to just kind of dodge across the walls.
Yeah, and also I do somewhat like what Kane's went when he got the Serpent's Fang.
Serpent's Fang after the Siroda's Grudge. Yeah.
Yeah, he just for Tom Kench.
Well, it's not only Tom Kench, right? I think to a certain extent, there will be Overheal coming into eventually, and the Locket is already a pickup for the Leona. So it's it's for everyone, but for Tom Kench specifically, you're not getting great health, right? So I think that's the value buy here against the Tom Kench, but it still has decent value across the team.
Yeah, even for Reiko's the shield which he
the
gets
Sterix Gauge, right?
Sterix Gauge, yeah.
It's a pretty big value buy from the mid laner of SMU. And he's been performing fantastic so far this best of 3, right?
Yeah.
First game on Lucian, really setting the opponent Victor behind.
Yeah.
Grass Grower was not able to play League of Legends. This game, 7-3-0, hasn't really made any major misstep. In fact, saved his team a lot with his ultimate in clutch team fights. So all eyes on the mid lane of SMU to find another one as the dredge line lands, and they're looking for this re-engage. Mega Inferno Bomb onto 3. Here comes the Moonfall, a big ultimate in with the Supreme Display of Talent, and SMU. They want this to be over right now as they're forcing the fight again. A big haymaker onto No Chat, and 4 out of 3 members of NUS down. With No Chat barely getting out, it's gonna be the Nexus turrets to fall, and the Nexus soon after, padding their KDAs, dotting the I's, crossing the T's. SMU will see you in the semifinals.
Oh my god, that was an insane catch from the support on SMU. Like he hit
a dredge line, and he flashed in for the auto to hit the root, and then immediately went for the depth charge afterward to make sure they had the full lockdown. That's actually nuts.
That was that was some 5-head thinking, some amazing play from SMU's support, and I know it feels bad now. Now I'm not thinking it's Reiko, he's a colleague, he's now out of the quarterfinals. I mean, it's sad for NUS. I wish they had at least one more game out.
To be honest, I think they played their hearts out in game 2. Biasness aside, friendly rivalry or competition exists, and I think Reiko really did his best in that game 2, subbing in, was able to hold his own against Foxico, and the rest of his team as well were able to kind of just pull their own weight, I think.
Yeah.
But those final fights, those big fights that mattered, I think, were what made the difference for SMU, right? We talked about this a lot. They were able to make picks, they being NUS.
Yeah.
They were able to make picks, they were able to catch people off, but could they really convert into anything else after that? The answer was a resounding no.
Yeah.
They were unable to get any objectives off it. They were unable to really punish the deficient manpower on the side of SMU. And SMU, every time they had 5, they knew, okay, we're not going to let them catch us. We're not going to let them pick us off one by one. We're just going to force a fight. Either with the Diana, either with the Nautilus, either with the Kiana. Someone go in, someone start something, because we know our 5v5 is just way better at this point.
Yeah, and even though like the Ziggs also fell behind quite, and he wasn't as much of a presence as he could be, he still just did a lot of consistent damage, and also the Mega Inferno bombs just out of nowhere coming and just wrecking everybody's health bars. So it's just a good way to set up the Kiana, and I think just looking at the overall team, a lot of people just around to set up the Kiana. Just get everyone low, allow her to come in, and just clean everybody up.
The Kiana was definitely a big factor in the victory there. And you talked about the Ziggs, right? I want to point out too, credit to the unsung player, but IC was able to consistently layer up engages with the Mega Inferno Bomb. So if Nautilus or Diana started a fight, he would just throw that at the start to chunk them as low as possible to get them in the best position possible so that their health bars are like below 70%. Then we can fight because we know we have the numbers purely off the health bars. We have the resources to take this. So that was really well done from SME and congratulations to them. They'll be moving on to the semifinals. Commiserations, however, to NUS. They will see an early exit in this tournament. Of course, at this point during playoffs, it's do or die. And for NUS, they will be eliminated from the running.
Yeah, I mean, it's always sad to see like a team just lose 2-0. Like as fans, it's always good to see like a full three matches. Like you see
even as a caster, are like, okay, now we're tired, let's go third, right?
Yeah, I mean, but like it's sad just to see it sometimes, right? But it's always the time like they just got outplayed by SMU at every team fight, and the fact that set got ahead so fast, so fast, and so early into the game, right? It sort of snowballed. And Kiana also she's also never really punished in anything.
7, I think at a point in time when she entered the game, it might have been like 7-3 and 4, some insane scoreline. But guys, with that, we will be going for a short break. When we come back, we will have our first semifinals up for you on your screen. Again, it's going to be a best of 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
A lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing activewear. It's the best way I can represent with Uniqlo.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Campus Legends Playoffs. Welcome to the semifinals. We have reached it. All the quarterfinals now are done. We now have SMU versus NYP, and the casters, we have me, Lemming Messiah, and next to me we have Gopsty. We have Daryl subbed out. I think the age is catching up maybe a little bit to him, so he's taking a bit of rest. So I think we have now more young blood coming in.
Yeah, for me, being here, new to the casting scene in Singapore, really love to be here. Also, let's talk about the previous game, SMU versus NUS. That was amazing to watch.
That was amazing to watch. That's actually a masterclass in team fighting from SMU. They knew what to do like in each situation, and also, I mean, there's a lot of individual outplays there.
Or especially the Kiana at the bottom lane, that escape.
I agree. That was insane as well. But I think right now we can stop looking in the past. We now look to the future, and we look towards the semifinals, which we're going to cast, which is SMU and NYP.
Yup. NYP, they have been the past two series champions, so I think that they should come out here strong with an objective here to win.
Yeah, I think they want to live up to that legacy. They want to continue. I think that's the domination of NYP. I think, including the very first one, they've won all three of them so far, which is like insane when you think about it.
Yeah, it's just the legacy that NYP has. It's either that because every Campus Legends, it's a whole different team.
Yeah,
it's just the school difference.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
I think like if we can just like SMU, we saw a little bit earlier. They had their they are I think a bit newer to Campus Legends. I'm not sure if they played last year. I can't remember. I'm sorry, but NYP is I think slightly favored in this matchup, just because again they were the top of the table in the group, and they went 6-0. They pretty much like ran over everybody on the group.
I believe that was NYP, right? Not
Yeah,
SMU. SMU was in
I
Group
think I
A.
may have mixed it up. I'm sorry, guys.
Groups,
Yeah.
Right. NYP should be the favorites, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they have their legacy, their 6-0 win streak in Group B.
Yeah.
But SMU being in Group A is I believe, a stronger group in general.
Yeah, it was a slightly stronger group, but SMU still is no slouch, and NYP as well. They just destroyed IT College Central. I'm sorry, we also can't show it. We wouldn't be able to show that because it was played simultaneously, and they went 2-0 as well. I think all of the games so far, all the quarterfinals ended in 2-0s. So it was pretty insane.
Yeah, but here we are in the semifinals.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't get any more 2-0s such that you can see your teams actually battle it out and get maybe a 2-1, At least give them a tough run for their luck.
Yeah, I think for all the fans and for all the casters, we won a 3-game series. It's always fun to cast, right?
Yep.
But it's always the exact opposite thing, all opposition want, right? They want to be get 2-0s, get it done with, right? But as soon as that happens, you just feel that sense of accomplishment as well. You just ran over your competition.
Yeah, we have seen multiple times, I believe, before the playoffs in the group stages where we just see teams absolutely destroying the competition.
Yeah. Yeah, that was so true. And it was even in I feel bad for it because I told you should just look in the future, but in SMU versus NUS, they really actually ran over NUS, especially in game one. Game one, they ran over NUS. They tried another game comp. NUS on the side of NUS, but they lost early and they just snowballed against them. In the game two, they were actually pretty close. It was a lot more back and forth. Even though the gold said that they were behind, they still were managed to get picks. Yeah. Keep themselves in the running, even if they couldn't really get anything off those picks.
Yeah, I think let's head back to the present.
Yes.
SMU versus NYP, right? As us as casters, what do you think? Who do you think may win?
even though like SMU really like completely destroyed NUS, I'm still like favoring NYP. Like they still have that pedigree. Like someone has to knock them down from my pedestal before I stop like place them as place them above everyone else. Like someone has to knock them down. Someone has to give them the first loss before I can maybe doubt them. Like other than like unless someone shows me that, I don't lose any faith in them.
Right, you've heard Liming Messiah give his own thoughts. What about you viewers? Let us know your thoughts, and you may rock away with this Legion KM300 bundle. Do put it in the chat on which team will win, and don't forget to hashtag Legion.
Yeah, I think like this is how Chris does it. Hashtag. Oh, is it this way?
Yeah. I think
Okay.
in FPS games, this is actually my crosshair. It's just this, the hashtag.
Oh, it's a hashtag. Oh wow.
Yeah. So hashtag Legion and your team. Which team do you think will win? And you may stand a chance to walk away with this.
Yeah, I think the prize like that every gamer covets, an RGB keyboard, right? And also a mouse. I think the mouse is also RGB as well, so you can really make your entire room this colorful.
And then you have the software that actually connects all your RGB together, such that it reacts to the game. You can set it to such that I believe some of the software allows you to set it to the Baron timers, the Dragon timers in game.
Really?
So your entire setup can tell you, right, your dragon is spawning. Please go over and rotate.
Oh wow, only gamer things. That's some really only gamer things that happen.
So I have a mousepad that actually tells me when the Dragon and Baron is up. So it's the two different sides that has the RGB kind of thing.
Oh wow, well, actually that's pretty cool. I kind of do it the old school way of trying to keep it in my head, then forgetting about it, and then realizing at the last minute, oh, it's coming up.
Yep.
I remember at a time when like especially like in season 1, I'm really dating myself here. Like there was no Baron or like Dragon timers. You had to write it down. Like and they actually didn't also announce when Baron or Dragon was taken. So you had to be so the icon would still be there until you actually went and got vision.
So it's technically somewhat like a buff. It's just there, and then
It's there. You don't know until you either see the enemy team come in with the Baron buff or like you go and check.
Okay, I think I wouldn't want to play in the old school League of Legends. I mean, I started in I believe season 10, so I was pretty new to League.
Yeah, even like early seasons right until I think like season 5 or 6, right? Dragons were really only gold, at least until much later into League's life. Then because they realized this objective, right? Just giving you gold. No one is playing around it. People are just taking it as a afterthought, right? So how can we change the game to incentivize dragons? So the first iteration was, okay, dragon stack until maybe instead of elemental dragons, it's just like you kill a number of dragons until you get a certain buff, right? Until you get the Elder Dragon buff, technically.
Okay. And then I believe a season later or two, then they introduced the elements.
Yeah, they did the elemental change, and then actually I really think Riot did a very good change by introducing that, incentivizing gameplay around it. The only thing I only think the only change they need to make now is maybe like if you watch like Monte Cristo or Thorin talk about it, like by giving the information about what Dragon Soul may come up during draft or champ select, right? So maybe you can, as a team, right, you can see, okay, how can I plan my team composition around what the coming Dragon Soul is going to be, right? Instead of it just being completely random and out of your hands, right? You can maybe plan ahead.
True, but wouldn't that start thinking like, if let's say my team comp is suited to this Dragon Soul, right, and we know that it's coming, then wouldn't the opponent have the exact same idea? So how would you plan against that?
Yeah, I mean that it's so. I do get me. It's just like it's another layer of like strategy and thinking, which you want to maybe introduce. But I get also this makes the entire like thought process right a lot more inaccessible to more casual players, right? Because people just want to go and play. They don't want to just like, I want to know. Okay, is this good in Cloud Dragon Soul? Is it good into a Mountain Dragon Soul? Oh, I just want to play League.
I just want to go in, get some kills and maybe die
Yeah.
a few times.
Yeah, I mean,
unless you're a sadist, who just plays who's Shackle.
either Shaco or I think, or maybe this the best is no, Mundo. Yeah, Mundo. I don't know why I was blanking on it for a while. I had the picture in my head, but somehow Mundo just wasn't coming out. And then we're now the players are in the lobby. We're just waiting for everyone to be ready and to start the draft for the next game.
Right. Before the draft actually starts, right? Honestly, what do you think is gonna get banned out? Since we've seen the Tam Kench, the Kiana, the set that the Flash Haymaker.
Yeah, that was. It's creating nightmares for all the viewers, man. Like reminding them about the set Haymaker, and also you're just traumatizing all of the NUS players over and over again. It's okay. It's okay. Honestly, I'm not sure how. I don't think the draft is going to be. SMU's draft is going to be terribly different because they're still trying to ban out. I think anyone that can probably try and split push from NYP and then try and play around their team strength of team fighting.
I see. Right, so objective should be the main cause of concern for the members of NYP because they want to be there to contest without, SMU being there to have the sort of roadblock for their objective taking.
Yeah, and also they, I haven't had the pleasure of watching every single NYP game, right? But I know that they're still individually they're all very good. They're able to make that outplay. But I think that is where they're the strongest, and I have completely now gone mind blank and forgotten my point. I'm sorry. If
I believe you were talking about was it about the split pushing kind of thing? Wait.
yeah, split push. I think we can also just wanted this go into the head-to-head, right? If we want to show that, just so that we can better show to our viewers what we're trying to talk about, right? Is the split push is something that SMU always tries to deny from their opposing team. NYP has a lot of individually strong players, and they can try and get those more mechanically intensive champions, which can snowball a lot quicker for them to try and win the game to there. Maybe something like an Aurelia or a Camille or maybe even the Akali. Akali, yeah, she lost a lot of power, but she's still pretty damn strong.
Especially when you put it in the right player's hands,
Yeah.
it becomes more of a threat. That's why you see those skill perspective champions like Kiana, Aurelia, Akali. If you are daring enough, maybe even Yasuo. You need to think which minion to dash to.
Yeah, but you still, I think it was. Was it it was Cloud9 today that played the Diana Yasuo combo.
Oh.
I mean, sadly they didn't get the win, but that's still a potent combo. And right up on your screen now, you're seeing the head-to-head. That SMU picture still throws me so off. Just he's so tall.
He's nearly touching the semi-finals.
Yeah, he is actually. Oh, that's I actually didn't think about it. Oh my god, he actually is almost touching it. But you see, SMU, I don't know. We don't know how tall they actually are, but the way they're standing, the way the picture makes it look as though they're towering over NYP. Even though it's typically the other way around.
Average height.
Yeah.
It's just higher than NYP.
Yes.
That's the thing.
But what do you think? Who do you think is actually your prediction?
For me, it's just gonna be on the champions. Whoever favors.
Oh,
what
that's
I
the way
want
you're
to.
going.
Yes, whatever champion that allows me, enables my
Your
enemy side,
Nikuni.
yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Also, and then it just makes the cast even more fun. But
Yeah.
we should be heading into drafts any moment soon.
And here we go. SMU still deciding. Let's see. Come on.
Give us something. I'm thinking maybe an Irelia.
I think yeah, they might get Aurelia. Aurelia, even though she got a little bit of a ban, not a ban, a little bit of a nerf, is still not too bad. Oh, so we got a Nocturne.
I think we've seen the Nocturne ban.
Ignorant thrall.
We're gonna see the Diana being banned out from NYP.
Yeah, I think like they saw that match against NUS and decided, okay, we're just gonna take that out. And we see the bans from the side of SMU are very different than compared to earlier, like against NUS. Like they got a Thresh to have a Nocturne, whereas for versus NUS, they focus a lot on the top lane matchup.
Yeah, I think NUS played way too much towards the top, you know, that kind of thing. With Raiko and Timothy both being very good top laners each.
Yeah.
And I think SMU banning towards NYP, it's like very hard to get ready lane.
That is a Kog'Maw ban.
It's not something you usually see.
Yeah, it's not something you see every day. And we see the last two bans from the side of NYP are Gwen and Viego. I understand the Gwen ban completely. Good on you, NYP, for doing it. Thank you. Don't make the same mistake NUS did and ban the Gwen. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The Gwen was such a power play in I believe the first game. She just went on a killing spree that couldn't be stopped.
That was not a killing spree. She was like, it was like she just murdered everybody. She was 16-0-4 by the end of the game. It was insane. And you see the first pick, Tryndamere?
Should be the top lane Tryndamere.
I mean, he can go top lane or jungle if you want, but I think he's likely to go into the top lane just so that you can maybe have an AP jungler just to increase your. And that's a Lee Sin also. Okay.
Right, so AP junglers, right? So Lee Sin, Tryndamere should be both fighting against each other because, you know, top laners.
Yeah.
Or, you know, jungle as well because Lee Sin, I believe, and Tryndamere can both go into the jungle as
Yeah.
well.
They have the flexibility as well. Lee Sin does have a bit of advantage into Tryndamere because he can use his E to slow down his attack, Tryndamere's attack speed, and he can also just kick the Tryndamere away if he tries to get too close.
And then it just denies the undying range
Yeah.
that Tryndamere has. Because you have to run there once, you run there another game because Lee Sin kicks you away.
Yeah, but I think the second pick coming from NYP of Jax is going to go in the top lane. He is still so strong into the Tryndamere. He starts attacking you, I'm just going to throw my counter-strike and just nullify and then stun you.
And then now it's my turn to attack.
Yes, now my turn to attack you because... No, but he can also attack to the counter-strike, so he's still doing damage to you while the Tryndamere is hitting him and nothing's happening.
I just hate to play against the Jax.
Yeah, and we actually see the bot lane from SMU is fully picked out. They have the Varus and the Leona.
I think SMU picking out their bottom lane duo such that they can start banning out the bottom lanes of NYP such that they tighten up the champion pool for NYP players.
Yeah, I mean, you already see they took out already one possible 80 carry with the Kog'Maw. But they respond with a Draven.
This is gonna be an interesting
This is
match.
going to be, I completely agree, this is going to be an interesting match. Draven, he is such a good snowball champion, right? If he is able to get ahead, there's no stopping a Draven that's ahead. He just deals so much damage.
Yep,
The weak fear the shadows.
Fear controls them.
Insane amounts of damage to the point where it looks like, how?
Yeah, it is completely insane. And also, the fourth ban from the side of MYP is the Kayn. I think Kayn is very flexible. Like he can either go assassin, or Rast.
Fear what they cannot understand.
To play completely different. Right? One can be a giant tank. The other is it's an assassin that can go and just completely delete anybody. And I think it is a good ban from the side of NYP. They banned the Syndra.
I think the Syndra, you know, with with her recent buffs, that man
You're scared. Good to know.
allows her to become relevant in the mid laner's game.
Yeah, it does allow her to do that, and also
Can't cage me for long.
the last two bans are from the side of SMU is the Silas and Akali from the side of NYP. Both bands I do agree with. They're both really strong. Even if both of them did get a bit of a nerf hammer from Riot in the latest patch, but they're still good champions, especially in the high mechanical ceiling champion. No, not champion, sorry, players.
I think now that NYP locked in the rail, and it's all up to SMU to show their hand first on what mid lane and duo they play.
Yeah. So like, this is the power of having being on red side, right? You have your last pick. You're able to see who you're laning against from the blue side. So we see the resurgence of Darius. So it is Nico. They're playing with your heart. I think they know you're casting, so they're playing with your heart.
Sad. But it should be, I believe, the Darius of Trinidad being jungling, and whatever they're picking last should be the mid lane.
Yeah. So you see, this is very much a team fighting to come now because they have the Jinmir, who can clear, who has a very good and efficient jungle clear. Darius can like win a lot of melee matchups, especially in top lane. I know that they're hovering the Ashkan, even though they can't really pick it. They're just hovering it to show that it's possible, but they can't.
He's just flexing that he has action unlocked already.
Yeah. But if we just look at the full team comp now, it's top Darius, jungle Trinimir, Orianna in the mid lane, Varus in the bottom lane, and Leona as the support. And from the side of NYP, you have top Jax, then you have for your jungle Lee Sin, Ryze mid lane, Draven and Rel are your bot lane, your bot duo. And I actually am a bit confused at MRP's draft just because they do have some good engage, right? But Rel is your only real like proper
Engage.
tank and engage because she has to be the one to go ahead first because she can't. Lee Sin can be your primary engage, but he's just not good at it. He doesn't provide any CC. And Jax has a lot of has his one conditional CC, and has to be in the middle of everybody to do it, right? So he's placing himself in a lot of danger by doing it.
Yep.
And SMU have just the potential of Tryndamere just eating into the middle of everybody, and then Orianna with Orianna ball on top of him, and then Shockwave.
Yeah, I think SMU, like you said, plays towards that team fighting capability, while I think NYP is looking for those early picks in game such that they can get their snowball leads up, because I believe NYP players have that sort of a mechanical advantage.
Yeah, they do have. They're trying to play like that, and also they're going for a much different type of comp as well. They're going with the Rise and with the Jax, right? You are going to play 1v1 a lot. Especially with the Rise, you have ability just to, with the Realm Warp, just go and and roam between the lanes so easily, and you can push also really fast and well with the Rise.
I think what is notable about Rise, like you said, is the roaming potential as
Yeah.
well. And I believe if Rise, I don't think he can split push, but just shoving out the waves, I think that is his teleports and his ultimate is what allows him to be such a good champion right now in the meta.
Yeah, I mean also, if you remember, I think it was either last week or the week before, when you can just when Jizuki just took his entire team into the fountain just to get one kill, and like almost all of them died.
Yeah, but they got the kill and the
They
win.
got the kill, but like I brought up this example not just to try and get a joke out there and for us to get a laugh, right? It's to show that if you just take the wrong realm rope, you can just lose the fight because of that as well. Because you just bring someone into the middle and they just die without being able to do anything, right? It's gonna be a wasted ult and it's done. and you probably just lost the fight as well.
Mhm.
I think it was last week when I can't remember who. I honestly cannot. When they had a rise in a set on the same team, and then they were trying to realm warp the set behind everyone else, so he can try and flank and get that key target and bring him into their team, right? To get that pick. But every time they did, because Seth was alone, like he just got instantly blown up every time, right? So you have to be so like precise and controlled with the realm up use.
Right. You know, I think the realm warps really are really good too. But you say it's a conditional thing at this point. You know,
Yeah.
whether you take whether you commit to the realm warp and go to the roaming lanes, or you just use it to get back into lane. It's all deciding on whether is it the right moment to go or not.
Yeah, and just looking, I know early on I said that I favored the NYP just because they are the defending champions. I do have a bit of concern around their comp, but I think that they have the mechanical player ability just to play it out well and to possibly just like take the game one over SMU.
They should be going all in NYP's favor. But let's see if SMU can disrupt the I believe the defending champions of Campus Legends, NYP.
Yeah, and actually, like, can SMU be the first team to actually hand an L to SMU? That's like the biggest thing I think. Like, if someone can, sort of like make God bleed, basically, right? Like, can you be the first person to get a nick on their arm, on the chick in their armor, right, and knock him down? And right now we're going into game one. It's going to be like a full spread. I don't see any cheeky thing like we did from game two, but you never know. They could try something.
Yeah, especially when it seems that everyone's playing safe, especially both mid laners of NYP, both using mana champs. Right, it really makes sense for them to go. It makes sense for Jax to be more sustained in the top lane against Darius.
Yeah, he needs to have that sustain to, he doesn't just get knocked out of lane too easily, and he can, but he normally starts out with the counter strike, so level 1 is not so bad for him, right? As long as he avoids the Q, he should be fine.
Yep. I think Darius into Jax should be a pretty okay matchup.
The thing is, it's a very swingy matchup depending on who gets ahead first, right? If Jax gets ahead, Darius cannot do anything, right? He will just fall too far behind, and Jax will just start killing him without compulsion. And if Jax falls behind, the same thing reverse happens. So it's in such a swingy matchup, and all depends on who gets ahead first.
Right, and for that we need to watch for the junglers, since both are starting bot side and they should be rolling towards the top whenever given the chance to. Some early trades in the mid lane as well.
Ooh, early counter strike from Broken. He's gonna get level 2 second, and
Darius could go for an all-in maybe.
he could go for an all-in. Like, he has the all-in like summoners. So let's see.
I think he's just poking out Broken at this point.
Yeah. I mean, Broken is really not trying to show any like broken mechanics or anything.
Oh, he jumps in, counter strike. Gets the stun, gets a good trade off.
Yes, that's actually a really good trade. He got ahead. I mean, he doesn't have as much. Darius doesn't have as much sustain as Broken, so it's actually a good trade for him.
And reaching level 3 means he can do more damage as he jumps in again to get a good trade, I believe. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, like, we saw that also in last season. Foxicle was managed like to get ahead of both Timothy and Raiko in both matchups. And let's see if we can continue this.
bottom lane lands the good stun, but Adria can't be able to follow up on the damage. Oh, Wissy now on the top lane, going for a gank. The counter-strike should be able to land, gets the stun of Wissy with the ward hop. Misses the Q, but should be the first blood for Broken right there.
Broken just taking the first blood. Sadly, Websy did invest his flash in, so you wanted to have that later for any fights.
I think it's just a good trade for the top laner, you know, the jungler as well. You know, trade the Scuttle Crab for the first blood.
Yeah, but actually I think that was a bit more of a net loss to NYP just because there was one
they're
time
going in for the jungler, I think. I believe the stun hasn't been used yet. They just poke him out. The stun comes through. The armor pen is not enough for Wissy.
Yeah, it's not there yet. See, he also still... They don't have the damage yet to take out the Tryndamere. So, and it was only Bibsy and Darrell. So, that's not a lot of damage. I mean, they allowed them to secure the bot side scuttle. So that's a win.
Yep. It's always best to just take 1-1, not just getting double scuttled.
Yeah. We see now like there's a slow push being created by Adria, just so that he can just try and get more.
Broken. Trading top lane, counter-strike won't be able to land. Just some trades.
Some trades, but like Adria is actually really far ahead now of the Varus. He's like a full 2 waves ahead of him.
I think, the stun will land on the Rise, but there's no follow-up for the members, for the mid laner of SMU.
Yeah, like,
Wang Yeji just poking out the Rel at this point. I mean, the Leona at this point.
yeah. He's like, I am here, fear me.
Yeah, I just like what the mid laner is doing.
Yeah, I mean, he's still right now actually ahead of Kane's in terms of damage at least, right? It's because of the machine gun effect from Rise. And Kane's needs 2 items before people can really be scared of him. Whereas Rise can be scary right now, actually.
Now just look at the amount of wave clear he has, and
Yeah.
he can just go for a good recall right there.
Yeah, but I think he's gonna... Is he gonna get cancelled?
I think so.
Yes. Trying to bait it out. But it's been a very like slow-ish early game, right? So...
Oh wow, the top lane
Thought it's a
actually.
flash, so they trade each other's flash. And, this is bad, man.
Yeah, Foxicle doesn't have the teleport, so I think Broken's just gonna shove the wave, and there's no one there to actually catch it for Foxicle.
Yeah, and... he used his ghost. He's ghosting back to lane.
I guess it's a pseudo teleport.
It's a pseudo teleport?
You don't lose that much of CS, I guess.
I mean, it's on a much shorter cooldown, but like, that is... he needs to get back into lane, right? Because he's already so far behind. And if you look at also the item discrepancy, like a Shane Ruby Crystal and a Longsword versus a Ruby Crystal and boots.
And the cloth armor.
And a cloth armor. He just jacks his hits so hard.
They're contesting for the Scuttle Crab. I believe the MIP
He's
gets
going
it.
in.
Going
They're
for the
going
warm-up.
in.
2 people. But there is 3 members of SMU nearby.
And nothing happens. Oh god.
Yep. Thank goodness, you know, SMU didn't actually all collapse on the 2 members in the jungle.
I mean, see, the Foxicle was not strong enough, right, to try and like contest that, because Broken is still so much stronger than him, and Can is also still pretty far away. So yeah, it was a good idea.
I think the bottom lane as well is a bit struggling, you know.
Yeah, there's still a bit of struggle for them, but
Broken takes the opportunity to get a good trade onto Foxicle. I believe no counter-strike as of yet.
no counter-strike, but he's still like
He's just trading so well.
he's trading so well.
Just look at that.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, viewers, like, you may think, oh, it's 42 versus 42, like, they're pretty close in terms of, like, CS. No, but look at the size of the wave compared to, anything else. Like, it is actually not that close. And actually, thinking which I'm just noticing now, he's been like very slow push for Foxicle.
No, I think he's just waiting for his jungle to path back up to top such that they can kill Broken and then get the wave shoved in.
Yeah, I mean both of their flashes are down, so there's an increased risk.
I think, like you said, it's just a matter of who can actually get those solo kills, and I think it may just happen. The Counter-Strike won't be able to land, as I believe Foxicle is on the chase for this kill.
Oh, no.
Broken, the auto, the kill, the amount of damage output by Broken in that short amount of time.
That was insane. I see. This is the power of having Jax's W with and pairing it up with his ultimate stack, 3-stack. It's insane. It does so much damage.
You know, I think before Foxicle died, you could see him leap up into the air. He's trying to use the ulti to just cut off his health.
Yeah, but just not enough. Like he's now close to. No, that was just a flash away from Icy so that he doesn't get caught in the rolling age, which is good.
I mean, for now, 5 minutes he is vulnerable, so he has to play around that right now.
Yeah, but he still has his heal right now, so has some way to escape a little bit, like if he runs away fast enough. But he's still susceptible to the Rel combo.
Yeah, I want to see the Rel roam to the top lane.
Oh,
that's something.
No, look, they're going for a bot dive.
Everyone has their ult up. It's going for it. Hams, however, is not on his horse. They're going for an insect. The flash will not be able to land, but the Magnet Storm will be able to pull everyone in. But the teleport from the Orianna will be coming through. But Harms lives again, but he dies. It's now a 3v2 under the tower. Adria uses the flash to get the kill, but the tower finds Gwissy. And it's all left down to the Leona. Flashes into the opponent jungle. He's trying for an execute, but Huang Yeji secures it.
That was funny. That was really funny, guys. And just look at Broken. Look at him like 2v running there.
And they don't even drop the Herald top as well. I mean, they probably are saving it for something else.
They're probably saving it for like a guaranteed
tower.
Like not tower, like but yeah, a guaranteed tower. But like, look, you're not gonna get any better chances right now. You have to use it maybe just for the gold, because your mid laners behind.
Your laners are basically all behind.
Yes,
except
all
bot lane, you know.
No, even the bot lane is behind. Like, look how far behind.
Oh wow, Draven recall. I believe that
he
adoration track.
Yeah, he cashed in. He got, I think from that kill, a full at least 700 to 800 gold.
Mid lane, however, the dive. Gwissy from the Raptors goes over the wall and gets the kill. Now Harms is caught out. I guess somewhat caught out.
I mean, he had to.
I think the bleed should be the security kill. Oh, that's a nice shutdown on the Darius.
Yeah, nice shutdown. He managed to get a full stack of it on his bleed. So yeah.
Hex flash over the wall could be. They're going for it. They want to fight this. The stun comes through, but they won't be able to secure the dragon. They are fighting this. Draven, Tryndamere using the Undying Rage right now. The poke from Icy, however, secures maybe a few amount of damage, but Leona is stuck in the dragon pit all alone. The BM for Harms.
That is a tragic
loss.
The tragic loss, but a tragic dismount from Harms. Like, he tried to get in, tried to maybe extend the play to get Varus, but couldn't. He messed up his E. What to do?
Yeah, but both supports goes down, so I guess it's even, but they secure the dragon.
Yeah, but like that was just a lot of control, which now
they're just pushing the members of SMU off, and they get the root, the stun, the change CC lands on Charms, but there's not enough damage to secure the kill. And now Gwissy, however, in the mid lane, they want the fight. They want him so badly. Everfrost is used. They can't do anything. The shockwaves is even used, but he doesn't even save his life.
Yeah, he used it to maybe try and get enough distance from them, but you know, this is reminding me. This is what SMU did to Grassgrower for Game 1.
And now it's happening against them.
Yeah, it's now happening to him. Oh god, it is.
He's freezing the wave. He's preparing a slow push.
He's preparing a slow push into. Look at, see that. This is why you should have used the
thing on the top
earlier. Yeah.
You should have just used it for the gold. It now doesn't make sense that it just randomly summons onto the bottom lane.
Yeah,
You know, could have just put it mid lane as well, just to get the tower damage off.
yeah, you could have, but also like, Darius just works so much better when he has goal and he's a little bit further ahead. But see, no one was in range for any local goal. Only the jungler from SMU got any goal from it.
You know, it feels like now SMU doesn't play for the team fight, but it feels like they're playing for the solo laners, the solo players.
Yeah, I mean, like right now, they're probably just thinking, okay, how can we get Tryndamere a little bit further ahead so he can start split pushing and being that threat, right?
Some good trades again on the top.
Yeah, another good trade.
Some trades.
Yeah. But like we have to still see, both of them have still not yet gotten their mythic items, so we'll see. I think like the Darius is probably gonna get the Stridebreaker, and Broken will probably get the Divine Sunderer.
I think now it's a good time to bring up the gold, right? It's
a
at
good-
15 minutes, nearly 15, and they're looking for another kill on the mid lane. And the flash just comes out, the shockwave comes through, Magnet Storm, all the ultimates and chains CC secures the Orianna.
Oh my god, just getting destroyed. They're focusing him down. They're trying to make
They
sure
want
he can't
more.
do it. Yeah, he's also the 1 AP damage source on the side of SMU. So the further they keep him behind, the less relevant he becomes and the less relevant AP damage is.
And then now at 15 minutes, SMU is 4k gold behind. Make it even. Yep, they are 4k gold behind.
Yep.
What NYP is.
Yeah, and they're falling further and further behind, and it is slowly just looking like it's going to be an NYP win.
Yeah, it should be an NYP win, unless, you know, SMU can play towards those big team fights and go at those, you know, I believe 60-40, the man advantage fights that they want, I believe.
Yeah, but we have to see now if Broken can still keep himself ahead in that in that fight with Darius.
Oh, you're going for a fight in the bottom lane.
Oh, no, he
can't even go over the wall.
He
I think that's
Oh my
that's
God.
a missed attempt.
That
NYP
was-
could have capitalized.
yeah, that was. I think he kind of eat into the wall, so that was kind of sad.
Now,
We
Herald's
see
gonna be
like
spawned
Herald's
in
used
mid.
straight away in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think NYP has a plan and they know what they're going for. They don't have a ward there. They're going in for the fight. The shockwave comes through. Tryndamere goes in, but it's not enough. The realm rob away saves Huang Yeji.
Oh no,
but-
wrong
Oh,
direction!
no, it's the wrong direction. Tryndamere goes in, but you see,
He didn't use
saves
his
the
ult!
life.
He didn't use his ult.
Oh my God, Tryndamere,
Tryndamere,
what are you
why?
doing?
Oh,
You have
that was
your
tragic.
undying rage.
Oh,
That
I think
was a tragic fight.
that was a tragic fight, and I'm pretty sure all these teammates now are gonna have undying rage for him.
Yep. You had one button on your keyboard to press.
Yes,
You just had to press it.
you had
You
that.
just-
You had that one button. You have one job, which is to press your R.
The ultimate from the Varus misses, flashes forward. Won't be able to pick up Adria, but he does secure it in the end. It's a 1-for-1 on the bottom lane. 1-for-2 actually.
Yeah, I mean that's still like a net win for NYP. They got.
The shutdown.
I mean that. Anyways, SMU got the shutdown on the Draven, but he's still like pretty damn far ahead.
Even
And
as another serrated Dirk and a pickaxe.
yeah, he's on his way to the collector. He's gonna start collecting heads and start collecting all that extra gold.
Yes.
Yep.
The amount of gold that a Draven can get with 2 kills is
Oh yes.
it's just way too much.
yeah, but this shows how like they know they're so much better than SMU that they're picking these lanes that allows them to just snowball the game, because they're now on Soul Point in about like less than 5 minutes now. They'll be contesting the Infernal Soul, and it is so good for them. So much damage.
Yep, paired with the Draven as well.
Yeah, the Draven Q whenever he auto attacks you and you get that Infernal Soul proc. gonna see,
that
like,
was
half your
gonna
life
be
gone.
disgusting to watch.
Yeah, and look how far behind you have to pay. Oh,
Look, IC is getting dived again.
Oh, that
the
BM.
The
Look at that BM.
emo, he's trying to get the exit frag, but it's not enough. Adrian just goes for the solo bolo with 2 members behind his tower. What can you do if you are IC there?
You could just sit there and cry.
Hold that thought. Wissy wants a fight in the bottom lane jungle. Adria uses the outcuts. Foxicle health HP into half as Wissy goes in. Oh, jumps back into the solar flare. That's a big shutdown for Foxicle there, but the Magnet Storm will be coming through. Undying Edge finally brings the shockwave in, but Chain CC will lock the Tryndamere down. Here comes the Realm Warp under the tower. They want the final kill and the tower. They get the ace in the bottom lane. You know, Wissy just IC comes back just from respawn. I wondered, where did my team go?
They just followed you back. You just a little bit early. Like, you left a bit early.
You know, maybe if you had action there, you know.
Yeah, maybe. But like, I mean,
they
is he
want
following?
more.
Oh yeah, he's
They
good,
want
he's
the
dead.
ace. He's gone. There's nothing he can do.
No, see, now
Now the support comes back.
Yeah. Spam dancing and
He's like, yep. I guess I'm just gonna dance
did he get
here.
executed?
I
He got
think he did.
executed.
Yeah. I think he's just tanking the tower.
What is going on?
NYP is just playing for KDA at this point.
They
That's
play
when
for
the win.
KDA and they're styling on SMU. Really, they're just showing that
The
they came into play.
mechanical.
We are just so much better than you, and we're gonna show it to everybody.
Yeah, Foxicle maybe making the wrong choice as Broken, I believe, can 1v2. The stun comes through. Won't be able to use the Undying Rage as he used it before. Gets away safely. Broken, however, now very low on HP. Solar Flare, the Chain CC will land. But the Noxian, I believe the Bleeding will be able to secure him as the Ignite actually picks him out. Now Wissy stuck in a 1v5. Blast Cone over the wall and Huang Yeji is nearby. Everfrost won't be able to land, but the Zenith Blade from the Leona will be able to land, and here comes the rest of NYP. The stacks from the
Again!
Draven. This is not the fight you want to take,
No.
SMU. You don't want to fight this.
He did it again! He forgot to use his ult!
I
Again!
think. Wait, it came up again?
It was up again! In the fight! He forgot to use it!
Oh my god, he used it just now in the bottom lane, but now again he forgets to use it. Oh, how many mistakes can you make in a single game?
I mean, this is just showing how maybe an experience maybe he is with the champion.
Could be. Maybe it's because it's in the meta. That's why he's like, yeah, let me play this. It doesn't make sense to play a meta champion when you don't understand the champion, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Tryndamere is also a fairly like simple champion to learn, and you know that the most important thing in your kit is your R.
Yes. If you're dying, press R.
Yeah.
If you want to fight, you E in, and then if you're dying, press R again.
Yes.
Your simple get out of jail card is your ultimate.
Yeah.
You
But
can use it to disengage fights as
that's
well.
so true. And if we look now also at the gold difference, it's like 13k. It's insane, and we've had over a kill a minute. And this is such a bloodthirsty game.
Yeah, we've seen SMU just now, you know, one player at 10k gold. But look at NYP now showing all that, 4 members on the team are at nearing 10k gold.
Wow, it's just so far ahead. I mean, the mid lane is like 4k behind. The 80 carries like 5k behind. It's insane.
I think it's just how Draven works. It's just he snowballs the lead way too much.
He snowballs way too hard and way too fast, and he's actually almost got his Infinity Edge. And they're getting the
They want Huang AG.
they want him.
Here comes the chain CC, but I guess Adria is nearby. He finally presses his R, by the way.
He did.
But
yeah.
Adria, maybe a solo queue. Hums looking for the fight, goes in, but the Zenith Blade out from the Leona costs us her
my
life.
God.
Just look at the amount of damage
Look
Adria
at one
output.
Q.
One
Look at
Q
that.
auto shockwave pulls them away from getting the mid laner of SMU. And they get the inhib for that as well.
Yeah, they got a hit him. They're just going to go and reset now because they don't have a wave. So they're probably going to go towards the bot lane. It's much closer to them.
Yeah, I think SMU really needs a miracle play. They need the Tryndamere out to be up such that he can go in and steal the dragon and get out of there safely.
They already have Dragon Soul, so
They need the Elder Dragon, that's
need
all
the
they
Elder
need.
no, but like, see, this is the exact thing that needs to happen for SMU to win.
Oh,
All the
Chains
MIP
of Corruption forces out Whizz's stopwatch, and they are looking for the fight. We see, however, low on HP, Tryndamere going in, gets
Oh
the
my
chase.
God.
The amount of damage that Adria does!
It's insane!
You can't even react to that, can you?
Yeah. You can't even react to that. There's so much damage. And I think I just...
It's nearing 1k.
It's nearing 1k. I think the trying to find a point we're trying to make was nope.
Oh, the Magnet Storm flash in from Hums. This is the engage they need. They forces Hums to go golden there, but he goes down towards Icy's there. But Broken, however, low on HP. Realm Warp in, standing in it. Oh, Huang Eiji picks it up, gets a triple for
It's
himself
a
as well.
typical. They're
And the win.
I think like they're gonna try and push for the win. Tryndamere is alive now.
He has his
Broken.
ulti. He just gets chain CC. He
gets
can't do
chain-
anything. He forces the out off.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do. They want the fight. They want him. Busy picks him up under the fountain.
Oh, that
that's
was
an
insane. That was oh.
that was a very fun match too.
Come on, guys. You know what to do. Come on, NYP.
They don't
do
have the
it.
realm warp.
I mean, they don't have the Realm Warp, but they had that level of BM just to delay the game, maybe to get to pad that KDA.
You know, you play the game to win. You just don't delay it out long enough. You know,
Yeah.
it's such that you don't hold the opponent hostage just in your game, just suffering.
You see them suffering, right? Oh, that was a pure stomp. There is no way to sugarcoat that, other than they got pub stomped.
Yeah, I think SMU maybe need to rethink what they're doing for the next game, for the upcoming one. Or else they are pretty much stuck with a 2-0 loss.
Yeah, I think that they need to reevaluate their the draft and what they're trying to do. Tryndamere was a nice and spicy pick. Didn't do much in the end,
Sadly.
because I'm not sure he actually even... He did even get a kill? or
I think
anything?
his presence was so little to the point we didn't even realize whether he got a kill or not.
Yeah.
The only kill I remember was the final one where they dove him under the tower and he actually the fountain helped him pick up the kill on Pussy.
Yeah. that was a bit sad, guys. But guess what? There's still at least one or two more games to go, guys. We'll just take a short break and we'll catch you guys in about 5 to 6 minutes. See you guys later.
A lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing activewear. It's the best way I can represent when Uniqlo.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals matchup between SMU and NYP. I am the Lemon Messiah, and joining me now for the second game again is Gobsty.
Yep.
Was that like a nice bitchy smile or
I don't know. I just cheese.
cheese? Okay, that's that's one way of like trying to show your personality to everybody. Cool, good on you, man.
Right. Just now was very amazing to watch. I think the NYP really just showed how well they played.
That is an understatement. That is an understatement. They didn't just like show how well they could play. They pub stomped them so hard. It was a 25-minute and almost like a NYP win like from minute 3 or 4. They just showed like we are better players. You can try to to throw an off-meta pick and to throw a curveball, and we still managed to catch it, and we are able to just run over the game with it.
I think NYP should be able to pick up this win and go on to the finals.
Yeah, I mean if they play the same way as he did in game 1, in game 2, it is going to be an easy. I think it's going to be an easy win in game 2, but SMU has to adapt. They have to just take the loss as it is. Like we tried something, didn't work. Let's move on. Right? They have to be able to clear their mind. I mean, it is a short 4 or 5 minute break in between games, but the ability to do that is paramount to a good best of 5 team, or best of 3 team. Sorry.
I think SMU really needs to adapt to what NYP is doing, or else it's gonna be a sad end for them. For what they have come so far, just to lose to NYP, I don't think that's what you want as SMU.
That's true, but also it is still a testament to that they still managed to get 1v1 kills here and there, and it looks as though we're actually ready for draft. Let's quickly get into it and just start talking about that. And we have the first ban, Diana, again from NYP. Followed by first ban Draven. Yes, Draven ban. Yes.
They want the Draven out of it instantly. They don't want to deal with that anymore. I think that's why ban out the Draven immediately.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Murray. Sorry.
Okay. NYP next out, banning out the Riven.
Yeah.
Pretty mechanically skilled champion.
I think this is a full reaction to the game 1. There's a Draven ban, there's a Rise ban.
Yup, and I think NYP is like, you're banning out what we've played and we're good at, we're gonna ban out your Gwen as well.
The full, all 3 main carries from the last game all gone, and they just left up Vigo now, and he's first picked.
I think NYP, you ban out all these front champions, right? This is all a front for what we can pull out behind.
Yeah. I mean,
this is really our true strength.
I mean, I said that SMU needs to react to what they were doing, or at least to what NYP was doing earlier, right, and learn. But this is a bit too an overcorrection, in my opinion.
Yeah, you just don't straight up ban what they are good at. Yeah. Because the opponent can always know that, you're gonna ban this, so we always have extra champions behind the scenes such that we are good at.
Yeah, and are they gonna do it?
Are they gonna lock in the Mundo? Okay, if they do, it's gonna be a fun match.
Oh no, they didn't.
They opt for the Callista
They opt
instead.
for Callista. Yeah, I mean, it's actually a good bot duo. You have Callista and Leona, right? Just Leona engages. If engages gone too far, you just pull her out again.
But you do open out the trash, which is a very safe support for those immobile ADCs.
And as you said,
they
here's
are
Slash.
hovering the trash. They may lock it in. That's what I want. Which means we may get an immobile ADC, which pairs very well with trash.
Yeah, I think the best pick that goes with Fresh is still Aphelios. So he does so much damage in team fights. And actually, I think he's still... I mean, he's not the worst against Callista, but he still does really well into her.
There's like a full combo that Aphelios can do with his Calibrum,
and whatever gun he has, right?
Yeah.
So you just Calibrum, you already hit it, you auto that Calibrum target, and then you throw out the other weapon thing, right? You switch to the other weapon, and you press whatever ability is there.
Yeah.
It does so much damage.
It does so much damage, but all the Steve crafting we did around Aphelios, we just had to
Throw it away.
throw it away, throw it in the trash, and we did not talk about Ash. And
Sadly.
yeah. And the final pick for round 1 for SMU is Renekton.
Pretty, I believe, safe pick for them. It didn't go as well for NUS in the very first game against SMU, but let's see what SMU can bring out with this Renekton, I believe, top lane that they are going for.
A true hunter never rests.
I am my I cannot comprehend this ban. It's a Rengar ban.
I think they saw I think they saw NYP hover, sort of like switching through what champions they want, and they saw Rengar, right, we need to ban Rengar, we don't want to deal with.
Controls them.
Yeah, but like Rengar is actually not that good in this team comp. Like for MIP's team comp. So that feels like a racist ban.
What they cannot understand.
Okay, I guess the last ban makes sense.
Last ban I agree with. Yeah, I completely agree with. Syndra still pretty strong. She can just 100 to 0 anybody, right? With like at least like 4. If you have like 5 or 6 of the Syndra balls out, she can 100 to 0 almost anybody out.
Yep.
And we see again the Kayn ban from the side of NYP. I think, if I remember correctly, this is exactly the same bans from game 1. Other than the Mumu. Other than the Mumu. This is the exact same bans from NYP. This is like a puzzling ban to me. Like I get that Shen Airlines, which is also from SMU, played it during the last week, right? The Mumu. But he's not in this game.
Yep.
And that's a puzzling like choice, yeah. I mean, he does do a giant AoE stun with his ultimate, but I think it's a premature ban.
Yeah. Instead, I think NYP, they're gonna lock in the Cassiopeia. I believe, Wang Yeji hovering the Azir, which means, I believe, if it's all correct, Viego goes into the jungle, Cassiopeia goes mid, and then maybe Hwang Yeji maybe picks something for the top laner.
But you see, like, he's now hovering over the Nocturne.
Yep.
So there's a lot of good flexibility here.
This is a very good pick for NYP. SMU banned it out in the first round.
Yeah.
And that's what allows NYP now, right? You've banned out whatever we played because you think that we're very good at it.
Yeah.
Wait till you see our Nocturne.
Yeah. So Foxicle going back to his tried and true Darius. And let's see now, because this is if I'm seeing this correctly, I see he's going Renekton.
Sorry, what? No, it should be the Renekton going the mid lane, then Darius top, Nidalee jungle, Kalista Leona bottom lane. But
I think they're just holding on to the picks right now just to maybe confuse the enemies. We have to see.
There's no way I see you unless maybe all 5 of them are in the same house and then they just switch seats. Yeah, okay.
Maybe,
so I'm gonna play on your account.
I think they're all comfortable, maybe in different roles, right? So it's definitely possible. So we see that it's going to be Viego top lane. So it's going to be Viego versus Darius.
It's either Viego top lane or Nocturne top lane. It's one of them.
So Broken is the top laner for NYP. So he's going to go in the top lane with Viego against Darius. You have Bibsy as Nocturne, going to go up against Nidalee. And then you have your Ash Thresh. No, not Ash, sorry. Your Hwang Eji as Cassiopeia against the Renekton mid. And finally, you have your Ash Thresh bot lane versus the Kalista Leona bot lane.
Yep, I think the lanes that we need to watch out is the Viego versus Darius.
Yeah,
this
I
matchup
agree.
is one that we need to be looking at. I believe we've seen
I believe in the very first game, Viego versus Darius, how powerful it is. It was the NUS versus SMU where I believe Raiko picks the Viego and
Is it the Vega into set? Actually.
thought
Yeah,
it was
you
Darius.
sort of mix them up. It's
Yeah.
it was actually Renekton versus Darius in game 1. So I know they've been replaying using the same picks, but there's actually such a volatile matchup now between the Viego and the Darius. I mean, it's any matchup that involves Darius is very volatile. Like if he falls behind, he just becomes like imagine like Murray tried to try and murder you with his paws. Like he's gonna try and hit you and nothing's gonna happen, right?
Very true. Yes.
Like if he suddenly becomes Chucky, then yes, then you need to be worried. But if he remains in his current form, no, nothing scary about him.
Right. The bottom lane shouldn't be that much of an issue. It's Ashe and Trash versus Leona Kalista. This should be just a pretty standard matchup until level 3, when everyone has their abilities and see who gets that level spike,
Yeah, but generally Kalista has a early game, not necessarily not spike, but she's a bit more powerful in the early game. Like the ability just to throw the spears out and get that rend is so much more powerful than what Ashe can do at level 1 and 2. So they have to play. So MIP will have to play a bit safer, and they'll have to concede the lane a little bit in the early game.
So I guess maybe you take these small L's, you give away a few CS, but in the late game you win the game. That's why it matters most.
Yeah, that's why it matters more. I mean, you have to take the small L's in order to get the bigger W in the end. Right? It's like you may have lost the battle, but you need to win the war, right?
Yep.
And all of these things are all small individual battles, which maybe sometimes if you're in a losing matchup, take the small L's in that matchup and just be able to play the team fights and the mid and late game much better, right?
This doesn't happen in solo queue, right? You just lose a few CS, you freeze the wave at top lane, and then your jungler is like, yep, we're gonna go gank bot lane now.
Yep.
It's always sad. You lose the some CS, and then your jungler just decides, yeah, I'm not gonna gank you. I really don't care. I just want to do what I want to do.
It's really like imagine like the Mundo mindset, but for all of solo queue now. like they're gonna do what they please. They're gonna go where they please, and hopefully they don't screw up along the way, right?
That reminds me. I was playing League one time. I believe you were there, and you reminded me Mundo goes where he pleases.
Yep.
So all my 3 towers at bot lane, I believe, was still up, and Mundo was at my base. I don't know how, or was it like it was at the inhib tower, then Mundo was all the way at my base already.
Oh yeah, I still remember that. I'm starting to remember like the actual like circumstances that led to that situation. So Mundo really does what he pleases, and sadly, even though SMU hovered and they played with our hearts just to try and show like maybe we will pick the Mundo, but in the end they said no.
Yep, sadly no Mundo for today. Maybe later for the second semifinals we may get a Mundo pick.
We have to see, man. Like, I really hope somebody actually picks the Mundo. Has finally been available now because I think he was not allowed throughout the entire like group stage, right?
Yeah, sadly.
And now we have the second game. Let's get into the game number 2 and just focus our energy there now.
Yep, we are going on to Summoner's Rift. And a pause has been called.
And a pause has been called. Oh, okay. Something has happened to someone in the game.
Technical difficulty, probably.
Technical difficulty, yeah, probably. So,
before we get to know what the cause of it, I think looking at what they have do, maybe MIP, want to push their lead. Maybe want to try their luck, go for an early game cheese, like an early invade. And then maybe push their snowball and then their lead way too far.
There may be that might be the thought process there. If I don't think that's probable because the comp from SMU is actually much more early game oriented. Just because you have you have the Renekton in Italy combo. That is, again, very early game focused. They have to get ahead, and then they have to keep that lead so that they can like continue snowballing, right? And if they fall behind at any moment, it is really bad. And we're now going to go back into the game, even though everything's a little bit paused, but I think everything is ready to play.
Yep, it should be. Right now, we're just looking at what they plan to do. So you can see roughly, it looks like the jungle's gonna probably start bottom side, both jungles especially.
Yeah, both junglers seem to be posturing towards the bottom side of both teams. They're probably just like again like a lot of top lane focus, right? Because of how volatile the matchup really is. So whoever gets ahead can start snowballing and start winning the game.
Yeah, hey, isn't that the Unbound trash skin?
I think it is. we got Anime Man Trash in the game.
Yep. I guess that works.
Oh,
I don't understand why you didn't want to fight that. I mean, he is alone.
yeah, he's alone, but like, you don't know where everyone else is, so this don't test this. It's probably good not to test your luck.
I mean, now MYP knows the jungler is starting at the bottom. You know, because Nidalee was taking out the ward.
Yeah.
So I guess that's sort of like a given.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little thing I had to give, but as a Nidalee normally just starts at blue just because of how reliant she is on mana, and that she's a bit more AP focused, right? So if you're a mage, you're gonna more likely start in blue. If you're more of a fighter and more AD focused, you're gonna start red normally.
Yep, makes sense, right?
Yeah.
If you're a mage, you want the mana. If you're a fighter, you want the more damage kind of.
Yeah. So I mean, now see this Nocturne is clearing his jungle, going from bot to top, and then you see like the shove is definitely going towards the Kalista and the Leona, but Adria and Thresh are contesting them quite well. But you see now they're almost level 2, so they're just gonna back off and let them do it.
Yep, they're just gonna let them shove in the wave. This is the sort of like the small L's you was talking about just now.
Yeah. And you don't want to just get a bit too hypey, try and contest them, and then lose your life, because it's super easy to do that. And as we saw a bit earlier, like, hawk shot.
That's a good hawk shot, man.
That's such a good hawk shot. You know that the Nidalees are in the bot side, so you just go and throw up towards your top side of the jungle, and now you know where exactly he is. And also, I like this flexibility from SMU with the fact that I see.
Oh, that is a very beautiful hook, right through the minions and onto the Kalista.
Yeah, that was an amazing hook from Harms, and that's like some next level amazing thing. And
I guess some trades.
yeah, I guess some trades are going back. I think the point I was trying to say earlier was I like the flexibility from SMU, that Cans, who was the mid laner, is now playing the AD carry. He's playing Kalista, and Icy switched to mid lane.
G might be in a bit of trouble here as the Nidalee is close. The stun will not be able to land on Hwang Ye-ji as both the flashes are used. Stun lands and the chain CC will be able to allow Nidalee to pick up the very first blood of the game.
Even though a slight misplay from Icy and Voxical.
You know, maybe wants to get this 1-for-1 kind of thing. Oh,
they missed a flash!
No, but there's not enough damage! There's not enough damage!
Oh my god!
That is a sad start for NYP.
That's a sad start. They're 0-2 down now, but the bot lane for NYP seems to be doing okay. Right? I think now they have to just refocus the team into trying to push their bot lane ahead and to make sure that that the top lane and mid lane don't lose too much.
Yep. Now with Nidalee having that very first blood, she opts for the early Boots of Lucidity and a Dark Seal.
Yeah. I mean, just good. Dark Seal is a good snowball item, right? If you get an early kill, you can use it to try and snowball the game by getting more stacks, get more AP, and in the end deal more damage.
Yep. It just makes sense.
Yeah.
You get heals, you get more stings, you get more AP, now you do more damage.
Yeah, and it's not the most ideal like back or like oh, it's still not even back like buy from the side of Hwang Ye-ji. He got only his a health crystal and a tier, so not that much of a help to him.
But I just Cassiopeia, she's a very strong champion overall.
Yeah, and she's still actually like almost 20 CS ahead.
Yeah, I think it's because of how Hwang Ye-ji just shoves the waves in and then it just doesn't allow Icy to do anything.
Yeah, and as soon as he tries to do anything, she just throws down her W and then E's and continues until he dies.
I think SMU is putting much more focus onto that mid lane and that top lane. Because you see, when they switch out their members, Icy is now on the mid lane, which means it is harder for MIP to, I believe, to do a bit of more damage to that mid lane.
Yeah, we see now that Aegis and Thresh are actually trying to freeze the lane on the bot side. And with that early prio from the top and bot side, they're actually starting the dragon, which is actually really good from them. Using that pressure to do it. And
See what Buisi wants to do here. He can either fight that dragon or go for the early gank, which he opts for the gank. The Q will be able to land. The spell shield will be able to block the
oh, he got the
stun from
hook.
it, but the hook lands.
The cleanse
and
is
the
too late.
TP is coming in. The Xenoblade lands. The stun will be able to come. The chain CC is not enough as Leona is now on the run. Won't be enough. And that's a 2 for 0 onto the bottom lane.
Oh, that was an amazingly sad cleanse from the side of SMU. He got hooked and he was almost dead, and then he threw down his cleanse.
It was sort of like a late react.
And
top lane,
another
I
solo kill.
guess again that happens.
There's another solo kill for theirs. This is going from bad to worse.
Yeah, but Hums and Hwang Ye-ji is here. They are looking for a fight. Hook goes wide, but the ultimate comes in. Here comes the lights out. Wissy on the back line. The fear will be able to land. He wants the kill, but the stun under the tower may just secure the kill as Icy on that Renekton is doing a lot of work. He picks up Hwang Ye-ji as well. That's a 2 for 1 again against MIP this time.
Yeah, they were testing their luck a bit too much there. They saw the kills. They were able to get the one on the Nidalee, but like they went a bit too far for it, and they got punished for that decision.
Sadly, yeah, they had to. They kind of misread the situation.
They thought they were a bit more ahead than they actually were, and they could do that. So they got rightfully punished, and let's see if they actually learn from their mistakes.
Hopefully NYP does, because I believe they are the stronger team.
Yeah, and also SMU are a full 1,000 gold ahead now. I think a lot of lead now is from the Darius lead, because he's now it's almost all of it is like 900 gold ahead, and then everyone else is pretty even, other than Renekton. Like he's also a little bit ahead.
I think the only person who can match what SMU has is that Nocturne of MIP.
Yeah, he's the only one who's like truly ahead of his counterpart, and he actually is going to play a vital role in how they engage.
I think they need to play around this Nocturne, especially as SMU is looking for gank on the top.
Oh, don't do it. You're Oh no!
Oh
no!
Broken.
Oh!
But he robbed the mist, uses use the hallowed mist, Spectral Maw to run out.
You actually correct. Spectral Maw is his
W,
the throw out for the stun.
Then his E is his Black Mist. Oh,
Yeah,
they're
Black
going for a
Mist.
fight on the top lane. The lights out will be able to secure one, but the bleed is not enough to pick up Broken. But he is pushing up a bit too much. The Ash Arrow goes wide right there, but the Hwang Ye-ji is near. Icy is gonna dash into the fight to stun the Airborne, but the ultimate from Hwang Ye-ji won't be able to secure the kill. But the fear from Buisi actually saves the life of Broken.
And you're now back to exactly even.
Yeah.
It was in another 2 kills that go over to MYP. I mean, look at the goal now. It's even. Kills are even. No turrets or anything gone, but
Oh, Broken
Broken
wants
dead?
a fight. He dies to Nidalee. There's no one there to help him. I guess that works, you know.
that is
Whatever
one way
makes
to
you
get a
happy.
kill. That is definitely a way to get a kill, and he probably should have just gone back.
Yep. Now Hwang Ye-ji is gonna push off the Nidalee because they're
Because
taking the
Cassiopeia.
they're taking the okay, yeah, Cassiopeia. But the stun from VC, the lantern will be used to get out of there. But ooh, that nice spear, the hitbox actually lands. Dodge away from the solar flare is what Hums will do, but will not dodge away from his death.
That was.
It's just mayhem of after fight.
It's a mayhem. It's complete mayhem. This. I'm failing to find words of how chaotic this entire game is and how people are randomly dying. Right. The last 2 kills which you saw for the side of SMU was because they got the. They actually took a bit too long to try and get the Rift Herald, right? So if Broken actually not just shoved up the lane and stayed in the lane, if he came and helped his jungler with the Rift Herald, I think they could have avoided this entire situation.
It's just a matter of how fast they can take that Herald that's led to this issue of we overstaying at different places.
Yeah. But you see now the Rift Herald is taken into mid lane.
But they go in for Hwang Ye-ji. The Kalista goes in, pulls her back, but it's not enough as Bussy dives into the backline. Leona is now all alone on an island by herself as Hwang Ye-ji picks up the kill. And Broken now has this form of the Leona. Has the Zenith Blade and the Chain CC, but doesn't have it as of yet. The stun will not be able to land and connect, but they will pick up the 3 plates on that mid tower.
That was actually really close to him hitting for the Lee Spear, and that will chunked him out.
Yes. The Nidalee Spear is one to not play against, as it's very scary to just get hit by
I
it.
agree. It's so scary, especially if it's like a max range one. We just see like all your health just randomly disappear.
Like, wait, what do I get hit by? Wait, there was a Nidalee Spear. Okay, I guess that's what does us the 2k damage.
Oh, look at
but
Adria
the
got-
chain CC on the bot lane of Adria. The flashes come through, but the lantern has been used to get out of that fight safely. That is the coordination of NYP, I believe.
Yeah, I mean that was actually there was both of those flashes committed from the side of SMU for nothing
Yeah.
from the side of NYP.
I guess the lantern from Trash is what saves the lives of Adria.
Yeah,
Does it need
Lantern
to use
OP.
a flash or a cleanse?
Actually, he didn't need to use anything. You know, so this reinforces the old adage: just click the lantern. Clicking the
Yes.
lantern is OP.
Yeah, it saves that 5-minute cooldown on your flash. Like,
And
why would
your
you want a
life.
flash? And your life as well.
Yeah. So you see now this Hwang Ye-ji is just like
Shoving out the waves.
culling the wave down, getting that Everfrost is now finished, and I think they solidly now just caught back up again. It's back to almost even. This is a good game, just because of how close everyone is. It's not clear who is winning at the moment. But oh,
The Hex Flash is channeled. They're going in. The Zenith Blade won't be able to land as the flash from Adria is used. They are looking for a fight on the bottom lane. Teleport comes through. Solar Flare lands on Adria right there. He goes onto the back line as Wissy flashes over the wall, looking for a fight. But however, Hums is in big danger. Hook goes wide, but Wissy picks up a double, looking for a triple even maybe. But the Q heals him up, not enough as Wissy picks up a third.
as a triple kill for the Nocturne. He is now getting so far ahead of his counterpart. And I think they're probably going to get the top in... oh, there's a solo kill from the side of Broken.
That is amazing. It's the early game that Darius has compared to what the Viego can pull out.
Yeah. I mean, also, like, Viego has the advantage in... He has a Mythic complete, whereas Darius does not. He only has his components to his Mythic.
Yeah, I think it was the Darius' fault for engaging because he didn't have a Mythic and how powerful the Night Harvester is on Viego to cut off any tanks in his way.
Yeah, the Divine Thunderer is just so powerful. Night Harvester is on the Nidalee, so
Oh.
you got it. Sorry, you got it other way around, my friend.
I mean, they're both green. I got
They're
it
both,
mixed up.
yeah, they're both green. I agree.
They're both X's as well.
I think Divine Thunderer actually. I don't think it's an axe. I think it's like a giant, club.
Giant hammer kind of thing.
Yeah, hammer.
Something that Nessus uses.
Yeah, maybe.
Nessus bonks your
Yeah.
on the head.
Yes, that's so true. Like,
Oh.
I was playing this little game with Hungry a little earlier. Do you know what the Orn Masterwork item name is for Divine Thunderer?
I don't actually know.
It's called Dayside.
Sorry, what?
Dayside. Deicide. And you see,
Top lane. I guess you get your 5 stacks off. You're not gonna go for the fight. Ash Arrow goes wide again. It's always the Ash Arrow to the top lane. It's the hardest to land.
yeah, it's the hardest. Like especially the long range ones are especially hard to land. And
That's not a full range, but it still chunks out your health.
yeah, so like
Oh, they're going for the fight under the tower. What can you do if you're Foxicle? The Fear will be able to land. The Q will be able to save his life, but I believe the smite
red buff
damage.
with the red
Oh.
and the smite damage.
Oh my god. It just barely picks him up.
Yeah, and also like, so when I meant like a bit earlier when I was talking about Dayside, right?
Yeah.
Dayside is the English word for the killing of a deity.
Oh,
Whenever you kill a
wow.
deity, it's called Dayside.
Wow. Okay.
Because Divine Thunderer, right?
Yeah, divine. And everything. Okay, it makes sense now.
Yeah.
I get it. Especially when it is a tank killer.
Yeah,
Gods,
tank killer.
gods against humans, that's like impossible to do.
Yeah.
because-
I mean, also like that Ornn is also considered the Forge God, right?
The 3 gods of Freljord, Ornn, Anivia, and Volibear.
Yeah.
Sadly, I only play one of them.
The Nivea, right?
Yes, Anivia is such a very fun champion to play.
I mean, yes, she is fun if there's no one on the team that can just run and jump on you and engage.
Yes,
It's true.
They jump on you, you become an egg, and you're like, they're like, yes, I am an egg. What can I do? I always throw my Q out too early against those type of champions that just burst you down, right?
Yeah.
Like, I get stunned and then I can't reactivate it. And the
Yeah.
stun will not land. The only thing I can do is throw my E out, which will do more damage.
And we see now just that the
Oh, that's a
Mid
free
lane-
tower.
mid lane T1 is down. They're now I think trying to set up around the mountain drake. I think that's the mountain drake.
Yep, and NYP will always be able to secure the dragons. There's nothing SMU has been doing to counteract whatever dragons ever spawns.
Yeah. And remember how we were talking about earlier, just how close everything was, right? I think it's like just 2-3 minutes ago. They now suddenly have a 3k gold lead.
Yeah, NYP just taking those small L's to bring back the bigger win that they
Yep.
need. They
This-
want their legacy to be there.
Yeah, they want to hold on to that legacy.
Oh,
and
that hook
it's
over the
amazing
wall, they're
hook.
going for it. The chain CC, the box has been used. Buisi going on to the line, finds one and they are finding more. Buisi, however, gets stunned by the Leona, trying her best to get out, but the Solar Flare will be able to land a hook for that Leona, will be able to allow Hwang Eiji to pick that one up, and they are looking for more. Adria doing the amount of damage, the shield bow will be able to help him live for long, but Icy, however, looking for a fight. With that Renekton ulti, he's not going in. He does pick up one, so that's a 3 for the side of 1 for NYP.
There's a definite win for NYP. They managed to get mid lane T1. They got the Mountain Drake, and I think they almost got the top lane T2 as well.
It's the ring around the roses for Broken and
Yeah.
Foxicle on the top side.
Yeah, one way. I think he's definitely now in trouble unless they know where he
Oh,
is.
no way this works. No way this works.
Oh, they got
the
him.
Cook will, the spear will land. Broken is
Spear-
not a very big trouble. He just gets caught out in 1v4.
Yeah.
Imagine if he recalled that. That would be so amazing.
If he did, yeah, but they managed to perfectly predict the spear, and yeah, he died. Sadly.
You know, sometimes in League it feels like sometimes the hitboxes just doesn't make sense.
Yes, Nautilus Q is one of them.
Nautilus Q makes sense.
No.
The middle line is the terrain thing. The outer is the champion.
What?
You know when you hold down your Q for Nautilus, right?
Yeah.
The outer rectangle
Yeah.
is what lands on the champion. The inner is what lands on terrain. So that's why you wonder somehow it will go through that thing.
You learn something new every day. Okay,
Yes.
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't play as much Nautilus as I probably should. Whenever I'm in like the support role, like when I get autofield to support, I either play Thresh or Soraka.
Trash is a very good champion. I love him. I love to play. I haven't picked up this skin yet because for some reason the game doesn't want to give me my tokens. Can't get 300 for it.
Yeah. No, but like I also I like Soraka just because of like sure, she's not the most mechanically intensive champion, but you can just do so much with it. And
Like,
just
when
she's such a heal bot as well.
And especially when people dive you just put on the silence thing, and then what do? Like especially for burst mages,
Yeah.
you throw that one ability and you're like, I can't throw anything else. What do I do?
Yeah, and you're playing against someone like a Silas, right? If they try to jump in, just throw the E under you and like, come on, try something else.
Just auto attack me, you know?
Yeah.
They're just gonna take the Baron, and there's nothing for them to contest. The ward doesn't even spot them out, but the
Then
other
they
one
have-
should be able to. They have been spotted out. The Hex Splash will be going over the wall. Solar Flare will be landing on Huang AG. The Dragon Baron is still on 1 HP. Whichever who picks this up, as Adria picks up one, the Fear will not be able to land. Spell Shield will be able to be used, and they pick up the Baron and the amount of kills. But I believe Baron has been stolen. But it's
It's a moral victory.
It's a moral victory.
It's a moral victory because they were able to take it, even though they lost.
4 members?
They lost the 4 members. One person still has it at least.
I mean, you still get the gold if you're dead, if I'm correct.
Yeah, you still get the gold, right? Yeah, but again, like I said, it's a moral victory. You lost one to get this entire thing, and I think they also got top tier 2 and mid tier 2. So I think it's still okay. It's
still a
not
win.
horrendous.
Yep.
I mean, there's still like 5k ahead. So it's still not so bad.
It's still not bad. I honestly agree with you.
But like that was something they probably should be able to secure. And you also saw that Nidalee didn't really engage in the fight. She was just focused entirely on the Baron.
You're like, okay, it's like that solo queue game where you're like, okay, my team's fighting. Yep, let's not care about them. Let me go for objectives only.
Yeah.
Oh, they're looking for a fight. The Fury is gonna be used. The Zenithblade goes in a bit too far. The hook will be able to land. The lantern will be used to get. Will be able to flash out of there as Breezy goes in for that backline. Fear will be able to land. I see now in the island of his own, and Adria picks him up. Now looking out to the top side, they're looking for the fight. Comes, however, Hook will be going wide. Broken diving in, goes in, gets the kill. Looking for more. Everfrost lands. It's not enough as Callista falls. Everyone's falling. Foxical, the last one member. He does pick up one as a consolation.
An ace for the side of NYP, and now we're just gonna push down mid lane. I think it's not entirely enough for them to win the game right now, but they can definitely get
That
the
tower.
inhib.
Yep. They should be able to. There's no way they don't.
Yeah, because they have about like 10 seconds on IC, and about 15 seconds or so on everyone else.
But
So
they
they're
also
gonna get
pick
the
up the
inhib.
soul.
Yeah, they pick up the soul as well.
They pick up the inhibitor as well, like you predicted. So it's now, they have an 8k gold lead, which is kind of insane at this point. I mean, it's what NYP just does. At 25 minutes, you expect them to get 25 kills.
Yeah, this has been a very bloody game, and
Oh, Adria, I think you're alone in that jungle. Not something you would want to be doing there.
so yeah, he rightfully backs off, and I think he's going to reset. Going to just make sure he can spend all his gold and try and win the game on the next push.
You know, when I play Nidalee, I always forget to put on the traps because I just keep on forgetting. how mechanically difficult Nidalee is.
Yeah, she seems like such a
Easy champion, right?
easy
You
champion,
just
right?
throw
But-
that spear and then, yeah, okay, that's all.
Yeah, but she has sort of like, I think with most champions, especially ones which have done like the mini reworks on, right? They've tried to add a little bit more depth, and they add little bit of like mechanical like aspects to each champion, such that people can do their own, express themselves better, right? In those mechanical choices, and in those games.
Yeah, they shouldn't have. I think there was a time where Blitzcrank, right, you could flash backwards such that the Blitzcrank hook will go further. But sadly, that doesn't work anymore.
I think that was more on Riot just decreasing the type of interactions which seem unintuitive, right? Like with how they, I think it's either this patch or the patch before, where you could no longer throw your 5-point strike as a Kali while you're doing your E.
I think it was the last patch. Oh, we see using his ult to just,
To scare.
to scare. Maybe just clear out a few wards.
Care a few words. I think this is a Nocturne ult that really lived up to the name. Like it's paranoia. Like you just make them all paranoid. Oh god, what's going on? Nothing happened.
What are they
Said-
doing?
Yes.
And BC
Am I dead?
BC's like, yeah, I'm just gonna clear out a ward. You don't mind this? Yeah, sweet. Bye bye.
That was a definite usage of an ult.
Yeah.
You see now they're actually trying to catch Ripsy or anyone else
Oh,
out.
the Foxicle picks up Bwissy in the bush
Oh
and
no,
the teleport
oh no,
from
Icy.
Icicle. Oh, Icy, what are you doing? The Solar Flare finds two, however, cleanse will be used. Bwissy, however, trying his best. He gets stunned and he does die. Oh, he does fall to the Darius right there. Chain kill onto the Darius and they're looking for more. Hwang Yeji picks up another. They're going for the ace and they're looking for the end. Broken in the Leona can go for the Xenoblade, but it's too late. He's going for the stun instead. Won't be able to land as Icy finds the stun on Broken and won't be able to pick him up.
They won't be able to pick him up, but they're now heading towards the Nexus turrets. They're heading towards the end, and this looks like it's going to be a swift 2-0 for the side of NP.
Just nothing SMU could have done. I mean, they did good in the early game, but this feels like what SMU did to NUS.
Yeah. They gave him a little bit of hope, but
Oh, no way MIP is playing for KDD. I just like what Broken does. Spectrum more and then takes the Lantern out.
yeah. But you see now they actually managed to basically they got both in Nexus turrets. They got the top two inhibs. I think they're just gonna reset and then try to take Baron and then win on the next push.
Yep, that's what they should be doing. And they're just waiting for the right time to take it, Maybe get a good fight off and maybe get possibly even the jungler dead. That would be such a good thing,
Yeah, maybe secure the Baron this time properly, and
Yeah.
not just randomly have the Nidalee take it.
Nidalee, actually, I see. What are you doing over there?
He flashed over, definitely.
Yeah, I guess that's a save here. Oh,
Oh,
Ash Arrow's
Ash Arrow
land. That
landed.
means it's the engage time. It's lights on and away we go. The Broken, however, going in for the fight. Solar Flare will be landing onto Adria right there. Not enough damage as she's outputting way too much. She does pick up one. It's all down to Kalista right here. The hook will be able to land. The cleanse will be used. That's a triple kill for the Cassiopeia. And Harms and Broken are gonna pick up the final kill.
And it's just an ace. And now they're just going to push for the Nexus. And this is going to be the end of the road for SMU. Good game to NYP. They play really well. They managed to come back a couple times. So other than like they threw themselves a bit, right? Like into the game. And this is definitely like a much closer game than it should have been.
Yeah, this is what SMU did to NUS. NUS had the Q lead. Oh, and look at that
Yes.
victory dance. Look at the
Yes.
victory pose that they do.
I love the guy in the back right.
They're like, what is my team doing?
Yeah.
I think he's the top laner of NYP.
I'm actually not sure, but I'll take your word for it.
I would assume he's the top laner. He's like, what is my team doing down at the other side of the map?
He's truly feeling broken inside.
I love that picture.
Yeah, I agree with you there as well. Sadly, this ends as a swift 2-0 to the side of NYB. I
Yep.
mean, SMU managed to get ahead and to get a couple of solo kills and wins in the early game, but just couldn't convert it into like a proper win. And they made too many mistakes on their own.
Yep, it was really sad. It really felt like a solo queue game at the end, where everyone's making a little mistake here and there that caused the fight to break out. Like you see, when the Ash arrow lands, it was the perfect time to engage.
Yeah.
We see using the out goes in, gets in deep into the enemy lines, and then starts to slice everyone off.
Yeah. And that's just it. We like this. I would just like to thank SMU for playing and for giving us a good 4 games today. They showed that they had some mechanical skill and they were able to play really well today. And yeah, I think we're just going to take a short break. We're going to just get ourselves ready for the last semi-final of the day. SIM versus, I think, NP.
Yes, it is SIM versus MP, so please do stay tuned as we go for a short break.
A lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing activewear. It's the best way I can represent with Uniqlo. lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing activewear. It's the best way I can represent with Uniqlo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final semi-finals for today. I am Hungry Cass. Alongside me is Gobstay, and we'll be taking you through the final best of 3 for today. It's going to be SIM versus NP for a spot. In the grand finals, we saw NYP already assert their dominance and, kind of sweep SMU under the bus. 2-0, no problem, easy for them, and now they're in the grand finals. We're looking for their opponent right now. SIM versus NP. What do you think about this?
SIM, they've did a strong showing before in the group stages. Like, you can see SIM, they've dominated the group stages with, I believe, a 6-0 victory into the playoffs. While looking at NP, they've did well in Group B.
Yep.
I believe they came up second in the group. That's why they've beat IT College Central, was it?
Right.
To
So
get here.
SIM is the best team of their group. Kind of the favorites in this matchup, and in a best of 3, I think there's a lot of room for them to kind of experiment and kind of showcase what they want to pull out in the grand finals. More interestingly too, this is a team that is filled with pros, or ex-pros, I would say. These were players that I used to cast way back in the GPO, and now kind of seeing them in Campus Legends as part of a tertiary team is kind of interesting, to say the least. Before we go into our game though, we do want to bring up our final chance for a giveaway. You guys missed this earlier today in Game 1 or Game 2. Game 3 now is your chance for you to win this KM300 keyboard and mouse combination courtesy of Lenovo that Nick is holding up. All you have to do is just predict the team that you think is going to win, #Legion, and I feel like we have a lot of SIM fans in the chat that will probably be, betting this keyboard on SIM, and you would be right to do so. I feel like they are the favorites coming in.
I really appreciate what Legion has done, especially giving away a keyboard and mouse bundle every week.
Yep.
Usually people would just dump roughly 150 to about 200 on a keyboard and mouse, but here you get it for free. If you win the giveaway, that is.
Yeah, definitely a chance. And if you guys have been missing out week on week, this is your second last week, because next week will be the finals itself for Campus Legends League of the Legends. So do stay tuned, of course, to see how that one plays out. But for now, we are waiting for the teams to load into the lobby and into draft. It's going to be SIM versus Ngee Polytechnic. Right now, the players are still waiting. In terms of, my preference, I've watched a lot of SIM. I know some of the players themselves, and Mez himself being one of the ex-casters that I used to work with. So I do believe SIM does have the upper hand in this matchup. I'd give it like 70-30, leaning towards SIM. I'm not sure what your take on this is, Nick.
It's always intrigues me of what the players can pull out. It's their creativity with the amount of champions that are in league. If you can pull off an off-meta champion, that's what I want to support.
You're one of those guys that like seeing they like seeing kind of cheesy, weird off-meta compositions, right? But I like clean, kind of routine League of Legends. And last week, even though Arcalic did pull out the Z, some people will be like, "Huh, Z out of nowhere?" But Arcalic Z was one of the most I guess one of his signature champions way back in the day. So it wasn't too surprising to see him pull that one out. In addition to that, there are other champions in his pool that will probably make an appearance. Silas Akali definitely something he favors as well. But this team on a whole, not just Arcalic, but also the fact that they have this wealth of experience. They do have a solid roster around each other, and this kind of synergy that works very well, I think, is what's probably going to give them an edge and help them find a spot in the grand finals. Neon Poly, however, not to be outdone, like you said, doing relatively well in their own respective group, but still, it's an uphill climb for them to really even hit this point of SIM.
It's now that you're in the semi-finals, there's two ways you can take this. I want to go big, I want to go into the grand finals, that kind of thing, or you can be like, okay, let's lose here and let's prepare for the bronze medal.
Yeah, like third and fourth, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Losing here, of course, like you said, definitely a chance for third and fourth, but not to mention the fact that in terms of track record, in 2020 at least, SIM placing third last year in Campus Legends, and now looking for this hopefully second or first place finish to after securing a spot in the grand finals is definitely a feat. Minimally, they should be able to get third and at least maintain the legacy, the record that they had from last year. But ideally, they would be looking for first or second to dethrone NYP, who is already waiting for them in the grand finals, right? So NYP is very much on track to end up first again, and that will make it their third time in a row. 2019, 2020, and this year 2021 will make it their third, three-peat kind of victory. But if SIM can play, spoiler to that, and if they end first, it would be a very surprising upset, to say the least.
It's like the sort of rivalry you have between the top three teams in Campus Legends, right? It's NYP always first, then SIM being third. The second place
TP is
somewhere.
unfortunately not having the best kind of performance this year. I think if I'm not wrong, SIM already did beat TP out, and that was in the quarterfinals earlier today. So a bit tough, but also because of the placements in the groups and the standings, and how the brackets panned out, SIM was able to take down TP earlier in the day and now find themselves in the second semifinals for today. So players are in lobby. I believe we should be going into game, ladies and gentlemen. SIM versus Neon Poly, and for those of you that don't know, SIM is my alma mater. I did graduate from SIM just relatively recently, so I'm kind of rooting for them as well. Hopefully, looking for them to end up in the grand finals as we are into draft here.
We should switch seats, because SIM is up above me.
Yeah. No, you know what? It's fine. In the second game, the swap over. No surprise, but SIM is on the blue side this time, like you so keenly mentioned, and NP is on the red side as the first ban comes out to be Sinjao.
Since I believe he's a very aggressive, sort of like a jungler kind of thing. But if you are daring enough, you can put him in the solo laners as well.
I've seen people play that. I've seen people play solo lane like mid Sinjao, and it's kind of annoying as like your level 1, level 2 all in is really strong between Audacious Charge and the 3 Talon Strike. So that could be a choice, but it's banned out. Arela banned out as well. Sorry, production, can we get like my volume in my headset to go down a bit lower? It's super loud in my ears. Sorry, just want to mention this right now. But yeah, Aurelia and Diana have been banned out as well. So right now, looking for the 4th ban, it's going to be Lucian here for NP.
The Lucian bans, I think they're looking for maybe a mid laner kind of thing, because you see the AP jungler being banned out. The Lucian being such a harassment in the mid lane, I swear.
I think right now they are targeting the pool of SIM a little bit more. The mid lane Lucian is something that's both meta and would fit Arcalic style very well. Now with the Gwen being removed, Gwen more of a power ban than a target ban. I think it's a very strong pick. We saw it do very well in the first game for today. The fact of the matter is she is a very strong flex pick and can be played in the jungle and both the top lane. Just banning it out removes some of the surge there. And the Ziggs, the Ziggs being banned away too. We saw bot lane Ziggs earlier today too, but I think it's, again, NP saying like, we just want to ban that out. And not to mention, right now, the first pick, Lee Sin is open. Lee Sin is going to be locked in by SIM.
But you know, Viego is still open. So I think NP could possibly pick the Viego to probably match the Lee Sin. But let's see what NP can bring out, since they have 2 picks this choice, right? This
The Lee Sin again also is a flex pick. You could play in top or jungle. Of course, his numbers have been nerfed a little bit. The kind of insane wave clear that solo lane Lee Sin has dipped off a little bit more. Still, with Gold Drinker, it's a very strong overall, you know, sustained laner in itself. Can duo very well, provide strong engage if you understand how the champion works. The first 2 picks here for NP is going to be an instant bot lane, right? Aphelios Thresh. So this tells me that NP are going to be playing bot side. You don't pick Aphelios Thresh if you don't want to be like helping that lane snowball. Essentially, that lane needs to snowball, and once it does scale up to the strong item, you know, power spike that Aphelios does have, that's when you can come online. The response here from SIM is a Karma and Varus. Varus, again, we've seen a lot of Varus today. The reason being it's a very low economy, high utility ADC. Like, you don't need a lot of farm, but you still do a lot in terms of items. So it's like, usually you buy tears, serrated dirt, go back to the lane, just start owning the guy because you have lethality and piercing arrow. And then once you get a couple more items, you finish the mana mule, you finish the dust blade, that's when you really take over as like a poke machine, right?
Yeah, you start poking out the champs because your W does % health damage.
Yeah, it's execute.
It's an execute basically. But MP is gonna lock in the Trundle to match the Lee Sin, I believe, in the jungle.
They are predicting a Lee Sin jungle, but I am not 100% sold that SIM is going to play Lee Sin jungle, just purely because of the draft right now. And I think the Trundle could be abused here if SIM read this properly, right? If it's a jungle Trundle, SIM could read this properly and just play something like Kindred and punish that. Again, right now you see the LeBlanc, that's the Aracelic ban. Won't be surprised if they final ban like Silas, Zed, Akali, something like that to make sure that Aracelic does not get like a good lane matchup. As Mundo is going to be taken away by SIM here.
You're duller than a broken
And Tom Kench as well. They both recently changed champions, you know. So sadly, we won't be seeing them. We've seen how powerful Tom Kench was, but it wasn't played to the max potential.
I think Tom Kench being banned signals to me that they're worried SIM picks like tanky kind of, you know,
Never pick a
frontliner.
fight you can't
And
win.
they do want to force this Lee Sin into the solo lane and hopefully get a decent matchup in the top lane. Being on the red side, of course, they can last pick their top lane pick last. So here you pick either top or mid. I assume you want to pick mid because either way you're going to get slapped by Aracelic. So just pick the mid lane matchup first and then last pick your top lane. Because against Mez, who is Greed, I'm assuming you probably stand a better chance of coming out hit in your lane.
Yeah, so I think
And
they've
you go the
locked
big
in the
pick.
Syndra. Syndra recently got a few buffs in that mana cost of her abilities, so I guess Syndra would be a very optimal pick going into what SIM has.
Quake is hovering the Vayne here because this is one of his old school signature picks.
Oh.
His old IGN used to be Cap, and then he used to play a lot of Vayne. But now not so much, even though Vayne is still very strong in this patch. I don't think that's going to be the choice. Instead, it's going to be the Akali for Aracelic here in the mid lane. Again, one of his signature champions. I think Aracelic, I think 2 things, right? I think Assassins, and I think high mechanically skilled player. And Akali is one of those champions that do, you know, fall in that particular overlap in the Venn diagram. So now the final pick here, I think probably not an Ivern, unless they have some cheese set up. It should be the jungle pick and then the Lee Sin solo lane, I think.
Seems like they're covering all the junglers. And they're going to lock in the Graves.
Same thing as Kindred, basically. Against Trundle, you have a range advantage and you have ways to dodge away from the pillar. Trundle only really excels when he can lock you in place with the pillar. Basically, he throws up the pillar and
just blocks you.
And then in that AoE, you are both slowed and like obstructed, right? Then he just fights you in that area. But with like someone with Graves or Kindred, your response is just to throw down smoke screen and dash away. Or for Kindred, throw down that AoE and dash away. It doesn't matter, right? So these are picks that are non-interactive against Trundle and seek to actively counter the Trundle jungle pick.
Yeah, so I think what we should be looking at isn't the jungle, but I believe should be the mid lane because Aracelic is, what you say, want to be a very mechanically skilled player and he wants to show that off with his Akali. So the mid lane is one to watch out for, bottom lane as well, because we need to see whether the Aphelios will get that snowball lead ahead.
If you are looking at this matchup right now the way I am, you would expect Trundle to start red side and then path down as early as possible to bot lane. Because between Varus and Karma, neither Quake nor Kra have like any escape tools outside of Flash. You hit a good pillar into a hook into a lantern, that's pretty much the lane gone, right? That's a guaranteed flash or a guaranteed kill. So you should be starting on red side if you are Trundle, path down, and then like early gank bot as the moment you can. Like level 3, level 4 gank bot lane already. The response here for SIM should be Graves babysitting mid as much as possible. Like get Arachelic a good like laning phase so that he can start demolishing the Syndra at level 6 and then start roaming the map, because you expect Mez on this Lee Sin to like kind of go even, right? For the most part, because he's so mobile, you should not be losing this lane. If anything, you go even or take a small L in terms of CS. So the only lane that Smurf can really punish here is Archelic's lane or match the bot lane ganks. But even then, it's still tough, because if you get jumped and your Varus and Karma are low health, you can't really come into assist them.
Yeah, it's sort of like, you know, in those games where your bot lane's is getting killed and you still go there just so that you tell them, I'm here, I counter ganked you, okay, cool.
It's the idea of a sunk cost fallacy, right? If they end up behind already, there's no point going to gank that lane. It's just even harder to rescue that lane. So
yeah,
I think if you are Smurf here, you play towards your mid jungle a bit more. If you have initiative, if you have prio, then of course you can path bot lane. The advantage of Graves over Trundle is that you are much faster and more efficient when it comes to clearing the jungle. You always exit the jungle with more health compared to Trundle, so it feels a lot better as Graves, especially if you know how to juggle your true grid stacks, your E, gets armor, right? So if you can keep those stacks really high, you actually clear the jungle with a lot of health. Your basic attack, by virtue of knocking back the Scuttle Crab, means that you already take away the shield. So it's one of those junglers that controls river, has very efficient pathing, and can play around mid jungle synergy a lot.
Right, so SIM's jungle should be looking towards the mid and the bottom lane, if it so happens that bottom lane is getting ganks, but you don't want it to be low health, and MP is looking for the bot lane, sort of like, you know, instead of you feed the Kog'Maw being the dog, you feed Aphelios here.
Yeah, Aphelios definitely is going to be a key, and the raising the puppy is not so much a theme here in a sense, because that implies that the Aphelios is the only damage source, right? And again, when I look at this composition, Aphelios is good to have in the late game. He scales very well if you can snowball him. But otherwise, you can also just play for team fighting. Between the Camille and Syndra, you have a lot of like zone control. A lot of people are starting to learn, or at least have realized, that Syndra in team fights, it's best to out first and then you scatter the weak, not the other way around. Because when you out, all the orbs are down, you actually get a bigger like stun area, right?
Oh,
yeah.
true.
So this is what a lot of the pros have kind of realized nowadays, as opposed to like stacking a lot of Qs and then outing for one shot. They use the out as a way to set up utility. Same thing for the Camille, right? You use the out to set it up for a kill, as opposed to like, or controlling area as opposed to going for a solo kill. So I think this is what we should expect from MP. They could still default to team fighting if the Aphelios isn't super fed either. Like there are alternative win conditions for MP, whereas I think for SIM, a lot of the game is going to be based around Arachelic. A lot of like their success is going to be whether the Akali can control the pace of the game.
Right, so SIM's win condition is through Arachelic, while NP has their win conditions throughout the entire, you know, different lanes, except the support.
Well, the support is going to be like Thresh is.
Yeah.
If I had to rank supports right now, Karma and Thresh are like same but different, like two sides of the coin, right? So Thresh is very good at like roaming the map, setting up plays, and helping your jungler get a hit. He has one of the most oppressive kits when it comes to supports. Karma is an all-round lane bully, so she's really good at setting up your lane for success, especially against Varus. I don't expect to see Aphelios like once he uses the Calibrium, like no more bullets in that sniper gun. He's going to be zoned out of lane just because of the poke. So I do think that's going to be an issue.
Right, but you see, Aphelios, you need him to get those early leads. So I guess you would assume the Thresh will be playing more aggressive.
Well, yeah. The idea is like if you can hit an early hook, yay, you know, you get Ignite.
Yeah.
With the Calibrium or the Graviton gun, either one or the other, you poke them out or you root them in place. It allows you to set up for that, right? The reason why Thresh Aphelios is so annoying as a lane duo is because once you swap to the gravity gun, you have the like kind of route in place that sets up for the Thresh. Same thing for the flamethrower. You can clear the waves very quickly, allowing Thresh to always have pressure. So that's why this lane duo is very strong. People always think, oh well, it's because Thresh has just a lantern and it gets him out. It's a nice bonus, but it doesn't win you your lane. It just keeps the Aphelios safe.
So
right.
basically it means that the Thresh and Aphelios both synergize very well together.
Yeah, people always think of it like defensively, oh, because Aphelios is immobile, Thresh can save him. But the reverse is actually more true. It's the fact that Aphelios has multiple guns that allows for Thresh to set up even more aggressively compared to normal. Yeah, like think of any other ADC that fits well with Thresh, right? How many of them actually can, like, at different points in the game, provide very good wave clear, have a on-demand lockdown, like crowd control, and an ability to straight up duel at level 6, right? If you have those, what's the crescendum, the chakrams? When you have crescendum and you know, you're ready to fight when you have your items, combined with Thresh and all the lockdown he brings, it's actually a very, like, scary, lame proposition to deal with.
Right, because the chakram, you know, using your abilities, you start getting more of those little glaives around you. You start throwing them more and more and more. It does way too much damage.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing, as we are on to the Rift. Game 1 between SIM and NP now. Looking at the early setup here, it seems as though NP are not really trying for anything. But you need early vision. You need to spot where the Trundle is. So I think this is the smart move coming from SIM. If you think that the Trundle is red side, around 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes, he's going to be bot lane.
Right, and they already spot out where the Trundle is, so it should be top. Oh, he's going to go for a recall, so maybe he might be going for the bot lane start and get that maybe level 2 gank off.
Nope, he's not full recalling. Because the right play, of course, like I said, the right play is to like start top side and then path down to help Aphelios Thresh. So for him to recall there is like kind of troll. Like there's no reason for him to go back.
Nice. Little things you know every day. Especially for me, I'm a fairly new League player, so I don't really understand the game to that point.
Right, yeah, so moving, actually smart moves here coming in from Smurf. He reads that bot lane is going to be weak, so he's starting blue also to mirror the jungle path down. And what we'll probably see later on is that he will fast clear his jungle, like fast clear in a sense compared to the Trundle. He'll clear it faster and then move down to control the bottom half of the map before the Trundle can come in and take the Scuttle Crab away from him. So the play now is to just clear jungle as Smurf. This Graves definitely going to exit with more health, faster speed. We'll be able to just move down and take that Scuttle Crab and control bot lane.
Yeah, I think Smurf really has the, I believe, the better start compared to the to Cappuccino, you know, on the Trundle, especially when he starts the top side.
Like, he did 2 camps already. He's skipping his Raptors just to match the speed, right? Whereas Smurf is already, like, full cleared the top half of his jungle, and now he's walking down. So he's, like, 1 camp ahead, and he's at the same speed, right?
Yep. And then it shows you how scary Smurf can be on this Graves.
Yeah, it's just the jungle matchup. The idea of, like, knowing the power of Graves, quote-unquote power, and understanding this matchup, because they already identified the Trundle jungle very early on, so they like more or less min-max the matchup for the Graves here.
I think the bottom side will be one for a gank, as you see both of them trading pretty evenly, I would say, with MP, you know, taking most of the damage.
So what's going to happen here is he's going to hit level 4. Smurf is basically going to hit level 4 and then move down to control the Scuttle Crab. His team has already put the ward in the river, so they know that it's important for him to like get to the river first and then get the Scuttle Crab and deny that away from Cappuccino, because level 4 is basically where they get the Scuttle Crab. Or rather, Scuttle Crab is where they get level 4. So they need to contest this right now.
It's a matter of who gets that Scuttle Crab, gets that level 4 kind of thing, right? But look at the bottom lane, the chain CC, the damage, the Calibrum will pick it up in the final kill, but it was the Thresh who picks it up. So first blood goes to the Varus, and 3 people of MP are looking for a fight down here. Heart goes in, the TP is used from SIM. No one's on the engage as Heart tanking most of the damage. Fudge Nugget, however, low on HP as the Akali Arcalic here doing most of the damage. The E lands, he's going in for a dive, he gets the kill. Cappuccino will be able to secure the extra trade. That's a really 2 for 2.
Yeah, well, with Greed getting a solo kill in the top lane. Good job, Mez. I'm gonna give you a round of applause for getting that solo kill. You know, people might joke that he's in a retirement home, but this guy is still styling on people, even with, you know, against the Camille with like teleport and ignite. He actually got a solo kill. He might actually find another one here, because this is a huge wave. The ignite probably gonna take him down though. Safeguard? Nope. Okay. RIP Mez. Nice try. At least you got the solo kill.
So Mez is Greed, right?
Yep.
Okay. I was trying to understand that kind of thing.
Smurf now is gonna get the top Scuttle Crab. 5-4 is the kill score, but essentially what what the net result of that was Arkelic actually got a solo kill bounty, and a lot of kills went towards Quake, who already finished the Radiant Dirk in tier. So it's at this point where
You can harass the bottom lane out
exactly.
of control.
the bot lane just does not get to play any
of
League of Legends, right? you get to poke them out non-stop with Karma Varus. The important part is just warding the river and making sure that you don't get jumped. Smurf here with a great smite steals it away. He has
But
control here.
he is now in trouble with Cappuccino and Dodok. Both in the jungle, gets the stun. Now there's nothing Smurf can do as Cappuccino picks him up.
Okay, that one was probably not the highest IQ play. Like, there's no reason for him to be that deep in the jungle, even though he stole it away. Should have communicated to Mez like, hey, I'm walking in, can you back me up? And now, Greed is in some trouble because the wave is kind of frozen in an awkward spot. It's going to eventually push into him, but he needs to kind of just hold it here. And they lose top prio too because this wave is collapsing, so Cappuccino is going to pick up at least the enemy Grom. Maybe get contested here.
Possibly. I mean, the Graves is coming back. The Graves doesn't have smite, right?
Yep.
Both of them don't have smite.
He's going to be able to shove him off. He knows because the Lee Sin threatened to rotate down. Right now,
But Greed actually misses the Q, and Bust, he does a lot of damage to Dodok right there.
Arkelic stunned up.
Gets the stun. But Heart can't do much. He has his... he used it already.
He used it, didn't get the kill there. Arkelic has to be careful. He can't collect this wave either. Like, he is playing with fire right now. One more Q is going to kill him. So he's barely going to dodge away from that. Scare the weak. Smurf comes in to clean the wave up just to share the EXP with Arkelic. Now they need to shove this wave out. Yeah, Smurf has to stick around to shove this wave. Otherwise it just gets wasted.
At least there is the jungler there to pick it up, unlike solo queue matches where there's not anyone. There is Dodok looking for the fight. Goes with the Hex there, ultimate, and trying to get the stun. He lands it. He's not doing enough damage as Greed just disengaged that. But the hook will land on the bottom lane. The flame will come through as Cappuccino is on the bot side. The Graviton will be able to pick up the kill as Cappuccino is looking for more. That's a 1-4-1
so far. Smurf coming in. He does have the ultimate. They could finish off Cappuccino if they use the collateral damage. Not in range. No. Unlucky. That was also the frozen domain from Cappuccino to get the movement speed out. So if he didn't have that, he probably dies to Smurf's auto plus Q plus collateral damage. But good news is they can stick around for plates.
Yep, there's nothing the two members of SP can do.
TP it.
TP is coming in from below as Syndra gets the stun off. The chain CC will be able to lock Smurf down right there, but it's not enough damage. The heal from Quake will save Smurf there, as that's a 1-for-0 as Arkelic is gonna fight Cappuccino walking into the tri bush there.
Arkelic is probably now gonna stop them from backing off. He's gonna sit here because he has ultimate. And he has the wave collapsing, so he's looking to clean up here for a double.
But the Root, he's going for it. He gets the good Q damage, but the execute won't land as they pick up two people under the tower.
Yep, completely expected. Like, you give Arkelic this amount of space, and when he has his ultimate, he's going to make that play. Like, 9 out of 10 times, he will stick around just to punish you. And you cannot give this player any inch, any centimeter, because he's going to take so much more. And now with this goal lead, slightly less than 3k for SIM. They have control. Arcalic's 2-1 and 2. He's moving in towards, I think that should be Proto Belt, I want to say.
Should be a Proto Belt.
Unless he does Night Harvester, which is kind of like... I think Proto Belt is probably the better play here. The big kind of beneficiary of this early game is Quake though. Right now, if he bases, he should be able to pick up, either you go instant Dust Blade, and that's a lot of lethality, right? The tier is just a stacking item. It's so that when he reaches the late game, he has mana. But the Dust Blade is the one that's going to help him control the lane.
Yeah, I think that what Varus can do right now is way too much, especially before 10 minutes. No one should be able to get a mythic before 10 minutes, unless you're him.
His team played to him very well, so Smurf started, again it all starts because the Graves knew that he has to start topside, path down, and Arkelic also understood that he had to play towards bot lane a lot more. The kind of success point we saw earlier was when Cappuccino came down for the kill onto Kra. They were able to collect the karma very easily, right? And this is what we talked about, like, if you hit the pillar into a hook, it's a guaranteed kill. But then you forget the SIM actually, sends like 3 or 4 people down the bot lane, and
Yep.
you don't get to play. So
You just don't get to play League of Legends down here against SIM, especially when you're the bot lane of NP right here. It's not a fun day for you guys.
Dodok he has Ignite, he has level 8. He's waiting for Cappuccino to clear this camp so they can come and gank him, because Hookshot plus Hextech Ultimatum should be able to get the kill here,
Oh.
I think. He still has
He
Dragon's
goes
Rage
in,
though.
misses the stun, but he has the Hex Step Ultimatum. It lands, and Cappuccino should be able to pick this one up for free. I believe that was the smite damage.
Yep, smite damage,
some burn.
challenging smite plus the auto just taking him down. And I think Mez maybe overestimated how tanky he is. He thought that the Dragon's Rage alone would get him out, but the full up damage from the Trundle is just too much. And also the ultimate from the Trundle allows him to pick up that kill.
Now they get to pick up the Rift Herald for free, but on the top lane, Dodok is in a bit of a fight against Smurf right there.
He might actually die here.
Yup, the TP will be used. There's no one there. As Cappuccino is too focused on the Rift Herald. Arcalic knows this, and he is rotating down. They want to get this Rift Herald and Cappuccino maybe.
Cappuccino has smite,
Oh,
and the
the
counter
TP again.
This is actually a smart play. If they can pick this one up, it's actually worth it. They just need to smite this one away.
Yup, but they want more. Look at Arcalic's play style and his amount of mechanical ability to just pick up 2 kills in the enemy jungle.
Jesus.
Oh my god. Arcalic is way too skilled. Dodok trying to pick up a exit frag right there, but it's not enough as Arcalic just goes back for the kill.
4-1 and 5 now.
Oh
He's gonna
my
base
God.
and pick up a full mythic. And the best part is, like, well, not best part if you're an MP fan, but
Yeah,
like,
sadly.
the value part was SIM didn't even have to leash that one up because they recognized that Cappuccino was on the Rift Herald. So they're like, okay, we have double TPs, and this Herald is super low. Let's just send everyone there, and Arcalic's super fed anyway. We'll just pick up that Rift Herald and then get the kills on the way out. Right now, goal lead is in favor of SIM in terms of like 5.5, 5. So the bot lane is still controlling like this lane very well. They haven't found kills, but what they have found is a CS advantage as well as a lot of plates. Like this turret alone,
It's gone.
Yeah, no Herald, nothing. It was just them shoving up and hitting it constantly, like chip damage over like 20 waves, right? And they're able to pick it up.
Yeah, some trades on the top side going in the favor of Dodok there.
Arcalic has Proto Belt. He has Dark Steel. You know, if this is like the Arcalic of old, we see an instant Magi's here, right? Come on, Dom, give me the Magi's. Give me that. Like, I want to see the 20-stack Magi's, Dom.
The Book of BM,
Yeah.
I believe you called it that.
I mean, it does fit his playstyle. 4-1 and 5. That's gonna be a value buy, right?
Mm-hmm. He's doing so well. He might as well just make it much better, you know.
Dodok's gonna pick up at least some respite here. Gets a couple of plates. There's like a minute and a half left before those go off. So you need to get some value back on the map somehow, right? It's not coming from mid lane. It's not coming from bot lane. So the Camille has to find some value in the form of the turret plates. Might see a rotation coming up from Cappuccino. He does have the
Oh,
ultimate.
Dodok actually lands the stun, but it forces the hand of Greed to Dragon Rage kick him away.
They got bot tier 1. If Greed doesn't die, it's a win. If he dies, it's whatever.
Yeah.
Alright, Calic's rotating up too.
Cappuccino a bit too deep, uses the Blascon to get out of there. I guess that's a safe move, but the bottom lane of SIM is just dominating it. There's nothing the members of NP can do. But Dodok is on the run from what seems to be a gang from Arcalic, and Smurf's damage. Look at that quick burst. The collateral picks him up. Picks Heart up, and maybe even the first tower. I mean the mid
Tier
tower.
1. They got bot tier 1 now. This is the rotation, the natural progression. After you pick up bot side, you can move mid.
They have
And
gotten-
Smurf there with the Gale Force is able to get solo kill. Now they're jumping in on the top side, but
Arcalic, they're
don't
finding
think-
Kim and they pick him up as Cappuccino gets a big shutdown. Mid tier 1 is gone and they're looking for Greed. Dodok should be able to pick this up with the help of Cappuccino, as you know, Cappuccino being the jungler gets the kill.
He's 6-3-1 now. The big problem is all of your like bounty shutdown goal is in the hands of the Trundle. And if he's not in a fight, you don't have a lot of combat potential as we see the pause come in. But if he's not in the fight, if Cappuccino doesn't join, you lose a lot of combat power. So the problem here is like he needs to be at every fight. He needs to be contesting every single thing. And he's one jungler versus like 3 laners. It's tough for him to really spread that value, I think. Overall, for SIM, they are very much on track of what in terms of what they need to do. Lee Sin took a couple of small L's here and there, but he's
Yeah.
still doing well in lane. Arakelik controlling the pace. He's got his Pro Belt. He's going to be moving into like his next core item soon. And for Quake, he's on Varus. Even though it's a low economy pick, he's already gotten a lot of gold for his team. So like the execution damage from piercing arrow is there. So we're expecting him to just pop people with the Q.
Just one RWQ, full combo, the guy's gone.
There are multiple ways for them to pick people off too. Like we haven't even seen them in a 5-on-5. And if you ask me, like, is this too much for NP? Like, is it game over? I don't think so yet. They still, like I say, have the opportunity to fight 5-on-5s, but they need to navigate that very carefully. Like, the way they take these 5-on-5s have to be very specific. Like, you know, use a choke, use the Trundle Pillar in those narrow pathways, use Hextech Automatum to lock down Arakelik, use these Unleash Power to scatter the weak to stun multiple members. Like, it has to be very specific. You can't just walk in and hope like, oh yeah, SM is just going to give us the team fight. NP is going to get slapped. So they need to be very careful and very mindful about how they engage these 5-on-5.
Yep, true. There's no one in this competition that will give you just a random 5v5 to win. It's
Much
all
less
it's
SIM.
it's all of skill. You know, SIM has Arakelik there, has the members, but MP has the tools to lock Arakelik down, and that is if MP knows what they're doing.
Yeah, Hextech Automator must be on the Akali. Must be on him. Like, even if it's quote-unquote wasted ultimate, it keeps him from diving to your backline, right? The value of Hextech Automatum is you lock someone down. Yes, you're kind of stuck inside with him, but he cannot exit the area. And because of that, your mid lane and your ADC is free to just free hit, right? They're free to walk around and actually do damage in the fight. So when Arakelik is left unchecked, they will die. But if you lock him down with Hextech Automatum, maybe you get a chance in the team fight.
Yeah, you know, just sacrifice yourself, be selfless, go in, lock the Akali down, and let your team just do the damage. Just trust your team in this one.
Yeah, hopefully as we jump back into game. Yeah, there we go. That was a short technical pause, and like we said, lock down Arakelik, maybe you find a better window in this game, but Smurf is also starting to come online, 3-1-7 on his Graves. He's already picked up the Gale Force, so we'll smite away that blue buff. I think the next item here, there are a lot of things he can go actually. There's a lot of value kind of items he could buy. Depends on what his team needs, I suppose, as Inferno Dragon is going to be picked up by SIM here.
There's nothing that NB could do to contest that. I mean, it's just now a 5k gold. It wasn't as bad as the previous games.
Yeah, but this is SIM's like shtick though. Like the thing that they're very good at, like their kind of #1 trick is they will have this very small goal lead at like the mid game, and then once they take one big fight, you see this like 5k become like 8k, become like 12k, because they are very good at taking these fights. So, like I said, MP needs to be very careful about how they engage these fights.
I think the sorry, I had a sore throat. What I believe needs to happen, right, is that NP Syndra needs to actually get some gold in and actually get the first mythic up, because she's currently the
0.1.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's against Arakelik.
It happens. It's okay. It's okay, Heart. I believe in you. You just need the Ludens, buddy. Just need the Ludens to come online. Right now, SIM, they're waiting for a window to really punish NP. I think top lane might be the best play here. Just move towards the top side and move onto the Camille and collapse that last outer tier 1.
Yeah, it's the last tier 1 that SIM needs to complete, as they're trying to lock down Arakelik again. They won't be able to land the pillar. Won't be able to lock him down as
Collapse
the
on.
members.
Collapse on the Camille, that's the play. You have Chains of Corruption and like enough damage to just like one-shot her.
Yep, we'll be able to find the Surut, will be able to lock him down. There's nothing you can do. You go for the extra ultimatum, but you can't do anything. Bottom lane, however, Arakelik is in the fight with 3 members of SIM. That is not something you want. The pillar will be able to lock him down. The flare will come through. Hook hasn't been used, I believe, used before. As Eros is going in for the fight, he does pick up the kill. Won't be able to use the lantern to get out, as now he's gonna face Greed in a one-on-one. He won't be able to get out. Oh, the dragon kick! The dragon kick over the wall. Greed! What are you doing?
Good job, man.
What team are you playing for?
You know what? That's a classic man's move. I'll give it to him. He was. I knew that was gonna go wrong when he safeguarded way too close to the guy. I'm like, okay, I know how this is gonna turn out already, because when you safeguard that close to to Aphelios, he's able to actually just trade against you with the Crescendum and the Severum, right? So that's kind of the first indicator of things going badly. But SIM, they take down the top tier 1, they take down the top tier 2. They already got the earlier kill on Camille. So now, they still have control of this mid-game, right? And what did I say their specialty was? Like mid-game, you see the 5k become like 8k goldie. Now it's a 7k, right? Eventually, it's gonna balloon because they're able to find these massive multi-map kills across different lanes.
Right, you don't need SIM's financial group because you have them right here. This is their investing kind of thing. You see them, they invest 5k, suddenly becomes 7, boom, it goes up and up and up.
There's a joke here about like Mez and financial investment. I don't know, man. You guys go and fix that one. It's like the IKEA of jokes. 2, 3, and 1 on this Lee Sin. It's all in good jest, of course. I do know him personally, so it's just all bans. Meanwhile, Quake having an absolutely fantastic game already, moving towards the Siroda's Grudge. Last Whisper completed. Now, a couple more items before that third core is picked up.
Oh, Heart is now again dived under the tower. This is not a good day for the mid laner of NP.
He's been punished quite a lot. 0, 6, and 2 only currently picking up his Luden's Echo. They will drop this Herald to secure bot tier 2, and they could push for more if they wanted to. The inhibitor is actually a choice here if they push the wave in together. They just need to poke first. They need to poke off Squirrel support, and yeah, they could go for the inhibitor here.
Oh, but the hook lands. He's going in. Fudge Nugget won't, the box won't be able to land. It goes golden to save his life, but the hook, another hook will land as Cappuccino does the damage. But the good insight by Green right there. Picks up 1 for 1, and Smurf tanks the tower. Oh, a good snipe by the Varus right there. Oh, that was
okay,
beautiful.
Mez.
But the members of NP are on the flank. Dodok doing his best. Gets the stun off, but he gets immediately chunked, and the perfect execution from Aracelic picks him up. He's looking for Heart right here.
It's gonna be an ace. SIM, they clean up that fight, and that flank was... I see the logic behind it. You want a final, good fight. SIM have overextended, but NP, they weren't really able to single out the members that mattered, right? They needed to kill Quake first and then Aracelic. But Quake got out scot-free after that hook connected, and Aracelic's able to use the perfect execution to just relocate himself around these fights. And that's the problem, right? When you don't have the Hextech Ultimatum to lock him down, when you give him freedom of mobility, he is just going to dance around you and end the fight 7-3 and 3 right now. He's going to back off by Morelos, I think. Meanwhile, Quake is going to finish off his Sirodas, and looks like the Collector was the second item for Smurf, okay. All in all, everyone's just racking up big items.
Yeah, you know, like you said, the gold lead is just slow. It's all snowballing for SIM. They maybe want to look for the Baron right here. I think that's the best option for them.
The composition of SIM though doesn't really do Baron that quickly because it's Varus who is the main ADC, right? A lot of his damage is in Piercing Arrow. And yes, you still have Graves. Yes, he does do consistent DPS, but in order for you to really take that, you need all 5 members there. And that's kind of obvious. It's very predictable. And being in that pit against Aphelios and Syndra is a bit of a problem. I would be worried for SIM if they just sit all clumped up 5 members inside the pit.
Mr. 200 years and his flamethrower of death. Yuck, they're gonna lock down Greed right there as he gets out of there scot-free. That's a Hextech Ultimatum wasted. I think that calls for the Baron to be taken. As there's nothing that MP knows. They ping the Baron, however.
Yep. They know that they can do this because the bot wave on the minimap you can see is being shoved in.
Oh,
now
wow,
it's
that's a huge
50-50 coming in. SIM should be able to secure this actually. Yep.
They pick it up. There's no way that NP could have stolen that. Maybe, maybe if Cappuccino actually had flashed up, he could have flashed over the wall, steal it, and then give his team the gold and the buff that they need. But the hook over the wall won't be able to land.
The logic was, if you noticed your minimap, the bot lane was shoved in all the way. So Heart, without the TP because he tried to flank, will have to deal with that. Best case scenario for SIM is a 4v5 plus Baron, so they just take that and know that they can push with this Baron buff. Now they can siege even better because a lot of the wave clip from MP is somewhat magical, right? And with this Baron up wave, it's impossible for them to really do anything against the cannon minion. Look at how hard it is for them to clear the wave.
Especially with Aracelic right there. They know they can fight. Aracelic knows he can fight anyone, anywhere. So He's just gonna warp Dodok off the wave. It is the amount of minions that are leaking in from the bottom and now maybe even the mid because they got the tower is gonna be insane for the members of SP. This could be the fastest game of the playoffs. Just look at the amount of damage that Heart actually takes from that one arrow.
Don't do it, man. Oh no, the kick!
Insect. Oh, they get it, Squirrel. They're all gonna look for the end right here. Everyone's dying, falling like flies right there. Arcalic looking for the 2 kills right there as double kill picks up from the Varus, and everyone's just gone as Arcalic dives the back.
They were unable to lock down the Kali, and when you get freedom of mobility, he's going to just shred your backline. A bit of a TP
BM
coming
teleport?
in. Actually, there was a practical teleport because it stops the particular minion from dying to the, to the turret. But that is going to be game 1 going to SIM. Good job coming in from what I again called the favorite of this particular matchup.
I believe that the same school that you graduated from, SIM.
Good job, guys.
It's really amazing to see them complete the game in 22 minutes. This is I believe this is the fastest game in the playoffs.
There were a couple of games off screen as well, like during the quarterfinals, that might have been quicker. I'm not particularly sure, but yeah, very dominant performance coming from SIM, and I think overall, like they hit pretty much every mark that I wanted to see with like this team of ex-pros in terms of controlling the win condition and knowing how they could lose the game. If you think back during the draft, I was like, well, if you snowball the Aphelios lane, that becomes a problem. The response is they just start 4-manning bot lane with Arcalic and whoever had TP, right? And that becomes such an issue for Neon Poly to really deal with. So SIM is a team of experienced players that understand how to manipulate win conditions, and they do it very well. So that's game 1 going to them.
Yep. With game 1 going to SIM, do stay tuned for the next game. This determines whether SIM dominates again with a 2-0 lead and then go on to the grand finals against NYP, or will NP stop SIM in their tracks?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is game point right now, SIM. You know, they're the ones in the lead, and Neon Poly struggling to find their footing. I'm Hungry Cast, alongside me is Gobstay. We'll be taking you through what could potentially be the last match of this best of 3 SIM, looking to lock a spot in the grand finals against Nanyang Polytechnic.
Yeah, it really feels it's SIM favorite right now. But these clothes from Uniqlo, these ones you can get. I believe these are the sports utility wear.
So at the bottom of your screen, you should see a QR code. I'm going to try and point to it.
Should
right
be roughly
now.
right here.
Yep, right there. And if you see that on the bottom of your screen, do go ahead and scan it to download the Uniqlo app today or right now. Stand a chance to win an Aerism mask and get $5 off your free purchase, or your first purchase rather, excuse me, with the Uniqlo app. And of course, you know, if you want to stand a chance to win a $100 gift card from Uniqlo, or courtesy of Uniqlo, sign up for a membership, screenshot that, and send it to the SCOGA Facebook or Instagram page, and we will pick one person to receive that. I think I was joking with Lemming Messiah about how $100 at Uniqlo is pretty much like my budget for like daily wear. You know, I can get like a ton of plain t-shirts, a ton of plain shorts, and a couple of socks, and like, I'm good to go for like the year.
Yeah, you just need to refresh your look every year.
Pretty much. I only wear the same thing every year, and you know, Uniqlo is great for that. We are into draft, ladies and gentlemen. I believe one of the players did start this very quickly, so we're like midway through already. They're too excited. They can't wait for us. They just want to play some League of Legends, and we understand. We completely get that, you guys. Bans on the side of MP for MP on the blue side rather. The bans coming out: Ziggs, Viego, and Thresh. Meanwhile, for SIM, they will ban out the Gwen, Aurelia, and Xin Zhao. Diana first pick, followed by a Leona and Lee Sin response here on the SIM side.
I think NP probably wants to pick a support and an ADC combos to match what SIM has already picked. Because you see Lee Sin, Diana, both probably the junglers of today's matchup.
It's Lee Sin top. It's definitely Lee Sin top. And I think Ezreal here is a good sign because you're worried about being locked down by Leona. The thing I'm worried about here is for SIM, they can still pick the Kalista Leona. I think that's probably going to be the best answer to Ezreal plus X. Like, apart from Ezreal, maybe Alistair, Ezreal, Nautilus maybe? There's no real, like, even Nautilus is not. Ezreal Morgana maybe might be a decent matchup against this, but Kalista Leona is just, Ezreal Braum is not too bad too. Just a way to kind of peel the Leona, right? But still, this opens up the Kalista option for SIM, and that's going to be really scary if they do lock that in.
Yep, I want to see what Arcalic will play in this match, you know, because he's such the star of the show for SIM, maybe a bit from the top laner as well. But Arcalic is the one you need to be watching as SIM. I want to see what he picks for the mid lane.
Jinx is not bad. Varus is a bit of a question mark to me because you already have a lot of control and a lot of lockdown with the Leona. It makes no sense to go for Varus as well because you need a lot more damage. You don't need additional lockdown, right? So Jinx, Leona makes sense. Level 2, level 3, you have very nice kill potential on Ezreal Braum if they're not careful. How it usually works is like Zenith Blade into Shield of Daybreak into Flame Chompers. Just keep them locked in place for like solid 5 seconds, and then Jinx gets enough time to
just shoot
kill,
bullets.
yeah, shoot bullets, kill 1% and then reset. That is the big threat coming in, I think, for NP.
Mundo will be banned out from the side of SIM. I want to see what NP bans to match this Mundo ban kind of thing.
If I was NP, I ban LeBlanc, Akali here. And just try to get the best like open mid matchup. When I say open mid, I mean like first pick matchup into Arcalic as best as I can. So like you don't want to play into Assassins, which is why LeBlanc Akali might be a problem. You might be wary of his Z, so maybe you go.
You don't have the heart for this.
Okay, still going for the Lucian.
Okay.
Man. Still worried about the Lucian pick, right? Quake again hovering his Vayne, but it's probably not going to be Vayne. It's probably going to be a jungle. I imagine a jungle pick here because they are, like, if I'm SIM, I'm thinking jungle Diana. What can I play into jungle Diana that has a decent matchup? Of course, they could also be considering that Diana is mid and then pick the mid lane here for Arcalic. So assuming they think it's Diana mid, Sylas into Diana is pretty okay. One of the better ultimates to steal if you're going toe-to-toe.
I think Sylas has some pretty good ultimates still. You know, Diana's out, Brom's ulti. And then the last two you have to decide. It's going to be random ultimates, but it's probably going to be a good one because decent champions.
So they flex the Diana into the jungle, and they decide to play Ryze mid into Sylas, which is a really good matchup for Kassadin works too. Both of them have like very bad ultimates for Sylas to steal. Because if you steal Kassadin's ult, you only get one jump, if I'm not wrong. you steal Rise Realm Warp. It's like, what is even the point of stealing Realm Warp? In
I
a
mean,
fight?
you get the roam potential, but that's
Yeah,
all.
Correct, but you don't get the passive of the Rise out, right? Rises, the value of Realm Warp is not the relocation. In lane, it's getting the passive, which makes your Flux do more damage. So yeah, for Rise, that's why his ultimate is important. Like the relocation is whatever. It's like utility, right? The laning value is the passive itself.
I see.
The Jace also is a really bad ultimate to steal again. So like they kind of answered the Silas pick with two champions that have really like mediocre ultimates. That their kits are built like around other things, right? And then the answer here is like, okay, well, if you're gonna give me really crappy ultimates to steal, I'm just gonna play like, it was potentially a Z mid, but in this case it's gonna be a set in the top lane for Greed and then a jungle Lee Sin coming in.
We're gonna see Arcalic on the Silas.
Could be jungle Silas? No.
Silas top set mid with. This is gonna be an interesting.
Okay, I could see this. Well, the reason why I could see this is because Greed, also known as Mez, used to be a mid laner. In fact, his claim to fame was like, Season 3, Season 4, #1 challenger mid laner, and his one trick was Orianna, I think, at the start. So he is still by nature, like, he started out his career as a mid laner. For him to play Silas is not something out of the ordinary. I think it's just like the lane is longer now. But it gives Arcalic a better matchup against Kassadin.
Yeah, it all matters on what Arcalic can do, because Arcalic helps your team open up the match. It's always the mid laner that will always help the other lanes when you start getting that lead.
I could see Mez playing Silas. I don't know if he is gonna dominate the lane of Silas is the question, because even on Lee Sin, he took a couple of L's in the early game. On Silas, you can't afford to really do that. Once you fall behind, it feels kind of awful because your job is to be a duelist. You want to duel people, and if you fall behind, especially against D-Doc, you're not really gonna have a good time because it's range versus melee first, and then at level 6 you steal his ultimate, quote unquote ultimate.
Yeah, what do you do with
Yeah,
that?
and you don't do anything, right? But he's still gonna slam you with his skill set.
Okay, maybe I can guess your ultimate. You know, when you switch that thing, but you just get an extra.
You get an extra set of skills that aren't really
Technically,
ideal. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the best. It's not the best. It's like if this was top lane cannon or something, you're like, oh yeah, let's steal that ultimate, right? Let's fight the cannon. But in this case, no, not so much. Yeah. There are what I'm saying is there are a lot better ultimates that you could steal, and Jace is kind of meh as far as choices for hijack goes. Talking about the compositions, aside from Silas, the reason why they want set mid also is the fact that against Kassadin, you have very strong early lane pressure. Like, you don't care if he decides to poke you out because he doesn't have any sort of mobility pre-6. So if you are able to connect with like Facebreaker into Haymaker, you can kill Kassadin, right? And you have a lot of setup for your Lee Sin. Whereas Diana, Kassadin, like what CC do they have? Nothing much, right?
Pretty much Diana's ultimate, that's all.
And a slow from Kassadin, like pre-6. That's about it. So this 2v2 favors Lee Sin set a lot. And again, we're starting to see how SIM plays. They play mid jungle very heavily, and then occasionally decide to 4-man bot lane. Jinx Leona with Set and Lee Sin. It's a perfect 4-man bot lane.
It's a very good dive competition as well, I believe. You know, you just bring the person out of the tower can't do anything, the support's there thinking, yes, what am I gonna do now?
Even at the end of it, even if you do tank up the turret shots, you still have Haymaker for their massive shield to make your escape, right? So I could see them playing this very aggressively to dive bot a lot more, because they have early lane control with mid lane set, and they have a lot of jungle mid synergy, so Lee Sin is gonna have full control of his pathing, whatever he wants to do, right? Whichever camp he decides to move towards and start with and end with, Arcalic is gonna be there to support him.
Yep. I'm gonna enjoy seeing what SIM can do with this mid jungle synergy. You know, maybe in the future if there's stats for how long have the mid laner has stayed with the jungle.
Probably pretty high. I would imagine probably pretty high. For MP, their win condition is very simple. They just need to cross their fingers and hope Kassadin gets to level 16. The moment Kassadin gets to level 16, you're like, hallelujah, we won this game, because there's nothing much in SIM's toolbox that can really deal with the level 16 Kassadin jumping on your backline, short of a perfect set of chain CC from the Leona and then bursting the rest of his team, right? Because at level 16, he's gonna build 3-4 stacks of the Rift Walk and then immediately explode the Jinx. You jump on top of her, QWE, she immediately dies, right? So I don't think there's much they can do to deal with level 16 Kassadin. For him to get to that point, though, it's going to be a really hard kind of situation.
They need to stall out the game long enough, but I don't think SIM wants to do that. We've seen them deny a game longer than 23 minutes.
Yeah. Their upper limit usually is like 30 minutes. 30 minutes, they're about done already, and they're like, okay, let's go next, right? So, if the Kassadin, like I said, there are ways for Neon Poly to win. Largely being like the Kassadin, if you hit 16 and you're able to get Rift Walk level 3, that's when you can actually like punish the squishies, right? Silas doesn't do very well against Kassadin at 16. Neither does the Jinx and Set. Like, yes, he could turn around and Haymaker you, but the extended fight is always better for Kassadin.
It's all up to whether, if we're talking about Haymaker into a Kassadin, right? It always matters when how much true damage can you output as.
He's just gonna jump away anyway. Like the wind up is so long that at level 16, I think his cooldown for Rift Walk is enough for him to jump away. Yeah, and he could probably just jump behind you too. So that's a big problem, right? So yeah, that's the win condition for MP. Cross your fingers, don't lose the early game, wait for Kassadin to get level 16.
Yeah, we now just have to pray that Kassadin reaches that level 16 mark for MP, because that's their only win condition if SIM gets too out of hand.
Yep. For SIM side, sieging is not really ideal. You have Set Silas, double melee, solo lanes, and yes, you have a Jinx, but if she doesn't get fed, she can't walk up to hit anything. So I could see the siege being a bit problematic for SIM. Like, if Jinx gets a hit, she gets like rapid fire cannon, and the set is big. Yes, they can walk up and siege, but ultimately, SIM's composition relies on killing people to siege. It's not like they just sit in front and throw skill shots and then siege, right? It's not like a Ezreal Zoe composition where they just sit in front of your turret and chunk you and then they siege.
Yeah, it seems we're going for a top lane, sort of like a cheese strat, from what we're seeing from NP.
It's not a cheese strat. It's just like aggressive grouping up early on. Like, a cheese would be something that is unexpected. This is them just trying to walk into the enemy jungle.
Oh my god, SIM is walking into a trap that they don't know. This could be a fatal flaw. Yeah. Oh, NP. This is gonna be a scary game for them.
The good news is that they get a lot of information here. And for MP rather, the good news for MP is they get a lot of information. That one shot blast scouts out the back of their wall. They know that red buff is not being started right now, so they can basically put a big X on the top quadrant of the jungle and say SIM is not starting here. So you're basically down to 50-50. It's either Smurf is starting on your red buff or he's starting on his blue buff. So they're able to kind of play the guessing game here and know where he's going to end up pathing, which is top side now.
I guess, he wants to help out his mid laner if he ever gets into issue, but the top lane is where I believe they want to enable this Silas to do things.
And because they just checked their red buff and they checked their blue buff, NP knows that Smurf started on his blue buff. So they know exactly where he is and exactly where he should be pathing, which is going to allow them to play a bit more aggressive, quote-unquote aggressive, depending on the timings in the game.
Arkeli trading pretty well with Heart in the mid lane. Doing a bit of damage, but it's a matter of who ganks who first. Oh, that's the Sentinel skin, isn't it?
Yep. Nice Diana Sentinel skin. Thank you, Cappuccino, for keeping the game free to play. I enjoy it when you guys buy skins, because I'm a very, I don't buy skins, right? So, when you guys do it, I feel like I'm not obliged to, so therefore, I don't have to pay to keep the servers up. All jokes aside, you can see the clear speed from the Diana is actually pretty good.
Oh, the
damage from mid lane. Yo.
Phase breaker into Haymaker. Okay, I guess that's what you mean in the pick phase. You could have the early kill potential. But bottom lane, however, gets the stun off. Not enough damage to pick up the first kill.
It's because Ezreal was able to hit level 2 off the back of that. So they had a small window, 6 seconds to all in, and they're able to chunk him out. But once Ezreal and Braum hit the level 2 off that wave, there's nothing much you can really do. Arakelix is actually setting this up very nicely. If you count the number of minions in mid, it's actually pushing towards Arakelix. So he knows he has kill potential here. It's going to force Heart to either base and get a suboptimal buy with teleport, or potentially die. This is why Arakelix isn't hitting the wave. He's waiting for it to push out.
That's a pretty smart play by Arakelix right here. I like what he's doing, and I like how he's playing mentally with the opponent.
The response here is Cappuccino needs to clear this Scuttle Crab ASAP and then walk mid. But Smurf is cutting off his entry into mid lane. So Arcalic is now zoning the Kassadin away while Smurf gets jumped on. And in the end, they said
they're
this
going
really good
for
to
the
be true.
Kassadin right there. Oh, but it's a two-man face breaker. Haymaker finds the kill with the flash. Oh, what are you doing, Arcalic? You are in a big trouble with two people on your tail. There's nothing Smurf can do. As the TP from the top lane goes down into the mid, nothing much can happen right there.
Kra also roamed up, so if they're able to smite and secure this, it might be a decent win. Kra is going to get jumped on right now. In fact, D-Doc is here. Oh no.
No, there's 4 members chasing down the support. Why? Okay, I guess that works.
Yeah.
Support gets out of there alive. I guess you are chasing the support for the early Q money that you could possibly get.
Okay, NP this wave now pushing towards SIM. The smart play earlier from Arcalic was to freeze the wave, and then Smurf comes in, they punish hard, and now this wave is perpetually frozen. So Arcalic can keep this wave here for the next like 1 minute if he wants to. He is thinning it out so that it doesn't push into him, but what we should expect to see in the next like 1 minute, 1.5 minutes is Arcalic with like a 15-20 CS lead because of his wave control here. And Smurf is free to just kind of back him up, essentially.
I think they spot out Smurf, but Hart maybe a bit too kind of overextend that kind of thing.
He doesn't need to go for anything. He just needs to freeze the wave here. Like, freeze the wave here, maintain a CS lead, get like level 5, level 6, and then go for the all-in.
I think the all-in is what needs Arcalic to do, as he actually has 2 Doran's Blade and a longsword and a boots.
Meanwhile, can see that the rest of SIM are also trying to hold even on their own. In the jungle, Smurf is down a bit of CS. He's actually caught up. Mez, or Greed rather, is not having a good time in the top lane because he TP'd down, whereas D-Doc he actually walked to the fight, right? So he's behind like 3 waves or 4 waves because of the TP earlier. And meanwhile, the AD carries are keeping even, so that's a good sign. Up, missing the CS, unlucky.
Sadly, he missed that CS. I think the items that the Silas has bought really shows that he really wants to snowball his lead, with the Dark Seal.
It's a normal start. It's a normal start for top laners to buy early Dark Seal. Arcalic's gonna get jumped on.
And just a little bit of follow-up from the mid laner, but Smurfs know that the member of the Cappuccino is in his jungle or something.
Oh, nice!
That's a nice RKO into the jungle right there. The Haymaker picks him up with the true damage.
They read that very well. They knew that Diana was in the top bush. So what they did was like, he's top bush, so the next like strategic place for him to go is our Raptors. We path down, we kill him on the way out because he has no flash. The only way he can, kind of exit the jungle is by using the ultimate. So Arcalic reads it, uses the RKO to launch him back in, and they find that kill there. Like I said, in about this time period, Arcalic's up like 15, 20 CS, and he's going to be able to hold this advantage with wave control. Very smart.
I think the investments are slowly starting to tick in for SIM right here.
Yeah, one thing to note too is that Hart is actually doing relatively well despite being down in CS. He is down one death as well, but he's not getting smashed in lane, right? So he's getting to the level 16 that we kind of hope for without too much issue. He's like 1/3 of the way there, and it might be weird to say, but as long as he can get to that point, NP will have a chance in this game.
I believe that's what we need to see happen, MP and SIM. Actually, I believe SIM, Greed is in the losing matchup against this. Sadly, this Jace. It's always the same thing, range top laner versus melee kind of thing.
Yeah. And also because, again, like I said, there's no good ultimates for him. Like, it's not an ultimate worth stealing, so he doesn't get an immediate power spike. Like, Silas's kit is very much dependent on what ultimates he can really, like, use and abuse. As we see Smurf here being able to pick up this dragon. So that, again, signals that, hey, the jungler's bot side allows D-Doc to just walk up and punish Greed in this lane.
Oh, but hold on a second. Greed wants a fight with D-Doc. D-Doc?
Yeah. Okay. Knowing that the Lee Sin's bot side, he just can play super aggressive. It forces the base, and right here, Greed does not have TP, so he's going to miss this wave as well. And D-Doc's going to be able to pick up that turret plating as well. Mystic Shot should find him here. Or the ward, either one.
I guess they know they don't want to fight anything here. But I think that was quite a so-called, I would say, bad recall from the Lee Sin.
His recall timing lets the Diana know and lets Cappuccino know that, hey, you can come in and take this rip off, right? And he's gonna smite that one away, and now this ultimate stolen. Actually, he uses the Blast Cone to get out mid lane. Aracelic finding a solo bolo again here against the Kassadin.
I think this is what you meant by, Face Breaker into the Haymaker allows him for the kill potential.
Yep.
And then now he's already fed, he can start doing way more damage than he normally needs to do.
He also has the Ignite. Normally you see mid lane set, which is a weird sentence to say, normally you see mid lane set take TP. He took Ignite because he knows he has the kill potential here. So he's trying to flex on Heart and extend the early game lead. And remember I said that Heart, okay, he's scaling to level 16 very well. He's getting set back now. It's going to be even tougher for him to get to that point. Every time he dies, every time he doesn't collect CS, he's being denied that level 16 win condition.
He needs that XP early on in the game such that he can stay even, but right now it doesn't seem things are working his way. Currently a level down and 10 CS behind. And 3 kills behind as well.
Yep. I want to see Greed here or Mez pick up an early tab eyes actually, or play steel caps, because majority of the damage from Jace is going to be like physical autos just poking him out, and that should allow him to sustain pretty well in this lane. He is falling behind like 30 CS, and that's not a good sign.
Especially in your Silas, falling behind is not something. Face Breaker tries to pull him in, but Heart Realm walk. Face walks away, was it?
They're gonna drop the Herald here and chase
And
onto Smurf. Okay, so Smurf right now, he knows that this is gonna be a free tier 1, and with Kra roaming up, they secure that, and it stops NP from fighting.
They go for the fight. The Moonfall will be able to find one. Aracelic Haymaker will be able to survive long enough, but Quick actually finds one with the Super Mega Death Rocket. And that's a 2 for 1 for the side of SIM.
Was it a 2 for 1? I think it's a 1 for 1.
1 for 2, because 2 members of SIM died, and then
Yep.
only Cappuccino died for NP.
But they get the mid tier 1, which is like reasonable after all. They open up a lot of the jungle as Greed here is going in for the Kingslayer.
They get the
manages
stun.
to land the stun actually.
He goes in for the fight. I think that's the out that he don't want to steal, but you have the Jace abilities, and you pick up the dot here on the top lane. That's a solo kill I want to watch.
The reason why he was able to find that is because D-Dog messed up and took 2 turret shots, if I'm not wrong. At least 1, if not 2 turret shots under tier 1. And otherwise, Mess doesn't get that kill. Right? Even with the ultimate that he steals, he doesn't get that kill. So, a bit of a misplay from D-Dog.
Yep, that was a bit of saddening for D-Dog on the top side. But I think that, allows Silas to actually catch up to what the Jace has already been doing.
This should be a kill on the... Oh man, they missed the Sonic Wave.
Sonic
they could still
Wave.
dive him.
Aracelic is here and he has his ult up. Instead, they are opting to get the plates as fast as possible. This is what their investments allow them to. Right now, they have a 1k gold lead. Slows Aracelic, but that's not enough you can do. Not enough damage for the members of MP, as 4 of them are situated at the bottom side.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure on the Kassadin again. They don't want him to hit that level 16, so just investing a lot to make sure that he can't snowball. D-Dog, as long as he's sitting here not taking turret shots, he should be fine. You see, he's learning, right? He's like, okay, as long as I'm outside this turret range and I hit Greed for free and I don't get caught by the turret shots, I should be okay to shove him out.
It should be okay, but I guess the sustain from Greed should be there. I mean, he has 2 refillable pots, and
he's out of pots now. Yeah.
He doesn't have his E, does he? He gets knocked away. He's using his E. Won't be able to land the stun. That's the Kingslayer use. He steals back the out. Good damage coming through, but D-Dog on the outplay right there.
He missed literally everything except from the Kingslayer. I'm sorry I have to say that, but he missed literally everything.
Oh, the Super Mega Death Rocket skills him! Oh, wow!
Okay, it's okay, Mez. You don't need to pop off when your ADC is capped. It's
Oh my god, the
fine.
solar flare lands, the chain CC finds him, but the true shot barrage comes out wide. Here comes the Sonic Wave, they're going in for the fight. Smurf right now a bit too far in. Moonfall will be able to land, but it's not enough damage. Smurf going in again, finds the the gap closer onto the Fachinaga, but it's not enough. He's going in for another fight. He's low, he gets chunked away as Squirrels pick up one. He's finding another. But
one more auto, one more in range. Okay,
that's
He cleans it up.
a 3-for-1, I believe.
Yeah, it's a 3-for-1, and they actually get hard too.
That's
So
a
a 4-for-1, another solo kill for Arcalic SIM. At 14 minutes, they suddenly ballooned this goal lead from 1k to 4k, right?
This is
And
the investments you've been talking about.
it's the SIM way, you know. Sometimes they're just so good at finding these mid game leads that, and a lot of these come from solo kills, right? They find these mid game leads that should not be achievable.
Yep. These they find those picks that just doesn't make sense. You know, we've seen the Ash shoot her arrow multiple times onto the top side. It doesn't land, and then the member of SIM comes up, says, "Right, we're gonna shoot a rocket to the top lane, and we're gonna fight with the kill."
Good snipe on the way out. Now D-Dog looking for greed again. We kind of saw the result of what happens when you fight without the turret. So I think, like, if you're greed, Mez, you know, you want to play a bit more safe. You try your best to keep that tier 1 up as long as possible. Allow your ADC and support to rotate
Oh,
in.
there is a fight in the top river. They're going in for the fight. Smurf finds one. Will be able to find one. He's low on HP. He does pick up Cappuccino. They're looking for more. The Sonic Wave will be able to land. He's not going to use the gap closer as of yet. He does. He's used it. So Super Mega Death Rocket will be able to miss. But Smurf goes in for the fight. The insect out of the tower. What are you doing? Quick picks it up. And the Challenger emote comes out.
That was a good kick coming in from Smurf. Really, really smooth play from the jungler of SIM, knowing that he can connect these sonic waves and find the kicks.
And look, he's back to full health again.
It's also because he is Gold Drinker, so he knows his effective health is very high. The Jinx now 5-0-2. She's going to get to the point where, like, sieging is now no longer an issue because she will be able to pick up one more crit item to her name and have that so teamfight strength and sieging power. Rift Herald up now. Members of SIM rotating over. At 15, approaching 16 minutes, the goal lead has again grown to about 5k.
It's just slowly growing. This is sort of the savings for us. It's just gonna grow and grow and grow. I mean, if you don't spend it, it will just grow.
Right now, SIM looking to spend their money actually.
Wow,
backing
that's
off. Zeal completed here for Quake. I think he should be moving to a static shift or potentially a phantom. No, yeah, he's moving towards the static rapid fire cannon or static shift, I think.
Arcalic, if he finds a good recall, he doesn't find hard. He does find him recalling though.
Arcalic 144 CS to the 113 of his opponent, 4-2-1. He's had very good early game control against the Kassadin, solo killing him twice, and now playing against the Kassadin in the side lane. One thing you need to note is that in this matchup, it's better for Hart to just take the L and like not let Arcalic kill him anymore and just collect EXP, right? Even if it means your team losing objectives on the side of the map. Because, like we said, the Kassadin wants level 16. He's like 5 levels away. All he needs to do really is just collect EXP. He doesn't want to die. Even if his team loses 1 or 2 turrets because of him, it's still fine.
He just needs 5 more levels, that kind of thing, you know?
Yep.
Oh, Solar Flare, everything is gonna miss, but he goes in. The Moonfall will be able to land, but it's not enough damage as Gentleman goes into the back line. D-Dog will be able to survive. True Shot Barrage goes wide right there. The Dog will fall.
They killed the Jinx though.
They are looking for a fight. The stun will be landing onto Fudge Naga, but the Phase Breaker will not be able to land. Arcalic tried his best. You know, that's I believe a 1-for-1 for the both sides.
Actually a 1-for-2, I believe.
Oh yeah,
meanwhile,
D-Dog died.
Yeah. Meanwhile, NP looking to hold on to the defense. The upside is Hart against still collecting EXP in the solo lane. His team is taking the L for him, so he can collect all of this by himself. And like we said, the magic number is 16 for the Kassadin. Hopefully he can get there soon before the lead is too far out. Level 16 on Kassadin is a win condition, but it really doesn't matter if you're down like 15k gold, 10k gold, because then the Jinx will just like one-shot you before you walk in. So they still need to keep relevant in gold, right? Right now, 4k isn't the worst thing in the world for NP.
Now we've seen them do worse, you know, just now for like 10k gold loss. That's just not something
No, it was
you want.
like, at the widest gap, it was like 6k only.
Ah, okay, that's probably the second game of the day.
Smurf picking up this Cloud Dragon.
That is nearly Soul Point.
It is Soul Point, yeah.
Right, one more dragon for the soul to come up. Arcalic again pushing off Heart of this wave.
You can see what Arcalic is doing. He's basically just trying to match Heart, because his job is to suppress the Kassadin and pick up whatever turrets he can wherever he's laning, right? Even if you try to gank Arcalic, it doesn't matter, because he's able to like hold his own very well. So I don't know if Cappuccino really wants to force this.
However, Dodok looking for a fight on the bottom lane. The amount of damage he can do to Greed is way too much. He just dives him on the tower. And now in the top side, Moonfall will be used. Arcalic uses the RKO. Haymaker will be used. 2 damages, misses. But that rocket as well as Arcalic picks up a solo double kill on the top side.
Like I said, he can hold his own, right? And the funny thing I want to mention, as our observer was able to catch on the way out for Greed, is he stole D-Doc's ultimate. Jace's kit is worse than his when he's running away, right? Because he has no lifesteal from the Kingslayer. He has no sort of suppression or any crowd control. Like, generally the worst kit to have when you're going up against Jace is Jace's kit, because yours is infinitely better. So he's getting slammed in this matchup, and I was kind of like right on the money there. I'm sure that Mez can play Sylas because he used to be a mid laner, but whether he can play well and beat D-Doc is a whole different question. As the Rift Herald in mid gets additional value. There's another charge onto the inhibitor turret, and Kellic should be able to pick up top tier 2 as well.
That picks it up, gets a 600 gold into his bag, and he's getting more fat than he needs to be.
There will be a certain point where the game is going to come down to him. Like, he needs to be the one starting things off, because right now, you can see that the Kassadin feels very comfortable.
They're going in for the Leona, but it's not enough. TP will be used on both sides. Greed goes in, takes the damage from, I believe, D-Doc.
Yep. It was only one TP coming in from the Sylas. Both of MP's core members still have their TP.
Oh.
That's important because D-Doc is winning the side lane against Greed, so having TP up means that he can solo kill the Sylas and TP into a fight. And it still means that MP is not out of this game. I'm very hesitant to call this for SIM because, like I said, level 16 Kassadin, he's like level 12 now. And D-Doc is actually holding his own against Sylas. So as the game goes on, if he can keep solo killing Mez, he can TP into his team's 5v5 and actually contribute.
I think Arcalic wants the Heart of Heart right here. He's going in for the fight. He tries his best to get out, but Greed is here to lock him down if he ever so needs.
He has no mana. That's the last Rift Walk. He has to flash out. He has no more mana.
There comes Greed. The Sun won't be able to land, but the Everfrost will be able to find some minions. Not enough as Greed picks up the ultimate of Ezreal. Now he's looking for the fight. The Solar Flare misses the True Shot Barrage from above. The RKO finds the members of Tree. The true damage is not enough as Quick picks up the Ezreal. This Smurf is coming in. Look at the heal. The amount of damage that Cappuccino can do is not enough as the Lee Sin picks up a double. And this is what your gold lead has become.
Heart baited his team in there. They should have just sacrificed the Kassadin, right? He only had one more Rift Walk left and then he flashed out. In that case, it's just a lost cause. Just sacrifice the Kassadin and play to somewhere else. But because of that, they lose the jungle, they lose the AD carry, and they lose this Baron as well because SIM, they just dogpile all 5 members onto the top lane knowing the Kassadin is dead meat.
They pick up this Baron way so fast. I believe this is the very first Baron. This is the spawn timer for Baron, right? It's 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's 22.5, so it's an early-ish Baron. It's not like the earliest Baron, but it's an early-ish Baron. Right now, SIM with this Baron buff can split up on the map. Play 1-3-1, so you have your Leona, Jinx, and Lee Sin in one lane, your Sylas in another lane, and your Set in another lane. So just split up and make sure the waves are all pushing, so you can collapse them at the same time.
He's trying so hard to not let the tower die. It's on a sliver of health.
Items coming in for the Jinx. Okay, so it's Runan's Hurricane instead. I thought it was going to be this direction for RC, but he wants the teamfight power instead of pure siege. I can understand that.
I mean, they are looking for this mid tier. The inhib turret right here. The face breaker, he does fine. Oh, that's an insane amount of damage. The Gog dying everywhere. Punch Naga can't do anything. Kelly just lies there. He's just, oh my god, he's BMing the opponent in the middle of a fight. I think this shows you how powerful SIM is.
This is gonna be tough. I think they're just gonna.
Smurf.
They missed it. They missed the
missed it.
insect, but the
the
Super Mega Death
Death
Rocket
Rocket.
is enough. And now, it's all up to SIM to close out this game. They've gotten all the kills that they need. The top lane is dead. The ADC is.
There's
also
nothing they can
dead.
do.
They're chasing in onto the Kassadin, and
and
the
the Diana
Moonfall coming
Falls.
in as well. The last Nexus turret is gonna fall. They're chasing in for the next couple of kills. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the series. It's gonna be SIM in the grand finals, going up against Nanyang Polytechnic next week.
Yep, SIM put a splendid display of talent right there. Look at how
I'm a big fan of, well, I'm not a big fan. I'm a big fan of like the gameplay. I'm not a big fan of the IGN on the back of Arcalic's shirt. It's a bit like too crude for my taste, I'll be honest. But yeah, good job from SIM. You know, as far as individual gameplay goes, as far as working as a team goes, they really put on a stellar performance, and they will be in the finals against Nanyang Poly next week, and that's going to be a challenge for first place for Nanyang Poly. They've been maintaining their first place streak for the past 2 years. This might be the time where SIM comes to dethrone them and prevent the three-peat, but we will see how that one plays out, right? And before we go off for today, I believe we have our winner for the KM300 giveaway, so hopefully production will have that up for our screen in a bit.
Yep, if you guys didn't know, this is the KM300. This is the one that you guys will be winning. We are about to get the winner up on our screen soon.
Yep. Man, I just want to say that SIM was really clean that game, and I'm looking forward to our grand finals next week. It's going to be a best of 5, I believe. It will go on at 1 p.m. Next week is the 7th of August, so that should be the Campus Legends grand finals, and a lot of hype being built up already as we take a look at who is the lucky winner for today. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be Baby Life. Okay, interesting. I actually know this guy. Fun fact. You know what? Congratulations. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say anything else beyond that. If you guys know, you know. But congratulations to our winner for the keyboard. And enjoy. Any closing words before we close out today's broadcast, Nick?
Probably not from me, but SIM really did a beautiful job. I can't wait to see the next week's match. SIM versus NYP.
Yep. And like Nick said, SIM versus NYP is going to be our grand finals, a best of 5. Whether SIM will be able to dethrone NYP or whether NYP will be able to make it a three-peat and win 3 years running for Campus Legends, we'll find out next week on the stream at 1 p.m. 7th August. See you guys then. But until then, remember to practice social distancing measures and get your vaccinations if you've yet to. And of course, do remember to support your local hawkers because everything's closed right now, so it's a bit hard for them. But beyond that, thank you so much for tuning in and have a great weekend, guys.
A lot of my painting is about movement. I really gravitated to the circle, and from the circle came the atom. It's like the center of everything, the universe, our biology, all of it. The atom is constantly in motion. We're introducing activewear. It's the best way I can represent with Uniqlo.